Are you someone who finds SQL complicated? Think again, because by the end of this series, you will be using SQL like a pro. So welcome to StarAgile's exclusive learning series. So I'm Himwant, your trainer for this journey. In this series, we'll break down the SQL step by step, making it easy for the beginners and exciting for the people who are trying to upskill or brush up their knowledge in SQL. So with hands-on demos and practical examples, you'll transform from a beginner to an SQL expert in no time. Before we get started, make sure you subscribe to the channel and hit that notification bell so that you don't miss any of the upcoming episodes. So this is just beginning, guys. So let's dive into the chapter 1, which is Introduction to SQL. So today we are going to have an introduction to what is meant by SQL, or what is the difference between SQL and MySQL. So all the introduction related to SQL will have. So like, let's say what is meant by a database. Okay, so many people might have so many doubts related to this. Okay, but guess what? I'm going to make it easy for you people by having a clear explanation or clear introduction about what is meant by SQL or where it is used. Okay, so in this, initially, first we'll talk about what is meant by a database. Okay, database. Okay, so database is nothing but a collection of related data. Okay, so related data. So when I say a related data over there, the data which is similar to each other, we'll call it as a related data. Okay, let's say for example, in a company wants to store the details of the employees. Okay, means the first and last name, or when they are hired into the company, or what is the salary which is provided to the employee, like all the details related to the employees, they might store in one particular database, and there might be another database where they might store the details related to the financial. Okay, let's say all the financially related data about the company, they might store in another database. So generally speaking, in a large level, we can say a database means a collection of related data. Okay, so this is what we'll call it as a database over here. And when I say we are storing the data over there, obviously we'll store it in some of the other locations. So, okay, so in a simple terminology, we'll take an example of storing the details in our laptop itself. Okay, let's say I myself want to store my details. So what is my name, or what is my age, where I'm working. Okay, so all the details, all the information about myself, I want to store it in my laptop. Okay, so when I want to store it in my laptop, so generally where we can store it, obviously we'll have something called as hard disk in our laptops, right? So hard disk, right? So as an end user, okay, as a user over here, if I want to store my details in my laptop, so I'll store it in my hard disk. But as an end user over here, in what language or how I'll write my commands over there, so generally I'll open something like Word or Notepad, and I'll write, so my name is so and so, and my age is, and I'm working in so and so location on so and so company. So likewise, I'll write all the commands or everything in a language what I can understand. Means basically in English I'll write it, but in which language or in which format the data will be stored in the hard disk, so it will be stored in a binary format. So it's a simple basic computer knowledge. What you can understand is data will be stored in the binary format, in the sense in zeros and ones the data will be stored. Okay, so but as an end user, we don't directly interact with the hard disk, right? So if I want to store something in my laptop, I'll not directly go and interact with the hard disk. So a hard disk in the sense RAM. Okay, so I'll have something in between, which we'll call it as an operating system, right? So operating system in the sense, what kind of operating systems we know, like Windows or Mac iOS or Ubuntu or Linux, these are all called as the operating systems, right? So now as an end user, if I want to store my details into the hard disk, I'll have something in between as a mediator, which we'll call it as operating system over there, from where every other information, okay, whatever I want to do, every other command or instruction will pass through the operating system itself. Okay, and basically we can say this operating system as the heart. Why? Because not only just the insertion of the data or checking with the data, so there will be lot of background work which has been taken care by the operating systems. So that is why basically in a laptop or in a computer, we'll call the operating system as the heart of the CPU. Okay, so now as an end user, I'll pass my information through the operating system and I'll store it into the hard disk, right? So now it's fine. Now we are storing it in the hard disk. From the operating system, we are passing those information. So now as an end user also, again now here, will not directly interact with the operating system, right? So if I want to store some details of myself into the laptop, I'll not go and ask the Windows or the operating system. So I'll open something, a particular app where I can enter my details. So which are like Windows or else a notepad, okay, or else any other app or any other particular software in which I can type my information. I'll open that particular software and I'll enter my information over there. So I cannot open calculator and I cannot enter my details, right? So I'll open something called as Word or Notepad and I'll enter my details over here, right? So the same way here, what I'll do, I'll open a particular software. So basically this Windows, what are they? They are a client softwares, right? So I'll open a client software and I'll write my details and I'll pass it through the operating system, and from the operating system those details will get inserted or stored into the hard disk. So this is the flow what it goes as an end user if I want to store my details into my hard disk. So this is all backend work. Okay, we don't directly check with that, or it will not show in the front end for us. So this is all what happens in the backend, or this is all the actual flow what it is going on as an end user to store the details into my hard disk, right? So in this terminology, okay, so I hope everyone is clear about this. So a simple example I have given, let's say I want to store my details into my hard disk. So this is the process what it is going on. Okay, now coming to the data, which is very huge. Okay, so hardly my information or else 100 records or 200 records if I want to insert, I can simply go and insert into my hard disk. But let's say when I'm dealing with very huge or very vast data. Okay, so a simple example is the details what I want to deal with is customers. Okay, let's say in an e-commerce, or else let's say for example in Amazon, per day how many people are shopping, okay, and in a particular country or worldwide how many people are shopping and what they are shopping over there, how many products are being ordered in Amazon for a single day. So if you talk about this data over there, it will be not just in lakhs, it will be in millions. Okay, or else if you take any offline stores, okay, let's say in India you have this marts, okay, super stores, okay, so where let's say like for example like DMart itself, if you see, so there are so many people who will be purchasing different kind of products in DMart, and not just only one or two people, so there will be thousands of people, and those thousands will again purchase multiple products. So here if you see, there will be a very vast data what I am talking about. So this data I cannot store it in my hard disk. So hardly how much storage we'll have in our hard disk, hardly 256 GB or 512 GB or 1 TB or at max of 2 TB will have. But when I talk about a very vast, a huge data, a millions of records are getting inserted within a single day, means I need to store a millions of records in a single day. So like that, if I talk about the data in a month, or else about a 1 year data if I want to store, then what I need a very vast storage capacitors. Okay, so this is the data what I am saying about. So now this particular data, okay, so this very huge data, obviously that is also I'll store in some of the other location where basically we'll call them as storage capacitors. Okay, So now in our laptop we'll call it as hard disk. Okay, externally also we'll have certain locations where we'll store the data. So now a storage capacity. Okay, so where the data is getting stored. Okay, so once the data is getting stored over there, now the task is, as an end user, I want to interact with the data. Means I want to find out last year what are the sales made in Amazon. Okay, so let's say I'm working in Amazon or else any e-commerce web company I'm working, and they are asking me to give me what are the sales made in the last year, and that too specifically monthly what are the sales. So Jan to December, what are the sales made? I need to give that report. Okay, I need to analyze or I need to fetch the data and I need to analyze that particular data over here. So as an end user over here, if I want to interact with the storage capacity over here, okay, so for that I cannot directly go and ask the storage capacity to give the data. Okay, so here also same like in our laptop we have an operating system. The same way, to interact with the storage capacity we need to have something in between, which we'll call it as DBMS. Okay, so what is meant by DBMS? Data base management system. Okay, so by the name itself, by the terminology of the name itself, we can understand what is this. It is a particular software similar to the operating system which is used to manage the data. So database management system. So we need to have this database management system to interact with those very huge storage capacitors over here. And what and all the instructions I want to give, I need to pass it through DBMS itself. As for the laptops, how the Windows or operating systems are the heart, the same way for this particular process of interacting with the huge data in a storage capacity, DBMS is the core part. Means we can say DBMS is the heart. So what and all the instructions you want to give, you need to pass it through database management system itself. Okay, so now combining of these two, we'll call it as DBMS server. Okay, so server means basically what? So that is the place where we'll be interacting with the data. Okay, so now as an end user here, now if I want to interact with this DBMS, okay, like in your laptop, if you want to interact with operating system, you'll open some or the other app. So if you want to do some calculations, you'll open calculator. If you want to give some presentations, you'll open a PPT, okay, Microsoft PowerPoint. If you want to create a document over there, you'll open Microsoft Word. So like that, some of the other app you'll open. Right. The same way here, to interact with the database management system also, you need to have a client software, which we'll call it as a client software over here. Okay, so from this client software, I need to pass my information to database management system over here. Means let's say basically as I have given example 5 minutes earlier. So like the company is asking me to check with the data. Okay, so last 1 year, what are the sales made, and monthly what are the sales, and what is the trend it is going on. Basically, they want me to check with the data, that to 1 year data they want to see. Okay, so this particular data what I want, okay, and monthly do I want this data, or from which particular day to which particular day I want this data. So all this particular commands I need to write, means I need to give certain instructions to the database management system to fetch the data from the storage capacity. Okay, and here the commands or the instructions, how I need to give this instructions to the database management system is, I need to pass this information in a language what the database management system can understand. So this is the point where SQL comes into the picture. Okay, so what is meant by SQL means structured query language. So structured query language. So like how you have different languages like C, C++, Java, or different languages, the same way you have a particular language which will call it as a structured query language. Okay, so this is the language in which we need to write the commands so that the database management system can understand. So if you ask me, so why we need to write it in SQL itself means, if you don't write the commands in the structured query language, database management system cannot understand. Okay, so generally, if I want to speak with you, or if we want to communicate, we need to speak in a language which we both will be similar with. Okay, so if I'm talking in English over here, you can understand it, so that we have a proper communication here. The same way, if you want to interact with the database management system also, you need to write the commands in structured query language. Why? Because DBMS can only understand if you write the commands in the structured query language over here. Okay, so this is where SQL is used. Okay, so for what? We need to write the commands in the structured, this is a language. Okay, so this is a language in which we need to write the commands, so why we need to write in this particular language itself? Then only the database management system can understand what you're trying to portray. Either you want to fetch the data, or you want to insert the data into the database. Okay, or if you want to update certain data in the database, whatever the commands you want to give, everything you need to pass it through the DBMS. And in which language you need to give those instructions? In structured query language. Okay, so now I hope everyone is clear why SQL is used. Okay, so this is a language in which we need to write the commands. Okay, now talking about the software. Okay, so here talking about this client softwares over here, as how you will open different softwares in your laptop to enter your details. So either I can open Microsoft Word, I can enter my details, or else I can also open Notepad and I can enter my details. Okay, the same way here, to write this commands also, we have different client softwares in the market, guys. Okay, and what are they are? Oracle, Access, Microsoft SQL, Teradata, PostgreSQL, and MySQL. Okay, so these are the different client softwares what we have, guys. Okay, so like let's say if I want to use any particular theme in my phone, or else in my laptop over there, how we have different softwares. The same way here, to write this structured query language commands also, we have different softwares which are like Oracle, and this Access and Microsoft SQL both belongs to the Microsoft itself. And we have another software called as Teradata, PostgreSQL, and also one more software which we'll call it as MySQL. Okay, so here this MySQL is also a software which is owned by Oracle itself, guys. Okay, so I hope everyone has heard a name is Oracle. Okay, so they have a software which is mostly used in the companies over there. Means Oracle is the software which is a server software over here. But here, for the learning purpose, okay, to learn this SQL over there, everyone cannot buy the softwares, right? So we need to have a software where you need to write or practice this structured query language commands. So keeping that in the mind. So Oracle has published another software which will call it as MySQL. So what is meant by MySQL means MySQL is a client software which is used to write the commands. And in which language you need to write the commands? You need to write the commands in the structured query language. Okay, so here understand the difference, guys. Okay, so if you get a question like what is the difference between SQL and MySQL? Okay, so SQL in the sense it's a language. Okay, it's a language in which you need to write the commands, and to write those commands, where in which software you are writing it, you are using a software called as an MySQL. Okay, so this is the difference between the MySQL and the SQL. Okay, I hope everyone is clear about this. So understand the difference. So now we'll be using a software which is called as an MySQL. So why? Because this is a software which has been published by Oracle itself. Okay, and this is a completely free version, guys. And also why we are using MySQL over here is this is a software which is a completely free version too. So you don't need to pay anything. Okay, so directly you can go to the website and you can download this MySQL and you can practice your SQL commands within this MySQL software over here. Okay, so this is the software what we'll be using to practice the structured query language commands. And now here coming to the database management system. Okay, so here the database management system also, what kind of database management system we'll be using? So here the database management system what we'll be using is relational database management system. So now as I am explaining over here, so we will be using a relational database management system as a mediator between the end user and the storage capacitor to check with what is the data we have in a storage capacitor, right? So now first we'll understand what is meant by relational database management system, and we can also call it as RDBMS. Okay, so what is meant by RDBMS? Okay, why RDBMS is used? Okay, or first of all, how the data is structured over here when you use RDBMS. So we'll have a little elaboration about what is meant by RDBMS over here. Relational database management system, where in the short form we'll call it as RDBMS. Okay, so now how the data is structured when you use the, so in past case, so there are so many type of different database management systems where they used to use previously, but now what is the database management system which we are using is relational database management system. And why they have been upgrading like this, or now why the relational is used, is the way how the data is structured or how the data is handled or described over there. Okay, it all depends on how flexible it is used to understand the data. Okay, and why a relational database management system is the one which is most commonly used is the data is more flexible to understand when you store the data by using the relational database management system. Guys, means basically the data will be structured or format will be in the format of a tabular format. Tabular format. Okay, means basically what tabular format consists of? Rows and columns. Okay, so tabular format, rows and columns. So why this is more flexible to understand the data like this means, so from the time when we started learning anything about related to the data in the computers, or else generally in a school days or else in college days, if you talk about a data over there, generally you will see the data in the tabular format over there. So where you will have the column names, and next you will have in the records you will have the data. So let's say for example the student names and student ID and which course they are studying and what are the marks they got. Like this, all the details related to the students you will see it in the tabular format. Okay, so that is why it is more flexible to understand the data for us when you use the relational database management system. Okay, means how the data is structured over here is in the tabular format, means you will have the rows and the columns over here. So for example, let's say there is a table called as students. Okay, and in this I have a column called as SID and another column called as student name, and next another column, let's say call it as age. Okay, so like this a particular table I'll have, in which format the data will be in the tabular format. So now student ID 1, and let's say the name, student name for example, let's say take it as Tom, and age of 24. Let's say there is one more person, 2, John, he is having a age as 26, and let's say one more person, 3, Harry, let's say he is having an age as 25. Okay, so like this a simple example I'm showing over here, where now what you see over here, so there is a table called as students, and in the students we have the student IDs and the student names and also the age of the students. Okay, so this is one particular table, and in a table you can insert as many records as you can guess. Okay, so there is no such limit that you need to insert only 2 records or 3 records, like that there is no limit. But why the RDBMS is used is you need to understand here that the data will be structured in the tabular format, means you will have rows, or we will also call them as records, or we can also call them as tuples. So rows or records, I hope everyone in basic terminology we used to call them as rows or records in general scenarios in any other data or any other cases. So what is meant by this tuples here is, so don't interlink it with the another languages over there. So in SQL, why we'll call a record as a tuple is, as one particular record can withhold a different data type data. So for example, if you see the data here in the students table, a record is consisting of student ID 1. What is meant by 1? It's a numerical data. So it's in a integer data type. Next we have another column called as student name. So where we have the names. What is names? So this is not a numerical data for us. This is a character data. Okay. So 1 is a integer data and student name is a Tom is a character data. Again, as to age is a numerical data, means a single record, if you observe here, it can hold multiple data types data. So that is the reason why we are also having a name as tuples for that. So apart from that, there is not too much elaboration for this. That is the only meaning for what we call them as tuples here. But mostly in general cases, we'll call a particular row as a rows or records for us. Okay, and in the rows or record format you will have the data here, and these are called as the columns or attributes of an entity called as students. Okay, so of an students is a table in which I have the columns as student ID, student name and age, and within this I have certain records over here. So this is the format in which you look into the data, guys, and this is wide rangely you will see these format itself the data. Okay, so even if you are looking it in the SQL, or if let's say for example if you see the data in Excel, in which format you will see the data? Tabular format itself. You will have the rows and the columns. Okay, so like this the data is structured, and if I don't say, so this is what it is about students, or if I directly show the data for you, you can easily understand. Okay, so this is the data talking about the students, and we have the student IDs and the student names and the age of that particular student. Okay, yeah, so this is about the data over here. And also there is also one more explanation for why we'll call it as relation here. Means, let's say for example we have the students itself. Okay, so we have students table over here, and within this student ID, next student name and age we have. Okay, so along with this I want to insert a few additional details. Okay, let's say some additional details if I want to insert, like course, and next fee and duration. Okay, if I try to keep a data like this in a table, age, course, fee. So now student ID 1, let's say Tom, age of 24, and a course as SQL, and a fee of $60, and a duration of 4 weeks. A simple example I am giving. Okay, so now let's say one more record, student name and age of 26, and a course as SQL, and a fee of $60, and also a duration of 4 weeks. Like that, how many people, how many students data I'm inserting? For every other student I'll insert the same data. Okay, I'll insert the student ID, then their name, their age, and course what they are studying, and what is the fee for that particular course, and what is the duration of that course. This is the actual data what I'll insert for each and every student. Let's say out of the data what I'm inserting, for example I inserted 1500 records. Okay, so 1500 records I inserted, out of which 950, for example let's say 950, or else 1020 records are the records who are having the same course. Okay, let's say 1020 students are enrolling for the same course. For example, they are enrolled for the SQL itself. So then for 1020 people, student ID will be different, obviously, right? IDs will be different for us. Next, student name will have the name accordingly to the student, and the age also accordingly to the student will have. But when it comes to the course, okay, so 1020 records will have the same course, will have the same fee. Okay, so we have the same course, same fee, and also the same duration also. So what happens over here? 3 columns. Okay, so 3 columns data is repeating for 1020 people. Okay, so if you think about this in the another different industries where lakhs of records are getting inserted. Okay, so at that point again if I insert the data like this, and for each and every record I repeat the data same. Okay, but here I don't want to keep like this. Okay, I don't want to store the data like this, and I don't want to waste the memory. So instead of this, simply what I'll do, I'll create different tables which are like one table as students and another table as course. Now in the students, I'll keep the columns as SID, SName, age, course ID. Okay. Next, in the course, I'll keep course ID, course name, next fee, duration. Okay. So like this, when I create the tables, so I'll keep the course ID as 100 and next course name as SQL and the fee is of $60 and a duration of 4 weeks. Okay. Next, one more record I can insert, which is like course ID 101 and a course name. I'll give some other course name which is like Python, and I'll give the fee as $250 and a duration of 4 months. So once after I insert a data like this in the course, now I'll start inserting the data into the students, which is like student ID 1 and a student name Tom and age of 24 and a course ID as 100 and one more record John, age of 26 and course ID as 100 itself I'll give again, and next 3 Harry 25 I'll give 101. So like this I'll insert the data here. Okay, now if you observe the data here, students table, we have a certain data which has been stored over here, and there is another table which is called as course. Okay, I'm not interlinking them now. Okay, so I'm properly structurizing this data separately, and what and all the which is related to the course, I'm keeping it within the course itself, and what and all the details are related to the students, I'm storing it into the students table itself. Okay, so if you talk about fee or duration, that is related to the course for us. Okay, so likewise I created 2 different tables over there, and now if I want to know what Tom is studying over there, I can go and check for 100 in the course table. Means basically I am not repeating the fee and duration for each and every student here. Okay, so simply I am creating 2 different tables over there, and now I can make a relation between these 2 tables. Okay, once after I make a relation, I can easily understand what this Tom is studying, or I can easily understand what this Harry is studying. Okay, so this is how we can structurize the tables clearly, guys. So that is also the reason why we'll call it as RDBMS, Relational Database Management System. Okay, so this is about a relational database management system, guys. Means generally what you need to understand finally, so the data in which format you will be structurized in the relational database management system in the tabular format. Means when you are fetching the data from the storage capacity over here, using the relational database management system, you will see the data in the tabular format, which consists of rows and columns. And also what and all the data I'm talking about over here, guys, every other data is a structured data itself. Okay, so by the name itself you can understand SQL means what? Structured query language. Means you will be dealing with only the structured data in SQL, guys. Okay, so this is about relational database management system. Now to deal with this data, or to understand the commands, or to write this commands over here, Okay, so we'll be having a certain softwares. So generally with the a huge storage capacitor, if I want to interact over there, I'll use a software. Okay, so the software which my company is using, they'll provide me that software, okay, a client software, and I'll interact or connect to the server by using that client software. So now here for the learning purpose, we don't need to connect to any external servers, guys, because basically we are learning. Okay, we are in the learning stage. Okay, so here we don't need to connect to any external servers. So for learning purpose, we'll create a server within our laptop itself. Okay, so server in the sense a particular location where it will be specialized or designated for a server, and what and all I am doing within using this SQL over there, either I am inserting the tables or I am fetching the data from the tables, everything we'll do it within our laptop itself. For that, we need certain softwares or tools which are required to practice this language. Okay, so as a part of this particular explanation, what you need to understand is we are learning about the core set of SQL commands. It's not about the client software what you are using. What we are learning is a core set of SQL commands over there, means in which language or in which format you need to write a command so that I can create a table, or in which command or in which format I need to write a command so that I can insert the data, or if I want to fetch the data out from a table. Okay, let's say there is a certain data in the storage capacity where I want to fetch the data. Then what is the format in which I need to write the command? Okay, then only we can understand what is the data we have over here by writing the commands in a structured query language. Okay, so these particular commands we'll be learning, guys. It's not about the, I'm again clearly mentioning over here, it's not about the software what you are using over there, it's about the language or the commands in which we are writing. Okay, it doesn't bother about either you are using MySQL or Oracle or Microsoft SQL or PostgreSQL. It doesn't bother about. So it only bothers about in which language you are writing. Okay, so a simple example, it's like even if you use a Samsung mobile, or even if you are using an Oppo mobile, or even if you are using a Vivo mobile or else a OnePlus mobiles. So at last finally, what is the operating system it has? Okay, what is the software it has? Android operating system it is. Okay, the same way here, no matter whatever the client software you use, you will be writing the commands in the structured query language itself. This particular software what we are using now is to understand this tabular format or how we need to write the commands so that I can interact with the data in the server, means structured query language, and the software what you are using is MySQL, guys. Okay, so why we are using MySQL is the one which is been published by Oracle itself. Okay, so Oracle itself published it, but this is a completely free version tool which is for the learning purpose. So now we'll look into the tools what we need to install, and I'll give a complete clear guidance about how to install it. Okay, and how to open, and how to, once we install, then we'll write the commands and we'll do what and all the commands we can execute in that. Okay, so for that, so everyone, people who and all are using Windows operating system, so first look into the guidance what I am giving now so that we can understand how to install these tools which are required. So once after you open your browser here, okay, so open a browser and just type MySQL installer for Windows, and kindly do this search in Google, guys. Means use the search engine as Google. So don't do it in Yahoo or any other search engines. Kindly do this searching in the Google search engine. So once you search, see in the what I am saying is in the Google search you need to do this. So once you search for MySQL installer for Windows, then the first link here you can say download MySQL installer for Windows. This is, click on the first link. So click on the first link over here, and here once you come to the next page, once you click on this particular first link over there, there you can see now two options. So one is 2.1 MB and second one is 306 MB. So now out of these two, what we are required is, so we have our hard disk. Okay, what we are trying to do now is we are trying to create a server within our hard disk in our laptop itself, and we'll interact with that server and we'll write certain commands to interact. Okay, so for that, what and all we require? So I need a server and I need a client software to write those commands. Okay, so hard disk, the storage capacity we have. Okay, so only these two are required for us, and for that we just need to download just 2.1 MB one. No need of 306, we just need to download the 2.1 MB one. So now click on this first one, download. Okay, so once you click on this download over here, then in the next page, so here it is showing login and sign up. So we don't need to do this login also for this case. No need of any logging in or signing up. So logging in using Oracle. So see here you can see Oracle it is showing. So as I mentioned earlier, so this MySQL is the software which is published by Oracle itself. Okay, so no need of this login or sign up. So you can just at the last you have an option called as no thanks, just start my download. Click on it. So once you click on that, then the installer will download, guys. So now you can see in my downloads, I have this installer which is downloaded. So now open that installer. Okay, so once you click on open that installer over here, then it will ask you to select an option. So what is the first options you will get is, do you want this app to do changes in your laptop or not? Okay, so do you want this app to do changes in your computer? So then kindly click on yes, guys. Why? We want to install. Okay, we want to install this MySQL in our laptop. So if you don't click on no at that point, so kindly click on yes. So once or twice you will get that option. Do you want this app to do changes in your computer? So then kindly click on yes. Once you click on yes for those two options, then this is the first page what you will get for the installer, guys. MySQL installer. So choose setup type. So now in the choose setup type over there, server only, client only, full and custom. So these are the four options what we have here, and what and all we are required is server and the client. These two are required for us, not just only server or not just only the client. So for that, not the full also, we'll click on custom first. So first we need to click on custom here and then click on next. Once we click on the next here, then in the select products, so here what it is showing over here, select products over here, and in that below available products means what and all the products which are available for the installation. So available products here, and here it is products to be installed, right? So now in the available products, first I'll expand the MySQL servers again, and I'll expand the MySQL server. So here expand the MySQL server 8.0. So once you expand till here, okay, once the expansion is done, so expansion means what? Click on this plus, guys. Okay, so you have this plus symbols, a shortcut, a small plus symbols you can see here. So click on those plus and expand it. Once it is done, you can see MySQL server 8.0, 8.0.39, 8.0.37, all this numbers. So what are all this means? These are all different versions, guys. Okay, so these are all different versions of MySQL servers over here. And what is the software or which version will download is, will download the version 8.0.39. okay, so not the 8.0.40, we'll be installing 8.0.39. so how to install is, click on it. First I'll click on this. Once after the selection is done, then click on the right arrow. So where you can see the right arrow is in the middle of this particular page itself. So in the available products, you need to select MySQL server 8.0.39. After that, in the middle of the screen, you can see a green color right arrow. Once after the selection is done, so once after the selection is completed, click on this green arrow here. Then what happened? So this MySQL Server 8.0.39 came to products to be installed, right? So now we selected this. So this is ready to be installed now. Okay, products to be installed, MySQL Server. So along with the server, what also we want? We want a client software also. Okay, so we need a client software also to enter our commands here. So for that, first this minimize this MySQL Server 8.0 in the available products. Okay, so here minimize this, then now expand the applications. Okay, so in the applications we need to install a software which is called as an MySQL Workbench, guys. Okay, what is this MySQL Workbenches? This is the client software what we'll be using to enter our commands. Okay, so using this workbench we'll connect to the server. Okay, and we'll write the commands, what and all the interaction you want to do with the server. Every other commands we'll write it in the MySQL Workbench and we'll pass it. Okay, so now once after I expand this MySQL Workbench, again I need to expand MySQL Workbench 8.0. then once after the expansion is completed here, then for here also you need to select the 8.0.38 will do, guys. Okay, so we are not installing 8.0.40 for the server and not even for the workbench. Okay, so why means there is a certain server connection problem with this as of now. Okay, so that is why we are installing one version less. Okay, one lower version we are installing, which is 8.0.38 or 39. Okay, so for server we selected 8.0.38 and for the workbench we are selecting 38 we are selecting for the workbench. You now select it, and what to do? Selection. So select it, and then in the middle of the screen you can see a green color right arrow. Click on it. Okay, so once it is done, now you can see what and all the products which are need to be installed over here. Products to be installed, MySQL Server 8.0.39, and next one is MySQL Workbench 8.0.38. These are the two products which we selected for the installation. Once after the selection, so make sure you have these two in the products to be installed, guys. So don't just go forward, don't just go to the next step only with server or only with the workbench. Make sure you select this server and also the workbench and then go to the next process. Now next. Now once after you go to the next, most of the laptops, okay, almost 80% or all the new version laptops over there, every other laptop will come to the page what I am showing on my screen, which is MySQL Server 8.0.39, Workbench 8.0.38. These are for the download. Okay, only for few particular, I'm not saying for all the laptops, only for a few specific laptops itself, it will ask you to download another software which is called as a C++ refurnishable, reusable, like that. You will get one step. So there you just need to click on execute there, and you need to install it by clicking or by accepting the terms and conditions, guys. Okay, select them and install it. Once after you install it, and you will also come to the same page. Okay, so you will also come to the same page over here where you can download. So now I'll click on this execute. Right, so once after I click on the execute, what happened? The products which are starting to download for me now. See, now I downloaded it, one is getting downloaded, another one it gave an error. So anytime if you get any error like this, guys, go back and click on next again and execute again. See what happened? Now if I get an error, I just went back and I came to the next again, it installed, means not installed, it got downloaded for me. Okay, no need to get tensed over here. Okay, just simple, just if you are getting an error, just simply go back and click on next again, and this particular server also, workbench, both will get downloaded. Once they are downloaded, now click on next. Once click on next over here, in the installation process over here, these two, server and workbench, are ready for the installation. Now you need to click on execute here. Click on execute and both will start installing in your laptops. Yeah. So it will take a little time. Okay, so based on our laptop specifications, it will take a little time to install these two softwares over here. Once this installation is completed, then we can proceed further. Okay, but based on our laptop specifications, a certain time it will take over there for the installation, guys. So mostly at last at 99 it will come and it will stop for some time. Okay, and once it goes to the process, then it will be completed. So see, once it is completed, now we need to click on next. Okay, and then next. So next, now the process what and all we need to follow is all the default options, guys. So once after the installation is completed, then click on next till the authentication method. Okay, so till the authentication method, all the default options, no need to change any of the options over here, just the default options you can select over here. And at the point of authentication method over here, now you need to select the second option, which is use legacy authentication method. And why to use legacy authentication method is, we don't need any strong passwords for this case. Where we are installing the server in our laptop itself, right? So in our laptop itself we are installing the server, so no one will come and rob the data from us, and also we are not dealing with very huge data or any what is a confidential data. For the learning we are using this, right? So we don't need any strong passwords here, so just a normal password, which is second option you need to use to create a normal basic password. Use legacy authentication method. Once you select this, then click on next. Okay, so now once you come to the next page, so here accounts and roles. So here you need to create a password, guys. So what is this password is, the server what we are installing, for a basic security reasons, it will ask you to create a password. Okay, so and this password need to be very basic password. Why I am saying very basic is, we are not installing the server externally anywhere, within our laptop itself and for our learning purpose itself. And also this particular software, this particular password what you are creating, once after you install, to log in into your server you need to enter this password. Okay, so it's not just only for creation over here. Anytime in future when you are connecting to the server, this MySQL server which is in your laptop, you need to enter this password. So for that you need to create a very basic password, and also make sure you remember it. Why? Because if you are forgetting this particular password here, anywhere in the future if you forget, okay, let's say you forgot this password over here, and next you uninstall this MySQL workbench and server in your laptop by going to the control panel, and I'll reinstall it. I can create the password means no. So if you are reinstalling it normally, it will ask for the same old password again. So that is the reason why I'm asking you, make sure you don't forget it. Okay, so there are certain steps which we need to follow to make it to create the password new again. But if you are not following that process, if you are simply uninstalling the softwares from the control panel or from your apps over there, and if you are reinstalling the workbench again, it will ask for the same password again. So that is why don't forget the password. Any basic, create a very basic password and don't forget it. Okay, and once you enter the password here, so kindly do not bother about the password strength. Okay, as I am clearly mentioning that basic password is required, and when you are giving a basic password, kindly do not bother about the password strength here. So it will show weak, so either weak, medium or strong. Don't bother about that. Okay, so just enter the password, then click on next. So once you click on next, now all the further processes the default case. Okay, so next and execute. Okay, So once you click on execute, now everything will start installing or getting into your laptop. So once it is completed, then click on next. Now click on next, finish. So now once it is completed, so once the installation is completed, by default for the first time, MySQL Workbench will open automatically. Then you can see on my screen here, welcome to MySQL Workbench, right? So welcome to MySQL Workbench, and below here, MySQL connections. Now in the MySQL connections, you can see local instance, right? In the local instance, click on it. So once you click on that, then here you need to enter the password, guys. So which password? So just 2 minutes back, what is the password we created? That particular password we need to enter here. Okay, enter the password and then click on OK. And here you also have an option called as save password to vault. Okay, so save password in vault. So basically what happens over here is, if you are selecting this option, anywhere in the future, if you are logging into your server, MySQL server over here, it will not ask for the password again. So once you click on this local instance MySQL 80, it will automatically log in into your server. So next time, it's not like let's say if you feel like you might forget, okay, you might forget, then don't save it. Okay, so every time you can enter the password and you can log in into the server. But if you are giving a selection for this option, save password in vault, then anytime in the future, if you are selecting this local instance, it will automatically log in into your server. Okay, so now once after you enter the password, then click on OK. Okay, so once after I click on OK over here, so as you can see on my screen over here, this is the interface how MySQL Workbench looks. Means you have the number 1, so here the cursor where it is blinking over here, so here you need to write the commands, and on the right side you can see SQL additions, and below you can see action output, and here you can see management, so administration and schemas. So see, so this is the interface. So this is the interface how this particular workbench looks over here, and in this you don't need this SQL additions, guys. What and all we are required here is this file where I can enter the commands. Okay, so here the number 1 where it is showing, here we'll enter the commands, guys. Okay, here we need to enter the commands. Next, in the action output below, this is also required for us, where it will show either a command is executed successfully or not. So once you write a command, either that particular command is executed successfully or not, it will show it here. Next, here the management server status, this is not required for us. So schemas. Okay, so here you need to click on schemas over here in the middle of your screen. You can see administrations and schemas. Click on the schema, and here this is the schema. So basically schema is nothing but this is the place where what and all the databases you have in a server, it will show, guys. Okay, so this is the interface, guys. Now in this, as I mentioned earlier, this SQL additions we don't want. So for that, okay, on the right side complete top, okay, the right side complete top here, you can see 3 blue color boxes, right? So in those 3 blue color boxes, just only unselect the third box. Okay, if I unselect the third box, then that SQL additions is removed, right? Now here I'll write the commands, schemas. Here it will show what and all the databases I have. In the action output, it will show what and all the commands I have written, either they are executing successfully or not. So this is how the interface of MySQL Workbench looks, guys. Okay, so this is for the installation and execution, or the tool what it is required to install for the Windows. Next, now for the Mac. Okay, so as I have shown for the Windows over here, as I'm using the Windows, I can install and I can show it for you. For the Mac, there is no such additional things what you need to do, guys. The same, so you need to also install the server and the workbench you need to install, but only the difference over here for the Mac is you need to install the server and the workbench separately, As for the Windows, they can able to do it in single stretch. Okay, in one particular installer itself they can able to do it, but for the Mac only the difference is first server you need to install and then you need to install the workbench. Okay, so for that, this particular link, okay, you can look on my screen and you can type that particular link over here, and you can enter that link and you can open, or you can also basically search for MySQL installer or MySQL server for Mac. This particular link what I have opened over here for the installation of MySQL for the Mac, so this links will share it in the description, guys. Okay, even for the Windows also, what and all the installation I have done, those particular link also will share it in the description. You can directly go through the description and you can open this links. So for the Mac, you need to install the ARM, guys. So as most of the laptops or most of the Mac operating systems, you'll have a latest version, some certain version you have, but you can download this ARM, guys. Okay, you need to download. Okay, you need to download ARM 64-bit. So download this, which is of 584.7 MB. So it's not like Windows. So as we are using the Mac over here, you need to download or you need to install the server separately, only the server which is of 584, and this is not the one which you need to mainly check. You need to mainly check about ARM. Okay, so this is the one which you need to download. So once you download this here, after that follow the process over there, means the same what and all the steps we followed for the installation in the Windows over there, the same way. Once after you download it, open this, open the installer. Once after you open the installer, it will ask you, do you want to install it? So you click on install anyway and enter your laptop. So for the Mac, it will ask for your laptop password before you start installing. Okay, enter your laptop password and start installing, and everything all default options, guys. You don't need to change any of the options over there. All the default options. Only at the password creation you need to create a password, and next all the processes the default. Click on next, execute and everything, and install the server. Once the server is installed, then again the workbench you need to install separately. So for that also I'll show the link over here. So this particular page you need to open, and this all the links which are required, everything will be shared in the description. You can click from there and you can open these links. Okay, now for the workbench you need to download the ARM again. Okay, as we for the server what you downloaded the ARM, right? So same for the workbench also you need to download the ARM itself. Okay, so download these two, and now for the workbench download the ARM, and once you download it, all the default options. So here for the workbench also default, no need to change any of the options over here. Means basically it will ask you to drag this workbench to the applications. Okay, once you drag it, once it is completed, you can go to your applications. Okay, or else the apps, where the apps will be showing in the Mac, you can open it, and there you can find this MySQL workbench. And once you find the MySQL workbench, open that, and the same way how the Windows version they entered the password, the same way you need to also find over there MySQL in instance, local instance, and enter the password. Everything works the same. Okay, so this is how a Mac need to be done. So simple, not just too complex over here. Just for the Windows, everything is happening in only one single installer over there, but for the Mac separately. So MySQL installer you need to download separately, and MySQL workbench you need to you need to download separately and install it. Okay, so this is how you can install this MySQL workbench and the server in your laptops, guys. So now we'll look into the reinstallation of MySQL workbench and the server. Okay, so generally to install it, we'll follow a certain process to install it. But what happens when you are trying to reinstall it normally? Let's say how basically we'll uninstall we'll go to the apps in our laptop, or we'll go to the control panel in our laptop, and we'll uninstall this MySQL workbench or the server, and we'll try to reinstall it. Okay, what happens generally when you try to reinstall only by deleting or uninstalling the softwares is, at the time of reinstallation, it will ask for the old password again. So what is the softwares you installed, and when you delete it, before at the initially when you are installing, you'll create a password, right? So that particular password, if you are forgetting, okay, but when you try to reinstall it by simply uninstalling this workbench and server and trying to reinstall or click on installation again for that, it will ask for the old password for you. Okay, but that is not the case for us. Okay, so as I forgot my old password, I'm trying to reinstalling it. Okay, so for that, if it asks for the old password again, how I can't do it again. Reinstallation cannot be proceeded further without entering a password, right? So in these cases, what are the steps we need to follow to reinstall this MySQL workbench or the server? We'll see now. Okay, so first what we need to do is, first we need to go to the control panel, and first initially we need to uninstall. So that is the basic step we need to do first. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll go to control panel, and once we go to the control panel, uninstall a program. Now in this, first uninstall them. Okay, so you have this MySQL workbench, MySQL server, and MySQL installer, right? So these three are enough. Okay, not this MySQL connector. This is a different case, which is for the connecting to the different servers for that, or different tools. Though that is not required for us. Only workbench, server, and installer we need to remove. So for what this is all, just for the reinstallation. So if in case if you are forgetting your password, and for the reinstallation you need to do this. First uninstall it. Okay, so it will take certain time. Okay, so it will take certain time for the uninstallation over there. Okay, I think it might take a certain time. So now it is finishing. Yeah, and also guys, one more issue what you can face at this point is, if you are trying to uninstall it, and if in case if it is saying that try again later, try to restart or reboot your laptop, and then after a certain time, after some time, then do it. Okay, don't again sequentially or parallelly, don't do it next again. So wait for a certain time and then uninstall and reinstall it. Okay, so now first I uninstalled the MySQL workbench. Now MySQL server, uninstall, yes. And here if it is asking, do you want this app to make any changes in your device, so kindly click on yes guys. So here what we want to do, we want to uninstall. So for that you want to make this app change, do any changes means yes, kindly click on yes. Okay, once you click on yes, it will start uninstalling this MySQL server for you. Yeah, so let's wait for a certain time what it can take. So it all depends on the configuration guys. Okay, so why it is taking too much time, or for few friends, let's say me and my friend are doing the same, but for my friend it is taking very less time, within seconds it finished, and for me why it is taking too much time, it all depends on the configurations of the laptops guys. So maybe few laptops might be of 8 GB ROM, or few laptops might be of 16 GB ROM. Okay, it all depends on that. Okay, so how fast your laptop is, it all depends on any of this configurations or executions or uninstalling, how much time, it all depends on that. Okay, so for me also it is taking a certain time to uninstall it, and once this uninstallation is completed, then the server. Okay, so as previously we uninstalled the MySQL workbench, now I am uninstalling this MySQL server. So it's still taking certain time for me. Yes, see, now it is completed. So MySQL server is also uninstalled. Now I'll uninstall this MySQL server installer also. Why? Because I want to start everything from the new. Okay, everything from the starting I want to do. So right click, uninstall, yes. And every time, anytime if you are getting an option, do you want this app to do any changes on your device, means kindly click on yes guys. Okay, so once it is completed, now I uninstall. So I successfully uninstalled the Workbench server and the MySQL installer from my control panel. So once this is completed, now close it. So then there is no use of this control panel for me now. I'll close this. Now what we need to do mainly is, so this is the basic thing everyone know. Okay, but what main points we need to understand to enter or to create a new password is, first open your PC, means my computer. Okay, my PC or this PC you'll have, right? So open it, and here in local disk, okay, in local disk C or Windows C, open that. So once you open Windows C, initially first you will see only certain files guys. So how it will be represented or shown for use. So this is how it will show generally. Okay, so generally you will not have any hidden folders to be shown initially, but you need to also see the hidden folders here to delete certain folders or certain files here. So why to delete certain files here is, this is the point where it will be storing the password what you have created previously. Okay, so if you are not deleting the files in this Windows C, then you cannot create a new password for MySQL guys. Okay, so for that reason we need to delete the folders here. So for that, first thing what you need to do is make sure you enable or you show this hidden items also. So click on this view and show hidden items. So once they are shown, now see, now here in the program files, so where and all you need to delete the folders is program files and program files into 86 and also in the program data. So these are the three folders in which you need to search for any file which is related to MySQL, and you need to delete that file or that particular folder itself. Okay, so then only you can create a new password for the MySQL Workbench or the server what you are reinstalling. So I'll open this program files. So I'll just refresh and I'll check, show more options, refresh. Yeah, see, I have this MySQL. Okay, so delete this. So I'll delete this folder, right click, delete. Yeah, so now it is deleted. Go back. Now for just in case, cross check in program files into 86 also. So cross check in program files into 86. I'll refresh my folders. So yeah, so as of now I don't have anything MySQL folder in this program files into 86. Now go back. Now here cross check in program data also. Okay, now in program data you have this, see, MySQL. So delete this folder. So once you delete the folder here, then till now the process is completed to delete everything which is related to MySQL in your laptop. So what and all we have done, we have uninstalled the MySQL Workbench, and we have uninstalled the MySQL server, and we have uninstalled the MySQL installer. So where from the control panel we have done this. Once this is completed, then we came to the local disk C, basically Windows C. Okay, so we opened Windows C. Within that, first enable the hidden items also to be shown. Once you enable it, then what you need to do, then you need to delete the folders in program files into 86 and also in the program data. So mainly in these three folders, if you find any folder, any file which is naming MySQL, delete that. Okay, so delete that folder in these three particular folders. Once it is done, then you can start the installation of MySQL again. Okay, you can reinstall this MySQL with a new password again. So then you can follow the same process. So go to here, open your browser, and what you can do, search for MySQL installer for Windows. Okay, so in your Google search engine, search for MySQL installer for Windows and open the same and download it, 2.1 MB. If you already have that installer in your laptop, you can open the same, okay, or else you can download it from here. What you need to do, you need to search for MySQL installer for Windows and then click on the first link and then click on download here for the 2.1 MB. Then no thanks, just start my download. Open this, means click on that and the installer will be downloaded. Once the installer is downloaded, open it. When you are opening, you will get an option like, do you want this app to make changes in your device? So kindly click on yes guys. So do you want to allow this app to make changes in your device? So kindly click on yes. Once you click on yes, then the installer will start again. So now everything is from the new. So I can click on custom and I can click on next. Now in the available products, MySQL server, I'll be installing the 8.0.39 version, not 40. I'm not installing the 40. I'm installing the 8.0.39 version. How? Select it and click on right arrow, minimize, again expand applications here. Now expand MySQL Workbench and expand MySQL Workbench 8.0. Okay, so what and all we are downloading and installing? We want the server and also the Workbench. These are the two softwares which we need to download and install guys. Now I am selecting 8.0.38. Now once after you select, so how I am able to make it come to the products to be installed? I'm selecting. So you need to click on this MySQL Workbench 8.0.38 and then you need to click on this right arrow. So this 40, there is some sort of problem or some issue with the connection of the server. That is why we are installing this one version lesser, 8.0.39 and 38. Okay, then once you select it, then I'm clicking on this green arrow in the middle of the screen. So once it is done, in the products to be installed, I have MySQL server and also have MySQL Workbench. So once these two are completed, then click on next and execute. See, once after I click on execute, see, these two are getting downloaded. So if in case if you get any error, okay, so like MySQL server, it gave an error for me. What I need to do, simply I'll go back and again click on next again. Okay, so what I did, I simply clicked on back. Now again, no need to do any changes here, just click on next again. So now click on execute. See, now it is getting downloaded successfully. So now once it is downloaded, now click on next. Now these two are downloaded. Now they are ready for the installation. Click on execute. So now they are installing in my laptop. So everything will be the same process guys. Okay, so how you are installing newly, okay, so now at the time of reinstallation also will follow the same process. Okay, it's not like anything new here, the same process, but simply we are trying to create the password new again. So for that reason we need to follow all the previous steps. Once this is completed, now I'll click on next, 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 and here the password also very basic, no need of any strong passwords for us. Okay, we are installing the server in our laptop itself. So select the second option, click on next and create the password. See, now you can able to create a new password for yourself. Enter the password and repeat the password. Once it is done, and kindly don't bother about the password strength here, click on next, and every other process is the all default options. Next, next, execute. Yeah, so once it is completed, click on finish, next, and finish. See, now once it is done, automatically by default it will open initially. Now you can see, right, welcome to MySQL Workbench, and you can click on this local instance here and enter the password and click on OK. See. So now this is how you will see the interface. Okay, so this is the process what you need to follow for the reinstallation of MySQL Server and Workbench, guys. Okay, and one thing you need to understand here whenever you are reinstalling is, so the databases, in case if you have created any databases, those particular databases and the data within the table, and also the tables or any stored procedures, anything if you have created previously, everything will be lost. Why? Because we are reinstalling, right? So when you are reinstalling, the database will be recreated. So what we are doing, we are recreating the database again. And the database means basically the server. Within a server you will have the databases over here, and basically we are recreating the server. So that is why what and all you have done in the database over there, everything will be lost. So if you are saving a file, you can find it. Okay, what and all the commands you have written and saved that particular file, you can find that particular file, but databases will be removed. Okay, everything you need to recreate them again. Okay, so this is the reinstallation of MySQL Workbench and the server case. Hello everyone. So in this video we'll be discussing about the basic commands what we can execute over here in the SQL, and also what are the different data types we have. Okay, so when I talk about the basic commands over here, we need a client software where we need to install this, but execute these commands. So to execute the commands, the client software what we are using over here is MySQL Workbench. Okay, so this MySQL Workbench, how to install and how to open it, and basically how to install, the clear guidance is provided. So if you are new to these videos, you can go through the previous videos where we have a clear guidance about how to install this MySQL Workbench in your laptops. And if in case if you have already installed, and if there is any problem with your MySQL Workbench, like for example you forgot your password and if you want to reinstall it, and for that also we have another video where there is a clear guidance about how to reinstall this MySQL Workbench in your laptops, right? So once after this MySQL is successfully installed, we can open this MySQL Workbench and we can execute the commands. And what are the commands we are executing? Those are SQL commands, means structured query language commands. So any of the SQL commands if you want to execute, you need to have something called as a client software. Okay, and what is the client software we are using over here is MySQL Workbench. Okay, and how to open it? Just in your taskbar, go to the search and just type MySQL. Okay, so once after you type MySQL over here, on your screen itself you can see MySQL Workbench 8.0 CE is the first option. Just click on it and the MySQL Workbench will open. Okay, so once it opens over here, then under MySQL connections you can find something called as local instance MySQL 80. Okay, so what is this? This is a server. So when we are installing, we install the server and the client software to execute the command. So basically when you write any commands and when you are interacting over here, there need to be a server to which you need to interact, right? So this server and the client software, everything we install within our laptop itself. Okay, so as this is the initial stage where we are learning the SQL, right? So the servers, we are installing it within our laptop and we are interacting with it. So when it comes to the corporate level or when it comes to the real-time scenarios, the companies will have different servers like MySQL server or else Oracle server or else SAP server. There are different servers. okay, so with which you will interact and you will extract the data, or basically you will interact with the data in the servers by executing the SQL commands over here. Okay, so now talking about this MySQL workbench over here, how to log in is just under the MySQL connections, you have something called as local instance MySQL 80. Click on it. So once you click on it, you will get an option over here to enter the password. So when we are installing this MySQL workbench and the server, we created a password for this. So what is this password is, the servers required a basic security. Okay, as this is in the learning stage, we don't need to give any strong passwords over here. Any basic password you can provide so that we don't forget it. Okay, and we can enter the password and we can log in into this MySQL workbench and we can connect to the servers. So just type the password and okay. So once it is done, yeah, so now this is the interface how this MySQL workbench looks over here. And here initially we'll have a page like SQL additions, guys. Okay, so this particular option is not required for us. So the number 1 where it is the cursor is blinking, there we need to execute our commands over here. And this SQL additions, if you want to remove this, on the complete right side top you have something called as 3 blue color boxes. Just unselect the third one and this SQL additions will be removed. And now initially first page is open, so this is one tab. And in a browser, how you can open multiple tabs, so the same way in the workbench also you can open multiple tabs. Okay, so now if you want to open a new tab, or else if you want to open a previous file, okay, where you can find these options is in the file you have an option called as new query tab. Okay, so from here you can choose this option, or else here on the screen itself you have a shortcut. Okay, so as you can see my cursor where it has been pointed, so there you can have a shortcut option where you can directly click on it and you can open a new file. Okay, so like this, if I click on this, it will open a new file for me. Okay, so this is to open new files, and already if there is already an existing file which you want to open, then you can do it from the file itself. So from the file, open SQL script. This is the option what you need to select when you want to open a file already which is existing. Okay, so now execution. So as I mentioned over here earlier, the basic commands, what are the basic commands we can execute over here is, so first one is databases. So when I talk about a server over there, server consists of different databases, and what and all the different databases I have, and to which database I want to interact, and how to select a database or how to create a database in a server, everything we look after in this basic commands over here. And why we have complete access to all the databases over here is, as we are working in the host level, means the server what we have installed, it is within our laptop itself, means we are working in an administrative level over here where we'll have the complete access to the servers. But when it comes to the real-time scenarios, you will be provided with the access only to the specific databases which are required for your job role. Let's say for example, let's say I am working from IT department, so then the company will not provide me the database access for the finance department. Okay, so there will be different databases. Okay, which and all the databases are required for us, they will only provide the access for only certain databases. But as here we are working in an administrative level, we'll have the complete access to all the databases. Okay, now the first command what we'll execute is, what are the databases you have and how to find this within our server. So the command should be show databases, and any command whenever you write, guys, the command need to end with a semicolon. So this is must and should. Okay, how SQL or how this workbench will understand either the command is ending in the first line or either the command is ending in the second line, how it can understand is by providing a semicolon at the end of the command. Okay, so by this the SQL or the workbench can understand, okay, so this command ends here and you are okay to execute this. Okay, so now I've written show databases, and how to execute is, initially as of now, to execute a single line of command, you can click on Ctrl plus Enter on your keypad, or if you are using Mac, you have CMD. Okay, so you'll have something called a CMD over there, CMD plus Enter, written. Okay, so that is the option you can execute in the Mac, and in the Windows basically you can click it on Ctrl plus Enter. So now control plus enter. See, now you can see something called as a result grid here, right? It is popping out over here once after I execute this command. See, databases, information schema, MySQL, performance schema, practice DB3, 4 and SYS. What are all this? Till now we haven't created any of the databases. See, just now we opened the workbench. So previously we installed the MySQL workbench and we just now opened it and we executed our first most command is what are the databases. So we haven't created anything, but what are all these databases over here means this information schema, MySQL, performance schema and SYS. These are the 4 databases which are created by Workbench for its backend work. Means basically to store its backend data over there, it created its own databases. Okay, which is information schema, basically about information about what and all the databases you have, or what are the tables you are creating, or what are the columns you have within a table, a normal information about the databases or the tables and all. Okay, so for that data, an information schema and MySQL, performance schema and SYS. So these are the 4 different databases which are created by Workbench for its backend work. Okay, we don't need to do any changes in this databases, guys, and will not disturb them. Okay, so for what and all the practice or what and all the tables we want to create, we'll create our own databases. So like for example, if you see here practice DB3 or practice DB4. So in your laptop, if you see, you'll not find any of this. Okay, so you'll only see information schema, MySQL, performance schema and SYS. Then what is this practice DB3 or practice DB4? Or these are the databases which I created for what? For my internal work. Okay, so to practice or to check with any other data for any other client. Okay, so basically I created 2 different databases for my own purpose. Okay, which is practice DB3 and practice DB4. And execution wise, if you want to see what are the databases you have, you need to execute a command called as show databases. Okay, so this is the command, or this is the format. You can think it as a format, or you can also think it as a syntax. Syntax in the sense what? A particular structure or else a format you need to follow to execute a command. So any command you write it in the SQL, guys, you need to follow a particular structure. So by the name itself you can understand it, structured query language. So a certain format you need to follow to execute a command over here in the SQL. Okay, so now what is the first command? Show databases. Yeah, so and the names, everything should be exactly the same, guys. Syntax should be the same. So for example, if I don't give databases, if I'm giving database, what is happening? See here in the line number 1 itself, it is giving a red into mark at the line number 1 and also a red underline for the database. Means what it is clearly stating over here is, okay, so this is a wrong command what you are providing and we can't identify this command. So still, okay, so still after this warning also, if you are still executing this command, let's say I'll do control enter here. Okay, so what happens over here now? You can clearly see the execution outputs, what is happening with that command in the action output. So at the complete bottom, you can see something called as action output. So initially, for the first time, I executed a command called as show databases. So for which it is showing a green tick mark and 6 rows written. So in the message. So anytime, guys, any command you are executing in this workbench, if you are getting an error, don't get panicked. Okay, so it's not a big deal to worry about what is happening over here. The action output will give you a clear message what is the mistake you are doing. Okay, no need to worry anything about it. Okay, so how to find it? It's not a big deal for you to find out what is problem or what is a mistake over here. Just what you need to do, just go through the action output and go through the message what it is providing. See, now second time again the same command, I removed databases and I have written database. Okay, so now what it is doing, a red into mark. So if it is giving a green tick mark, you need to understand that that command is successfully executed, and if it is giving a red into mark, you need to understand that that command didn't execute. Okay, so now the command is not executed. So if it is not executed, it will give the message for you. See, now the message is you have an error in your SQL syntax. See, what I mentioned earlier, syntax or the format is the important thing when you execute any command here, right? So it is clearly showing that there is a mistake in your syntax. So what is the mistake? I need to write databases, means that is the word I need to write to show the output. So if I again give databases, you don't need to write another command again and again. You can modify the same command here. So what are these commands? These are the data driven commands here. Okay, now if I give databases, see that into mark is gone, red into mark, and also the red underline is also removed. Now if I execute control enter, see, again I can see the output. So this is the command what you need to execute to see what and all the databases you have in a server. Next, interface wise, Workbench is the one which will give you additional information about few certain options, which are like these databases itself. Okay, so in the left side here you can see something called as schemas. If you are not finding the schemas, in the middle of the screen at the left side you can see administration and schemas. If you are in the administrative page, click on the schemas, you will come to the schemas. Okay, so in the schemas, this is the place where it will show what and all the databases you have in your server. As this this by default databases which are created by the Workbench, those will not show in the schema. What and all the databases you have created, only those databases will be shown in the schemas here. See, now if you see here, practice DB3 and practice DB4, what are these two? These are the databases which I have created. Okay, yeah. So now this is the first command about show databases, which will show what and all the databases you have in your server. Okay, well and good, this command is done. And how to execute? End it with a semicolon, control plus enter. So make sure you keep your cursor on that particular line and do control enter so that you can execute and you can see the output. Next one is, now we understood that there need to be a database. So for what? So to create any tables over here. So first the database need to be there. Within a database, tables I can create, and within the table I can insert the columns and the data. Okay, so for that, first initially what we want, we need a database. Okay, and what is the command or what is the syntax we need to follow to create a databases? So first I'll show the syntax. Syntax. What is the syntax you need to follow over here is create and database name. Means there should be a particular name given for a database case. So now if you observe here in my Workbench, so what are the names I have given? Practice DB3 and Practice DB4. The same way, whatever the name you want, you can give. So there are no such restrictions that you need to give only character data or only a particular word you need to give or particular letter you need to give. There are no such restrictions. Whatever the name you want, you can give for the database. But one thing to be more cautious over here is, once you are creating a database, you cannot rename a database case. Okay, so database can be removed from the server, but a database cannot be renamed. That is the main thing you need to understand. That is the one and only restriction what you have on this database. So means, let's say I've created a database called as Practice DB. If I create a database called as Practice DB, I cannot rename it again. Let's say if I want to rename it to Practice DB 5 or 6, it is not possible anymore. Okay, so once you create a database with a particular name, that's fixed. You cannot rename a database over here. And the syntax to create a database over here is create and the database name, end it with a semicolon and execute. So anything you do it in the Workbench case, anything you want to perform, execution. It's not about only just writing the command. Once you write the command, you need to execute those commands. Okay, so now following the same syntax, we'll create our own database now, which is, let's say I'll create, and the database name I'll give it as Practice DB. So practice database. Basically I'm giving a shortcut name as Practice DB over here. So syntax, so create database name. Okay, now I'll follow the same syntax. I'll go to the second line, create and the database name is PracticeDB, semicolon. Okay. So there's one more thing which we need to also additionally add here is database. Okay, this is the one more word which you need to add it here. So basically the command will be create database and name of the database is PracticeDB. So why the name of database is required over here is you can create so many things in a server case, like you can create a database, or you can create a table, or you can create something called as views or indexing. There are so many additionalities what you can do by using a create command. Now what we are doing, we are creating a database, so create database and the name of the database. So I'll modify this with create database and name of the database. See, now how I understood that there is a problem over here by the syntax error. So now if I don't add this, so it is giving a mistake wrong for me here, a red into mark and a red underline over here. So now what I'll do, I'll modify it. So okay, I understood that. Okay, so there is a mistake with the syntax. Now I need to modify this. So database. So create database and the name of the database over here. Now once after you write the command, end it with a semicolon, control enter, right? So now we created a database. Now if I go back to the line number 1 and if I re-execute this command, okay, I can go back and I can execute this commands again. It's not like I need to go to a next line and I need to write a command over here. I'll go to the line number 1, control enter. Now if I check, see, can you see PracticeDB here, right? So if you execute the same way, okay, so first you can execute a command, show databases. After that, create a database of your, or whatever the name you want, you can provide and create a database. Then execute the show database again. Then you, in your screen, means in your laptop, you can see information schema, MySQL, performance schema, PracticeDB and SYS. This is the database which just now we created it. Okay, so sir, this execution wise, when I execute a command, it is showing me. But what about the schemas which is showing completely left side of my screen? So as I mentioned that this is the point where it will show what and all the databases I have created. But how come or why this PracticeDB which I just now created is not showing here? Means once after you do anything, means any modifications or any commands after you execute, just refresh. We need to refresh the schema. And how to refresh a schema? A little right side to the name schema over here, you can see a small refresh button. Okay, so click on this. Now PracticeDB loaded, right? So this is the command what we need to execute to create a database. And once we create a database, you cannot rename. Okay. Yeah. After this, now what are the basic understandings what we need to have over here is PracticeDB I created, guys. Now once after this is created, if I try to execute this command again, control enter, what is the problem I am facing over here now? See, now it's not like it will only show the message or an action output of the command what you executed. So from starting till the end, what and all the executions you do, everything it will show in a list. See, first show databases, the same commands I executed. Now at last what I did, I created a database and again I executed the same command. So what is the mistake it is giving? So error into mark. Error code 1007 can't create database, PracticeDB, database exists. So it's a simple terminology of the English language what we can understand, which is like it is clearly saying that I cannot create a database called as PracticeDB. Why? Database already exists, means it is clearly stating that you have already a database which is under a name of PracticeDB and you cannot create another database with the same name. Okay, so means what is the restriction you have? I cannot create different databases with the same name. Okay, names should be different. So now what and all the databases I created, PracticeDB, PracticeDB 3, PracticeDB 4 means names are different. What is the restriction, or what kind of a restrictions it is providing basically over here is, it is not letting me create multiple databases with the same name. Okay, likewise, what and all the basic rules. So this is a basic RDBMS rule case. Likewise, what and all the basic RDBMS rules we have over here are, first one is database name itself. So RDBMS rules. First rule is database name should be unique, in the sense the names should be different from each other. Means it cannot be a duplicate name over here. So this is the first RDBMS rule which you need to follow, guys. So next, the second RDBMS rule is, within a database, table names should be unique. Okay, so once you have a database, within a database you will have the tables case. So those table names should be different from each other. Likewise, how this database name should be different from each other, the same way within a database, table name should be different from each other. Next RDBMS rule is, within a table, column names should be unique. Means in a table you will have different columns. Okay, so basically when you see an Excel sheet over there, you will have the column names, like as employee ID, employee name, okay, hire date or department ID, or else what is the salary. Likewise, you have different names, right? The same way here, when you create a table over here, within a table you will have different columns, and within that table, based on those columns what you created, we'll insert the data. Okay, so for the data there are no such restrictions like it should be only unique over there. Why? Because multiple people can have the same name, multiple people can be hired on the same day, multiple people can have the same department, right? We cannot make it unique over there for the data. But now, what are the three basic RDBMS rules which you need to follow? First one is, database names should be unique. Okay, next, within a database, table names should be unique, and next, within a table, column names should be unique. So these are the three basic RDBMS rules which we need to follow, guys. Okay, so likewise, we created the database over here, and once we create a database, we need to select the database over here, which means as the database what I created, now let's say I want to create a table, guys. Let's say there is a table called as a student, and within a table I want to insert certain data, and certain columns also I want to create. So if I want to create a table over here, first in which database, where I need to create. Okay, and also when I am creating a table and when I am specifying certain columns over here, so those columns, in that particular columns, what is the data I need to insert. Okay, if I say employee name, means what kind of a data I can insert? A character data, means there should be certain names like Ram or Ramesh or Santosh or any other names. Okay, so Joseph or Harry, any names, basically these are all the names. When I say employee name is a column which consists of the names, I cannot insert 1 to 3. Okay, so 1 2 3 or 4 5 6 or 6 7 8, like that I cannot insert the data over there, right? So likewise, whenever you are creating any columns within a table over here, they need to consist of a certain data types, case. Okay, so means when a column is created within a table, initially while creating the column itself, we'll specify what kind of a data we'll insert into that particular column, means a data type. So this is the main thing about creating the tables, is what are the data types we have. So basically whatever the data you have here, they are structured or they are been divided into different data types in SQL base. Okay, and what and all the different data types we have are, first we'll have a basic understanding about what is meant by this database over here. As I clearly mentioned earlier, database is nothing but what kind of a data you have, means 1 2 3. What is the data? A numeric data. So what data type is required to insert the numeric data? If I enter a name, let's say if I want to enter a name called as Harry, what is the data? A character data. So to insert a character data into a column, what is the data type? And next, let's say date data, means what a date consists of an year, a month and a date, right? So to insert those kind of a data, what kind of another data type we have. Likewise, we'll first understand what are the different data types we have, guys. So we should not directly jump into the tables. Okay, so first we need to understand the basic knowledge about what are the different data types we have and how we can specify those data types for particular columns. Whenever you are creating a column, a certain data type need to be specified, right? So now talking about the data types over here. Okay, so as we are discussing about the data types over here, so before we jump into the data types, first we'll learn about 2 or 3 more basic commands, and then we'll focus into what are the different data types we have. Okay, as I explained over here, what are the commands which we executed till now. So first one is how to see what and all the databases you have in your server over here. Okay, and what is the command we executed to show that? Show databases. So why we are executing a command even though if it is showing in the schemas over here is, so in this particular client software you can see in the schemas what and all the databases you have. Let's say you are using a different client software, then what happens, you might not see the schemas option over here on your interface. Okay, so interface will change accordingly to the client softwares over there, right? So now at that point, if you want to see what and all the databases you have, you can execute a command called as show databases. Next, we created a database now, and once after the database is created, before we write any of the further commands like creating a table or inserting the data into a table, any further commands if you want to execute over there, first and most important thing to do in this MySQL workbench is selecting a database. And how to select a database? Here also there is a syntax what we need to follow, which is use and the database name. Okay, so what is the syntax? Use and the database name. Whatever the database you want, select that data. What is enter that particular name here. So let's now what is the database we created over here? PracticeDB. And if we want to use this PracticeDB, now I'll go to the next line and I'll write a command, use PracticeDB, semicolon, control, enter. See. Now how you can understand either a database is selected or not is by looking into the schemas. You can see a bold coloring given for a database, guys. Okay, so now we can see here a database PracticeDB is given a bold color. So by that we need to understand that this database is selected for now. If I want to use another database, let's say this PracticeDB3 I want to select, or if I want to select this PracticeDB4, simply again in future I'll execute a command, use PracticeDB3. If I execute a command, use PracticeDB3, what happens? Instead of PracticeDB, PracticeDB3 will be selected. Okay, simple. So what is the database you want to select? Use and the database name. And next, now within this, how to see is there any tables created? For that you can execute a command, show tables. So show tables is the command what you can execute, semicolon, control, enter. So when I execute show tables, are there any tables showing up? See, in the result grid it is completely blank, in the sense we haven't created any of the tables now. We just now seen what and all the databases you have. After that we created a database for our own, and next we selected a database. Now we are seeing what are the tables. So we created the database. Within that, if there are any tables to be shown, it will show once after you create the tables. Okay, so now before we create the tables, first we'll try to understand what and all the different data types we have, guys. Okay, so talking about the data types over here, data types. First one is numeric data types. Next, second one is character data types. Next, third one is date data types, guys. Okay, so these are the three most important data types what we have in this SQL. So first one is numeric, next character, next date data types. First, talking about the numeric over here. Okay, so talking about the numeric, what and all the different data types we have over here are, for the whole numbers we have a separate data types, and next for the fractions, numeric data means it's not just only, okay, so fractions, so numeric means it's not just only the whole numbers, fractions which are like any such data like 3.62 or 5.45. So decimal places, when you're having a decimal places, those kind of a data, you'll call it as fractions data over here. First, we'll first focus into what are the different data types you have for the whole numbers over here. So for the whole numbers, we have a data types like tiny int, small int, medium int, and big int. So these are the five different data types what we have just to insert the whole numbers. So any whole number, it will be the same number, right? So how come or why this different data types again we have in this whole numbers itself means based on the size. What is the size it is allocating over there when you create a data type for a column? So first, tiny int, it will allocate a memory of 1 byte. Next, small int, it will allocate a memory of 2 bytes. Medium int, 3 bytes. Int, 4 bytes. Big int, 8 bytes. Okay. So before we jump into the data types over here, first we'll try to understand few basic commands over here, guys. So which are like what and all the databases we have seen. Likewise, what and all the tables you have in a database, or how to select a database. Okay, or the main three basic commands what we learn initially is how to create a table, and next how to insert the data into a table, and next how to fetch the data out from a table. So these are the three main basic commands we'll learn. Once it is completed, then we'll focus or we'll jump into what and all the data types we have. Okay, as I mentioned over here, a data type is required whenever you are creating a column in a table. Okay, so like for example, if I have a table called as the student, guys. Okay, so there is a table called as students in which I want to insert a certain data, which is ID, next student name is a column, and I'll keep one more column which is called as age. Just 3 columns, just only 3 columns I'm creating in a table, which is a table name is student, and within that students table, what are the columns I have? ID, student name, and age. Okay, so this is a table, and within this table I want to insert a data, something like ID 1, name as Harry, and the age as 23, and next student ID 2, let's say Siri, having an age as 24. Likewise, I want to insert a few additional details also. So before we jump into multiple data insertion over there, first we'll try to understand the 3 basic commands, which are how to create, how to insert, how to fetch. Later, going on in further videos, we can see what and all the different changes you can do. Let's say I want to add a column called as marks, how to add a column marks to the table. Or let's say I want to remove a column called as the age from this table, how to remove a column from the table. Or I want to change the name, how to change the name for a column in a table, or how to change the name of the table itself. So all these modifications, or else let's say I want to insert a few additional records, where multiple records I want to insert from a single line of command. Or let's say if I want to insert data into specific columns itself. Let's say I don't know the name, student name, but still I want to insert few other records with an ID and the age. Okay, like how I can insert the data likewise. Okay, all this further modifications what we can do. So before we jump into those modifications additionally, first we'll try to understand the basic things. Okay, so when we go step by step basic understanding, after that we can go into the further modifications what and all we can do. Okay, so the first thing is how to create a table over here. Let's say I have a table called as student, which need to be consisting of 3 columns, which is ID, student name, and age. So how to create it, and what is the syntax? So as I mentioned earlier itself, so there need to be a certain syntax you need to follow whenever you want to create any of the table over here. Okay, and what is the syntax we need to follow to create a table is syntax create table table name, next open the brackets and specify what and all the columns you want. And what are the columns? So we will write the command further. First we'll try to understand the syntax. So column name, next data type. So what is the kind of a data you want to insert into this column? Next another column. So how many columns? Column 2. Next data type. Likewise, how many columns you want to enter or create, you can specify those many columns, and also the data type for those columns over here. So following this syntax over here, if I want to create a table now, okay, let's say I want to create a table now which is students. So the above example what I have provided, based on the same we'll create a table now. So which is create table. Next table name. So what is the table name I have here? Student. Student. Next, what are the column names? What is the first column name? ID. ID. And the data type. What is the data type I will provide for this? So initially, for now, we'll look into 1 or 2 data types, where to understand how to create this table. Once these 3 basic commands are completed, then we'll elaboratively we'll look into what and all the different data types we have, and what are the most commonly used data types. Okay, so as of now, as what is this ID? It's a numerical data what I'll insert. So to insert a numeric data into a column, a data type what we'll use is int, guys. So as of now we are using a data type called as int. So int is nothing but to insert the integer data into a column. Next, one more column is student name. So here, what is the data I can insert within a student name over here? So basically student name consists of some of the other names like Ram, Ramesh, John, Harry. What are all this? This is a character data. So to insert a character data over here, we have a data type called as char. Okay, so a data type we have which is called as char. But one thing to be understandable over here, when you mention a character data type, is you need to also specify what can be the maximum character length. Okay, so length, what when I say character length over here, if I say Ram, RAM, 3 character length. If I say Ramesh, RAMESH, 6 character length. If I say John, 4 character length. Or if I say Siri, 4 character length. Likewise, what can be the maximum character length for the complete data? So it doesn't bother about 1 or 2 records. What and all the data you are inserting within this column in a table, for those names, okay, for those particular details in the student name, the length you need to give a certain maximum character length, because the complete storage or the complete storage capacity cannot be assigned for the student name, right? So we need to give a certain character length here. So for that, I'll give a character length as 30. Okay, so as of now we'll look into only this int and char over here. So further going on, we'll see what and all the different data types we have for this numerical data, or what and all the different data types you have for this character data, and what can be the maximum character length I can take when I give a data type as char. All this we'll learn in the further elaboration in the data type section. Okay, as of now, student name, char, and the maximum character length as 30. Next one is one more column I have, which is age. So in the age, I'll be inserting the integer data itself. So to insert the integer data, int semicolon. See, now if you observe, everything follows the same syntax. What is the format in which I need to write the command? So create table, table name, column name, data type, column name, data type. Likewise, how many columns you want to create, you can mention the column name, and next you can specify the data type. So data type is must and should, guys. So it's not like can I create a column without a data type? Means no. Okay, when you are creating a column within a table, must and should you need to specify what kind of a data you will be inserting within that column by giving a data type. Okay, so following the same syntax, now we'll create the table. Okay, so now I'll write this command in my workbench. Create table student, next ID, after this data type will be int, next student underscore name, and the data type is char, 30. After this, one more column we have, which is age, which is of int. Okay, 3 columns we are creating. So a basic thing. Okay, we are not going very too complex with the creation over here initially itself. A basic command how to create a table. So create table, table name, and columns, and the data types for the columns, semicolon. So now everything, all the syntax is fine. Okay, so there is nothing a red into mark or red underline, nothing it is showing. Now if I execute this command here, see, even though if everything is correct, still some sort of mistake I am doing over here, which is in the action output it is showing red into mark. Okay, so why this red into mark and why it is facing over here is there is a message. Okay, so by the end of this classes or by the end of this sessions over here, what I am trying to portray is you need to be in a position, or you need to be in a situation where you need to understand what is the mistake you are doing, or you need to be in a position how to find out what is the mistake you are doing. Okay, how to find out, or where you can see what and all the mistakes you are doing, or if there is any syntax error or anything problem over here for the syntax, where you can see it, message. Look into the message and you can clearly understand what is the main problem of without this command is not executing over here. See, now command everything is correct, I have written everything syntax wise itself, but the message, if I observe here, no database selected. Okay, so no database selected in the sense databases are present. Okay, but when I try to create the student, so in my screen over here, okay, so yeah, so in my screen over here, if you see, practice DB I have, practice DB3 I have, practice DB4 I have. In which database I need to create the students table? Either it should be in the practice DB or practice DB or 4. It should be in practice DB, right? So for that, we need to select a database case. Even in your server, if you have only one database, or even if you have multiple databases, the first and most important command what you need to execute is selecting a database. Or first and most important thing what you need to check whenever you open, let's say you closed and open your workbench, whenever you open your workbench, the first and most important thing you need to check is there any database selected or not? Any further commands if I execute also, you will get the same error. Why? Because it cannot understand from which database you are trying to execute those commands, or you are trying to check with the data. Okay, if I want to create a table student, it should be created in practice DB. So that first database should be selected, and what is the syntax you need to follow to select a database over here is simple. So you can write use database name. Simple. Okay, once after you select this, execute this command, done, the database will be selected. So you can write it in line number 4, or you can write it anywhere. You can write the command, guys, but main thing is execution of that command. Okay, so to execute the command, okay, so you can write it here, or I can write it in the middle also. Let's say here I'll write use and the database name. What is the database we created? Practice DB. Practice DB. And see, when I don't give a semicolon, what it is doing in line number 4, it is giving an error into mark. Syntax, everything is correct for line number 4, but why it is giving a mistake over here is because in line number 3 I didn't end the command with a semicolon. See, if I remove the semicolon, what SQL Workbench is trying to understand here, it is thinking that line number 3 and line number 4 both are of single command itself. Okay, if you are writing a commands in Workbench, one particular command can continue for as many lines as we can. Okay, but how it can understand that command is ending or not is by giving a semicolon at the last. Okay, so once after I write a command use and the database name, now I'll do control enter. See, now the database is selected. So, and how you can understand either a database is selected or not? By looking into the schemas here, you can understand the difference. So if it is giving a bold coloring for the data over here, or sorry, not for the data, for the database. Okay, if it is giving a bold coloring for the database, you need to understand that this particular database is selected. If the database is not selected, you can't see this bold coloring for any of the database. Okay, so this is must and should case. Even if you have only single database also, you need to select the database first. Okay, once after the database is selected, now I can execute this command. See, the same command I'll execute again, which gave me an error previously. Now control enter. See, now it got executed successfully. You can see a green tick mark. And once the command table is created over here, now I can insert the data. Okay, So I can insert the data. After that, I can fetch the data out from a table. Okay. So now mainly where the table will be there within a database. Okay. Where the databases will be there within a server. Okay. So now let's check with a small command, which is how to see what and all the tables you have in a database. Okay. So the command we need to execute is show tables and semicolon. When you write a command show tables and a semicolon, control enter. See what and all the tables it is showing? Student, which is the table which we created just now. Okay, so it is showing over here, but why it is not showing in the schemas means just in the schemas, a little right side you have something called as a refresh shortcut. Click on this refresh. See, now for the tables you can see a right arrow. If I click on this, see, there is a table called as student in your practice DB database. Within this database there is only one table which we just now created. Okay, so table creation is completed. Now insertion. Okay, how to insert the data. So this is also a basic command itself case. We are not jumping into the complex commands over there. We are looking into the basic command now, so that we can understand what we are trying to do with the SQL over here, or how the commands need to be executed or written. Okay, so later on we'll execute additional commands. So now to insert the data, what is the syntax is? What is the syntax you need to follow is insert into table name, next values and data. Okay, I'm again saying is this is only the basic format of inserting the data. Okay, later on we'll see what are the different ways. Okay, so now in this format I'll be inserting the data now, and now I'll write the command for the student table. Insert into, what is the table name? Student. Next values, and the data over here you need to give the exact count of the data what you have in the table case. So how many columns I have in a table? 3 columns, which is student ID, next the student name, next the age of the student. 3 columns I have. For that, first I'll mention ID as 1. Next one is what data type? Character. Student name is of character data type. See, ID is int. Next student name is what? Character data type, right? So now to insert the data when you give a data type as char is, you need to specify that in single or double quotations. Okay, so now the first record what I'll insert is Harry. Okay, so Harry is done. Now next one is age. What is the age? I'll give an age as 24, semicolon, and the same way we can write a command in our workbench and we can execute it. So now here also the same syntax I followed. Insert into table name, values and the data. Okay, so now I'll go to the line number 6. I'll execute a command, insert into student. So when you are inserting the data, obviously you need to specify the table name where you want to insert. Insert into student, next values are 1 comma student name is Harry. Next the age is, I'll give the age as 24, semicolon, control enter. Right, now one record I am inserting. See, it got successfully inserted now. Next one more record I'll insert. insert into student val user, let's say student id 2, and I'll give a name as Siri and an age as 23. I'll give semicolon, control enter. See, now this is also executed. See how many records I want to insert. I can insert those particular data by using a command called as insert over here. So this is a basic, again I'm saying this is a basic way. Additionally, if I want to insert any other data, and also one more thing over here is insertion commands you need to execute only once. Please don't execute them twice. If in case if you are executing them twice, what happens over here is duplicate entry will be inserted. Okay, so don't do that. Don't execute them twice, just execute them only once. Okay, once you execute them only for one time, the record will get inserted. If in case mistakenly if you are executing that command again, the record will get inserted again. Don't do that. So which is like a duplicate insertion. So duplicate insertions, we can delete them, but why to insert and why to make a problem with that? If you execute it only once, it will be created. Okay, and now we inserted two records, guys. One is Harry, another one is Siri. These two records are inserted. Once the records are inserted, then I need to check. Okay, table is there, data is there within the table, and also while inserting the data also, make sure you give the data for all the three columns. Don't skip any of the column. Okay, so for example, if I write a command insert into student val user 3 comma, and I don't want to give the student name, so I'll directly give the age, means let's say I'll give the age as 25 semicolon and control enter. See what is the error I'm getting over here? Column count. So any error, look into the message. Column count does not match value count at row 1. Means it is clearly saying that okay, so in a table you have 3 columns, but here the data what you are inserting is for only for 2 columns where the count is not matching. Okay, if the count is not matching, obviously it gives an error for you. So you don't insert like this. How to insert into the specific columns we'll learn in the future classes. Okay, this is a basic command to insert a one record, which is by inserting the or specifying the data for all the columns what I have in a table case. So don't do this one, just only first record and second record, and execution is also only once. Once this is done, now the next one, creation is done, insertion is done. What is the next command we need to, basic command we need to learn here, which is how to fetch the data out from a table. Okay, so to fetch the data out from a table, the command will start with a word called as select, guys. Okay, so what is this select is? It's a print statement. Okay, so select is a print statement in the SQL case. Okay, if I want to see the output from any of the table, the command will start from select case. There are so many ways how you want to see the data from a table. So means when you want to see the data, let's say I want to see only the first record data, or else let's say I want to see only the age from the table, or let's say if I want to see only the student names, or if I want to see only the IDs, or if I want to give certain conditions while I'm fetching the data. There are so many select commands we can write. Okay, but what is the basic command what you are writing over here? How to see the data what you have in a table case, which is, I'll write a command now. Select start from table name. What is the table name you have over here is student. Okay, so now I'll elaborate. That's a statement. Next, the star, it will fetch all columns and rows. So what it is doing, what star states over here is, it will fetch the data from all the columns and rows case. That is what star states over here. And the students, it's a table name. So basically what we can conclude from this command, print the complete data from the students table. Okay, so this is what star means, and from which table you want, specify the table name, and what is the data you want. If I want the complete data, I am writing star over here. Star states it will fetch the data from all the columns and rows case. Now I'll execute the same command in the workbench. Select star from student semicolon, control plus enter. Okay, so any command you want to execute, control plus enter. See, now what is the data I have in the students table? ID, student name and age, where I have the ID as 1, student name as Harry, next the age as 24, next one is ID Siri, age as 23. So this is how we are creating a table, inserting the data into a table and fetching the data out from a table case. Okay, alongwise what and all the another commands we have learned, how to see what and all the tables I have in a database. Okay, next how to select a database and how to create a database, and next how to see what and all the databases you have in a server. These are all the commands what we executed till now. So if I want to see what is the data I have in a table, I need to write a command which starts with select case. Now let's say I haven't created the table, but I know what are the columns I have, but I don't know the data types. Okay, let's say I want to see a further elaboration about the table, not the data. So if I want to see the data, anything related to the data, if you want to check from a table, the command will start with select case. Select is a print statement over here. Whatever the conditions you give, based on those conditions, the data will be printed. Now I am talking about table structure. Okay, so what is the structure of the table? Means basically what are the columns I have in a table and what is the so what are the columns I have in a table and what are the data types I have for a column. So for that, what is the command we need to execute over here is describe and next table name. For what table I want to see the description? Student table. So I'll give describe student semicolon, control enter. See, so as of now, just look into this field and type over here. You can see ID int and next student name and type as char 30, next the field name as age and the type as int. See, now it is clearly showing me what is the description of this table. So there are two types of commands. Okay, two different commands are there. Both will give you the same output. If I write describe and the table name, it will show the description of the table. Even if I write DESC and the table name, control enter, even it will also give you the same output. If I write describe and the table name, and if I write DESC and the table name, both will give you the description of this particular table case. This is why one more basic command what you can understand here, which gives the description of the table. Okay, so these are all the basic commands over here. First one is show what are all the databases you have in a server. Next one, creating a database. Next, selecting the database. Next, within that database, creating a table. After that, checking what are the tables I have in a database. Next, inserting the data. We inserted 2 records into a table. Once after the insertion is completed, then how to see what is the data I have in a table? Select command. So next, we are writing a select command to see what is the data I have in a table over here. Next, description. If I want to check with the description of this particular table, I'll write describe and the table name. If I want to check with the data within a table, I'll write a command starting with select. Okay, so these are the basic commands over here. Now once it is done, so now we'll try to understand what is this int or what is this char or what is this int over here. Okay, so I mentioned int, which will give you the integer data, and next char, which gives you the character data. So both the data types are fine. Now likewise, what and all the different data types you have? Okay, and what and all the most commonly used data types in SQL? Okay, so this is the one which we'll learn next. This video, so we'll be discussing about what and all the most commonly used data types and how to specify those data types over here. Okay, so first talking about the data types over here. So previously we have learnt about the basic commands of how to create a table and how to insert the data into a table and how to fetch the data out from a table, right? So at the time of creation of the table, we have clearly specified over there what and all the different data types we used while creating the columns is int and char, right? So likewise, what and all the different data types we have, we'll look into the elaboration of the most commonly used data types. First one is numeric data types. Okay, so in the numeric data types, for whole numbers, okay, so for whole numbers we have one data, certain data types over here. Next, for the fractions we have another data types. Next, for the character data, to insert any character data, we have a data types which are like char and varchar. Next, to insert the date data, we have a data types like date time. Next, time, timestamp, date, year. So these are all the 5 different type of date data types what we have, guys. Okay, so numerical data, character data, date data. Okay, so this is the mostly the what is the data what we insert. Every other data will come into one or the other data type here. Okay, either it can be a numeric or character or date data. So character means any alphanumerical data or a string data or else a character data. If you want to insert, you can use the character data types. For the numerical data, we have for whole numbers we have separate data types, and even for the fractions also we have separate data types over here. These are the most commonly used data types over here. Now out of this, first we'll discuss about what is this data types we have to insert the whole numbers. Whole numbers. Okay, so in whole numbers we have a different flavors of data types which are int, sorry, not int. First, initially it will start with tiny int, small int, medium int, and big int. So to insert the integer data itself, we have different flavors in whole numbers. So in the integer, so to insert any integer data, we have different flavors in integer itself. So and why we have this different flavors of integer is the size what it is allocating. Okay, so previously when we created a table and when I specified student name, I gave a data type as char, and I mentioned that okay, so the character length should be 30 itself. The same way here, when you specify an integer data types, here also you need to allocate some of the other space, that the whole space cannot be allocated. Some of the other certain space need to be allocated for each and every record in that particular column, right? And what is the space, how what it allocates over there, it all differs this different data types of this integers, which is tiny int. When you give a data type as tiny int for a column, it will allocate a memory of 1 byte. Next, if you are allocating a data type as small int, okay, if you are specifying a data type as small int, then it will allocate a data size of 2 bytes. Next, medium int, when you are specifying a data type as medium int, then it will allocate a space of 3 bytes. Next, int, it will allocate 4 bytes. Big int, it will allocate 8 bytes, guys. A very huge value, okay, almost a length of 64 digits or 45 digits. So that is the biggest number. Any huge values if you want to insert, then you can use this big int, guys. Okay, these are all the different flavors of integers we have over here, and 1 byte, 2 bytes, 3 bytes, 4 bytes and 8 bytes is the space what it is allocating based on the data type or based on the integer data type what you use. Okay, so let's understand this, what is this 1 byte and why it is useful to give a different data type based on the column or the based on the data what you insert into a column is. Let's say for example, we have a column called as age. Okay, so for age, let's say if I give a data type as int. Okay, if I give int, then how much space is allocated for each and every record in that particular column? 4 bytes. Okay, 4 bytes of memory is allocated. Now out of this 4 bytes over here, what can be the maximum number I can insert when you give a data type as tiny int? Means basically in 1 byte, what is the maximum number I can insert? Okay, so now I am talking about the number, not the length, a number. So in 1 byte, I can accommodate or I can allocate a maximum number which is 255, guys. So it's not related to the SQL over here. So on the terms of this basic computer knowledge, you can say that 1 byte is of 8 bits. Okay, so 1 byte, how much it is? 8 bits. So 2 power 8 minus 1. Okay, so it will be around 256 minus 1, which will be 255. Okay, so this is how it came for 1 byte as 255. So we don't want to go through this computer knowledge over here and don't get confused. So we are discussing about SQL itself. Okay, so on a basic note or else a normal terminology wise, if you see, 1 byte can allocate or 1 byte can hold a maximum number which is 255. Okay, it's like in the binary format. Okay, so when you are storing into a 1 byte over there, 01100 might be for number 1. Okay, so this is all different binary formats and all. So we don't want all of it. Simple, we'll say that 1 byte can hold what can be the maximum number? 255. Okay, so likewise, if you see, for the age, if I give a data type as int, it is how much space it is allocating? 4 bytes of memory. So when it is 4 bytes, it is very huge, not just only 255 over there, more than that number. It might be around 12 digit number you can insert. Okay, so where in the 4 bytes. Now when I give for the age as int and 4 bytes over here, now for example, what can be the maximum age I can specify for any random person? Okay, so any random person, any data what I'm inserting over there, let's say into a particular table in a column over there, what can be the maximum number is? Think of it. Okay, so it can be around like 100, or maximum how many years a person can live in the present generation? Hardly 100, or people who live in certain areas where we can say it as 120. Okay, so we cannot see any other person who is having an age more than 120. right? So if in case if you know any of this knowledge, so there might be 1 or 2 people. Okay, but what is the maximum number? So this is here what we need to understand. What is the maximum number I want to insert within the age, which will be 120 will be the maximum number, right? But for the age, if I allocate a data type as int, and there is a person who is having an age as 120 or age as 30 or age as 40, okay, so when 4 bytes of memory is allocated over here, this 120 into how many bytes I can insert this? This is first 1 byte, second byte, third byte and fourth byte. So if 1 byte can hold a maximum number is 255, and if I insert any of the person age over there, what can be the maximum? 120. It will not exceed 120 for any person, right? So if I mention 120, in how many bytes I can insert? Just within 1 byte itself. In 1 byte, what is the maximum number I can mention? 255. Okay, but here 120 is the max for an age, which is less than 255 over here, right? So here if I am able to insert the data within 1 byte, and that too for every other person, I'm not talking about 1 or 2, for every other person, let's say 1,50,000 records you inserted. Out of those 1,50,000 records, for each and every person in the age, I am able to insert the data within 1 byte itself, right? If I insert within 1 byte itself, what about the remaining 3 bytes? Okay, so this remaining 3 bytes, it's wasted. It's not dynamic here. Okay, memory is not allocated dynamically. It will allocate 4 bytes, constant static memory it will be allocated. Either you use it or not, it doesn't bother. But it will allocate 4 bytes for each and every record in that particular column. Likewise, if you see for 1,50,000 records, if you are wasting 3 bytes for each and every record, combiningly how much of memory you are wasting here, right? So this is the point where you will be using different flavors of integers. If you feel like the data what you are inserting in a column will not exceed 255, then simply instead of giving an int as a data type, I can give an data type as tiny int, so that I will insert the data within that 1 byte itself, and there is no wastage of memory for me, right? So this is what we can achieve by giving different flavors of integers for the columns case. Okay, likewise tiny int can hold a maximum number is which is 1 byte, and small int, how much memory it is allocated when you use small int is 2 bytes. Medium int will allocate 3 bytes of memory. Int will allocate 4 bytes of memory, and big int will allocate 8 bytes of memory. But for our better understanding what is int means, we can directly understand it's an integer data type. That's why we provided it as it. And also further learning, maximum hardly will insert 10 or 15 records, where the wastage of 3 bytes for 15 records, it's not a big deal. But when you deal with a very huge data over there, in those conditions you need to be more cautious about what is the data type you are specifying for a column. Okay, because there when you talk about lakhs or millions of the data, you should not waste the memory, guys. Okay, because memory is more crucial. Okay, so there you can use different flavors of this integer data types. These are for the whole numbers. For the whole numbers, these are the data types what we have, which are tiny int, small int, medium int, and the big int. Now the next one. So next in the numerical itself, whole numbers is one. Another type of data what I can insert which is numeric, fractions. Okay, so now fractions. To insert any fractions data over here, we have a data types like float, double, decimal. Okay, so these are the 3 different data types what I have for the fractions case. Okay, fractions means basically what kind of a data? 3.62 4354.814 32164.62154 1.83. So like this kind of a data, we'll call it as a fractions case. Okay, and in this, what is the thing, what is the point, what is the data you need to understand here? You have something called as decimal places. These are not whole numbers, where you will find decimal places for this data. Okay, 3.62 or 4354.84, all this you will find the decimal places over there. And to deal with the decimal places also, here we have three different data types. Like to deal with the integer data itself, how we have different flavors of integer, the same way here to deal with this in decimals data also, we have three different data types, which is float, double and decimal. Okay, and now what is the difference? We'll understand it. Okay, so if I give a data type as float, okay, so first one is float. Okay, if I give a data type as float over here, then what is the change or what is the data it takes over here is the maximum decimal places is max decimals places it can hold is 24. Okay, so maximum decimal places it can consider is 24 decimal places. Like for example, I'm inserting a data, or I'm extracting a data, importing the data over here. When it is happening over there, for a particular column you have a data type as float. When it is a float over there, what are the maximum decimal places it can take? 24 decimal places. Next one is double. Okay, so double, now double is the same way as the float itself, but only the difference over here is float can take a total decimal places of 24, double can take a complete total decimal places of 53. Okay, so for a column over here, I can give a column name, and also next I can give directly specify float. If I mention float, only the data type name over there, by default what can be the decimal places here is 24 for the float, and for the double it will be 53. But there are other cases also where I can use float. Like for example, I want only 2 decimal places. Okay, I don't want to have the default of 24 decimal places for a data. I just want only the 2 decimal places need to be inserted into the table. Let's say when I'm inserting the data, I'll give the data like this: 3.62 4354.814, next 32164.3.621, like this. Different size of this decimal places I'll give. But at last, when it is getting inserted into the table over there, I'll say that it should take only 2 decimal places. Okay, so then we can give something called as float 100, 2. Okay, so what this 100, 2 states over here is, let's understand it by giving a one example of one particular value. So 3262.12431. So this is the value what I am inserting, and I give float 100, 2. What this 100 states over here is total digits. Next, what this 2 states over here is total decimal places. Okay, So total digits, how much you want, it will be 100 over here. Means there is no limit for this value here. Even if you give 100 or 50 or 150 or 164 or whatever the length, okay, so whatever the length you want to give, you can specify over here. So here, what is this total digits over here is total length along with the main value, means the the total values over here, along with that decimal places, combining of all together what can be the total digits. You can specify a number over here, and there is no limit for this number case. Whatever the maximum length you want to give, you can specify over here. But when it comes to the decimal places, if I mention 2, it will take only 2 decimal places here. Means basically what it will do, it will round off. It will round off at 1, 2 itself. That is what this 2 states over here. And here for this, what is the maximum decimal places I can take when I give a data type as float? 24. Okay, if you directly mention only float, by default it will be 24 case. If not, I want only 2 decimal places, means then I can specifically mention like this. Okay, so this is how you can mention the float. And when I say 2 means not the total over there, it is the count. Total decimal places are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Total decimal places, total digits of 9 digits of number here, along with the decimal places, which is not exiting 100. Okay, here only 9 values are there. But what is the maximum I specified? 100. Into here decimal places, how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 decimal values are there. Okay, in this I am rounding off it 2 decimal values itself. Okay, so for example, if I say I have a value as 4324.12531. Okay, so for this, round it off at 1 decimal place only, means 4324.1. so basically it will round off here. That is what float, and specifically if I mention a value, it will round off for those particular decimal places itself. Okay, so this is how float can be used. And what is the one more data type we have over here is double. Okay, so double and the float, these two are similar case. Only the difference is what is the maximum length or maximum decimal places you can consider. For the float, you can consider the maximum decimal places as 24. For the double, you can consider the maximum decimal places as 53. This is the only difference over there. And why I am saying remaining everything will be the same is the rounding off calculation. The rounding of calculation, let's say here I have a value as 462.1614. Like this I have the data. And if I say round it off for 1 decimal place, means 462.2 it might take. Means there is a rounding off calculation which will happen. So this rounding off calculation will be the same for the float and the double case. Okay, float and the double both will follow the same rounding off calculation. Okay, so next, decimal. So what is this decimal over here? When we have a data types as the float and the double, where they can hold the maximum decimal places of 24 or 53, then why this decimal? What is this data type? Another one which is called as decimal here means. So decimal is a data type which is used mostly, okay, mostly means mainly, maximum cases, whenever you are dealing with the currency related data. When you are dealing with the currency related data over here, then you need to use a data type called as decimal case. Why? Because what is the main advantage for the decimal is rounding off calculation is handled better. Okay, so rounding off calculation is handled better compared to float or double. So compared to float or double, rounding off calculation is taken well care by the decimal data type, guys. So that is the reason why it is provided for the currency related data. Okay, why means let's say 3.333, let's say 10 by 3, what it will be 3.3333, like this here. So likewise you have the data like this, and this is the kind of a data which you have for 1 lakh records. Okay, you have this what you say, this values, decimal places, and continuously it is going on, and you have this kind of a data for 1 lakh records. And when I say 1 lakh records are there like this, and if I round it off by using float or double, there might be a chance where I can lose some partial amount of value or the currency. So if I say 3.33, is it equal to 10? Okay, no, right? So I cannot say that it is the exact value. Okay, but we can make this issues clear, or we can handle these issues when you use a data type as decimal. And even for the decimal also, I can take the maximum what is a decimal places as what it can hold is 24 itself. But within that, rounding off calculation is different compared to the float and double. Okay, so even though if it is rounding off, let's say even if I mention decimal 100,2, then also it will round off the values at 2 itself. But what is the main thing you need to understand here is the calculation, the rounding of calculation, what it follows over there is different. Okay, so this is what the difference you have between the decimal or float and the double, guys. Okay, so float and the double will follow one particular rounding of calculation. Decimal will follow another rounding of calculation, which is mainly useful when you are dealing with the currency related data. Okay, so this is what the decimal data type you have. So total how many we have? For the integer data, we have the, I'll show it. See, for the integer data, we have tiny int, small int, medium int, and the big int. Okay, so these are all the 5 different data types for the integers. Next, for the fractions, I have float, double, and decimal. Okay, so these are the 3 different data types for the fractions over here, guys. So these are all the different data types what you have for the numerical data, whole numbers, different data types, and even for the fractions we have different data types over here. Okay, so now next, talking about the next data type, which is char or varchar. So what is the difference here? So even if I mention char, I can insert the same data, or even if I mention varchar also, I can insert the same data. But what is the difference over here for me? Means first we'll try to understand the what are the concepts or what and all the properties this char has. Char. So first one is, we'll see the maximum character length. Okay, so what can be the maximum character length when you use a data type as char? Means 255. Okay, and next one is fixed memory allocation. Okay, so fixed memory allocation means a constant data or the space is allocated for each and every other record, guys. Okay, so here we'll try to understand this fixed memory allocation by one example. Let's say, for example, I have a column called as student name, and for which I gave a data type as char, and for the char I'll give it as 30 over here, and now I'll insert a name which is Siri. Okay, so I'm inserting a name as Siri over here. Now when I say Siri, what is the character length of the Siri? 4 character length, SIRI, 4 character length it is. Okay, but now when it is allocating the data, SIRI. So like this, out of the 30 character length, in how many character length I can insert the name Siri? Within 4 character length. When I able to insert the data into 4 character length, for this particular record, how much character length is wasted? 26. Okay, so what happens for this 26 character length spaces? It will still remain the same. Okay, so as I mentioned over there, char is a fixed character, fixed memory allocation. Okay, it will not change accordingly. It will allocate the same space no matter either you use it or not. It will allocate the same space. Okay, so that is what char will do, guys. Okay, so now let's say if I'm giving student name and I am inserting every other data which is between the character length of 5 or 6 itself. For every other record, the space will be wasted over there. Okay, it will not free up this particular space. It will be still keeping that particular space to the same record. Okay, so this is what char will do. Char will allocate the memory as a constantly. Okay, and this kind of an allocation, when it is useful is when you are trying to insert a fixed data into a column, guys. Okay, so any such data which is a fixed data over there, so that data can be alphanumerical or numerical also you can insert, guys. Okay, so just only the thing what you need to do is specify that in single or double quotations. Then whatever the data you mention, it will be considered into the character data. Okay, likewise, any examples which is having the fixed character length of this data type is, I'll say as PAN card number. It's an alphanumerical number and it will be the same length for each and every person. Okay, so next phone number, 10 character length. Next Aadhaar number. Okay, so this is also a particular fixed length, right? So when I mention the data or when I insert the data with this particular kind of a PAN card or phone number, also fixed character length, and I give a data type as char, what happens here? There will be no wastage of memory. Okay, so what happens? There is no wastage of the memory when I give a data type as char for this kind of a data. But there is no restriction that you need to give only char for the fixed data, means no. You can give this data type for any column you want, either for student name or else for any other column which consists of the character data. You can give this data type as char, guys. Okay, so this is what char is. So this is the data type what we have is char, which will be allocating a fixed character length. Okay, fixed memory allocation over here. Next, talking about the another data type, which is varchar. Okay, so we have char, where in this memory allocation in this 255, I can insert whatever the data I want. Either it can be a character or else a string data or else an alphanumerical data or even a numerical data also. If I just mention that in single or double quotations, I can insert it. Okay, so this is what char is about. But what is the main drawback over here? There is a wastage of memory for me. Okay, so for which columns it is recommended, which the data or the column which consists of a constant data, for those particular columns you can give a data type as char. Okay, but there is no restriction here. It's a recommendation that it is flexible, or it is best to give those data types for those columns. Why? Because if you give this data type char for any other columns, there might be some sort of wastage of memory for each and every record over there. Okay, that is why we'll give this data type char for a fixed character length data. Okay, so next, in varchar, now talking about the next data type, which is varchar over here. Maximum character length will be 16,384. Okay, what does the 16,384 means? The length of the letters or words or a sentence, that it should not exceed 16,384, and maximum what I can, how much it is in varchar, 16,384. So in the older versions of this SQL, so in this older versions of this MySQL workbench, so for the varchar also it used to be 255 itself, but now when it comes to the newer versions, okay, hardly 5 to 6 versions older from that particular point, they changed it. They changed the maximum character length for the varchar to 16,384. So this is 16,384 will also include 0, guys. Okay, so 0, from 0 if you start, what is the maximum length I can give? 16,383. Okay, so maximum character length is 16,384. And next one is, next point about the varchar is dynamic memory allocation. Okay, so dynamically the memory is allocated when you use a varchar, guys. Okay, and what is meant by this dynamic memory allocation is, for example, let's say for the same student name column itself, I have a data type which is provided as varchar now. Okay, varchar, and I'll give it as 30. Okay, so 30 I'll give, and next I'll insert the same name, Siri. Okay, if I insert the name as Siri over here, how the memory is allocated when you use a data type as varchar is, SIRI. Okay, only 4 character length space which is required, that is the only data or the space which is allocated for this record. Then what happened to the remaining 26 character length space? Means it will free up that particular space. Means basically what is the main advantage you can say for the varchar is no wastage of memory. Okay, so what is this? No wastage of memory. Why there is no wastage? Because the memory allocation is performed or happening dynamically when you use varchar, guys. And this varchar can be specified for any column you want. Either let's say the student name, or else first name or last name, or else let's say course details, or any other address, any details or any columns you can specify. Main advantage for the varchar is there will be no wastage, and whatever the data you can able to insert by using the char, the same kind of data you can also able to insert by varchar. But what is the main difference? Fixed memory allocation for the char, dynamic memory allocation for the varchar. This is the main difference between these two data types. Okay, so no wastage, and for what kind of a data means anytime, any kind of a data you can insert. There is no specific thing that you need to give only for a particular column. There is no such thing over here. Whatever the column you want, you can specify the varchar. Okay, so advantage for the varchar, we mentioned that there is no wastage. But what about this char? Okay, we only talked spoke about the disadvantages, which is wastage of memory. But is there any kind of advantage for the char? Means yes, there is also one sort of advantage for the char, which is, okay, I'll mention it here. Fetching the data is faster in char compared to varchar. Means when you are fetching the data, if a column consists of, let's say here itself you have an example of the student name, right? Student name, for in one table I gave a column as student name and a data type as char. In another table I gave a table as student name and a data type as varchar. Now when I execute or when I fetch the data, let's say I want only the student name details from the table, and I am fetching that student name details from the table with the data type as char. Then fetching means when it is extracting or fetching the data from the table, means showing the data for you, how much time it is taking. Okay, so that is called as the fetching time. Okay, so now when you open your workbench, so at the right side, complete right side at the bottom, you can see duration or fetch. So this is where it will show how much time it is consuming to execute that command. That is what called as a fetch time over here. So this fetch timing over here, so it will be faster when you use char when it compares to the varchar. Means char will fetch the data faster compared to the varchar. But why it is char? Okay, why can't be varchar? Because dynamic memory allocation is happening. So how much space is required? Only that certain space has been provided for the each and every particular records. And why char is able to print the data or fetch the data faster compared to the varchar? Means it's a simple logic. When you search for a data in the student name, okay, so with a character data type, each and every record, how much will be the character length over there, or else the memory allocation length for each and every record? It will be the same. Okay, so it will be the same. So if I check for first record, how much length I need to check? For 30 length. Second record 30 length, fourth record 30 length, fifth record 30 length, like that. For each and every other record, I'll check with the constant length for the data. But when it comes to the varchar, here dynamically the memory is allocated. So for one record, I'll fetch the data for what is a 4 character length. For another record, I'll fetch the data for 6 character length. For another record, I'll fetch the data for 2 character length. So here what is happening? The character length is differing here and there. It's not constant. That is the reason why char will give you the data faster compared to the varchar, guys. This is the advantage for what? This is the advantage for char, and this is the advantage for varchar. Okay, so these are the two different data types. Even though if I'm able to insert the same data either using char or varchar, why we have two different data types and what is the differences between this? Okay, so these are the type of the questions which are mainly important for your people when you go to the interviews also, guys. So you might get a question like, what is the difference between a char and varchar? If I'm able to insert the same data Either using char I can insert the student details or else a certain data. I can also insert the same kind of data by using varchar also. But what is the difference? This is what the main difference is. Okay, fixed memory allocation is the main difference, you can say. And if they ask you what is the advantage for the char, means char will fetch the data faster compared to the varchar. Now what is the advantage for the varchar? Means no wastage of memory. Okay, so these are the two different data types what you have here to insert the character data, guys. So next data type is date data. So date data, we have data types like date, date time, next time, timestamp, year. Okay, so these are the 4 different data types what we have in the date over here. So now first one is date. So basically when you give a data type as date, you can insert a data which is of date data type, and in which format. Format is important here for the date case. Okay, in which format the data need to be represented for the date data in SQL is year, next small hyphen, not a, it's a dash, okay, a small minus symbol type. Okay, so year, month, day. So this is the format in which the data need to be there when the data is inserting into the servers from the SQL. Okay, in SQL you will have the data in this format case. It's not day, month and the year. It will be year, month and the day when you deal with the data or this day data using SQL case. And here the date data also, you need to either specify that in single or double quotations here. Next the date time, the same, year, month, day. Next give us one space, okay, give a little space, okay, so one space over here, and then you can continue with hours, minutes, seconds. So this is the format in which you need to insert the data. And for the time data, it should be 24-hour format case. Okay, you can insert the data in 24-hour format. So this is date time, you need to insert like this. If it's only time, just only hours, colon. So here it's a colon, not a hyphen over there. So it should be colon over here, hours, minutes, seconds. There is a format in which you need to insert the data when you use a time data type. Next, timestamp. What is meant by this timestamp? When you have a data type as time, I can insert the time. But what is this timestamp again means here is, this is the data or the data type which is used to insert the data in UTC format case. What? In UTC format means universal time coordinated. So for overall country wise we have different timings, but globally if you check, you will have one particular timing which will call it as universal time coordinated. Okay, so we used to also call it as Greenwich Mean Time in the past. Okay, now we are calling it as universal time coordinated over there, which is a globally one common timing. Okay, our Indian timing is plus 5.5 hours. Okay, so Indian timing will be, so for the UTC time, if you add plus 5.5 hours, that will be the Indian timing. So it's all about the geographically, there will be a land, green land, right? So to all the green land, the day timing will be plus, and left side to the green land all minus 5.5 hours or minus 1.5 hour. That is what the time is distributed over here. Okay, but universally if you check, you have one common timing which will call it as universal time coordinated. You can simply check with this in your browser. So in your browser, if I just type UTC time now. So what is the UTC time now? 8:37 AM. Okay, so if you add plus 5.5 hours for this 8:37 AM, so you will get the Indian timing. Okay, so here itself you see. So what is UTC time for India? UTC plus 5.5 hours. Okay, so that is what the time stamp means. Time stamp means I can insert the data in a universal timing, and where it is mostly or mainly used is when the data is getting inserted from different countries. Okay, so from different countries, let's say from England one person is inserting the data, and from India one more person is inserting the data over here, but both. So now exactly now if I insert the data without using timestamp, that at the time how much it will insert the time as 2:08. Now it's exactly at this particular situation, what is a point itself, one person from England, if he is inserting the data, he might have a different time. He might have a time as 9 AM or 9:15 or 9:10 AM. But it doesn't mean that he has inserted somewhere in the morning. Okay, so both are inserted at the same time, but local timing will be different. Okay, so to not to have these type of confusions between the data for the timing, then we can use timestamp, which will take the common timing over there, universal time coordinated. Within this format, the time will be stored when you use timestamp case. That is what timestamp. Next, year means basically only the year data you can insert, and this can be 4 digits or 2 digits. Either it can be 4 digits or 2 digits over here. Like I can insert a data like 2013, or I can also insert a data like 13. Okay, so if I say, if I'm inserting the data in 2-digit format over here, and if I say 13, it doesn't mean that can I take it as 1913? No. So when you are inserting a 2-digit numbers, what is the year which is the latest year which can end with the 2 digits? That is the year which you need to consider. Okay, if I mention 03, what is the latest year which ends with 03? 2003. Okay, so this is how you can insert the data. Either in the 2 digits you can insert, or either in the 4 digits. So but how come I can insert the data which is of 1903, like 1903? If I want to insert the data like this, means don't take 2 digits, take the data in 4 digits itself. While you are specifying the data type over here, you give an year and you can specify 4 digits over here, so that it can take 4 digits. So you can insert 1903, or you can insert 2003, whatever the years you want, you can insert the data in 4 digits, which will have more clarity in that. Okay, 4 digits is the one which is preferable, so that you can understand the years clearly. Okay, so these are all the different data types what you have over here, guys. What and all the different data types we learned now, which are numeric, character, and the date. These are the 3 different type of data types what we have understood, or what we have learned, or what it is explained here. So in the numeric, we have the whole numbers. So for the whole numbers also, we have different flavors of integers, which are tiny int, small int, medium int, and big int. Okay, so next, for the fractions, so to insert any fractions data, we have 3 different data types, which are float, double, and decimal. Okay, so next, for the character data, so we have 2 different data types, which are char and varchar. So the same kind of a data we can insert either using char or varchar, but there is a difference between those two data types, which is char will allocate a fixed character length data. Varchar will be allocating dynamically. So the memory allocation or the space allocation will perform dynamically in varchar. What is the advantage for the commands? Fetching the data is faster in the char compared to the varchar. What is the advantage for the varchar? No wastage of memory. Okay. So next one is date data types. In the date, we have different data types like date time, date, or else timestamp, year. And in which format you need to have the data to be inserted when you use date? It should be year, month, and the day. So it's not day, month, and the year. I'm again clearly saying it. So the data should be in the format of year, month, and the day. And even character data or the date data. So here single double quotations or single quotations you need to use, and even to insert the date data also you can use double quotations or single quotations. This is the way how you can insert the data when you use char or date. Okay, so these are all the different most commonly used data types what we have, guys. Okay, so in this video, so we'll be discussing about what and all the different type of SQL commands we have, guys. Okay, so basically when I say SQL commands over there, so mainly they are divided into 5 different types, guys. Okay, so if you get any question like how many type of SQL commands we have, means we should not start with the select or insert or create like that. Okay, so how the command is used over there, so depending on that they are structurized into 5 different types, guys. Okay, so mainly what we need to say how many type of SQL commands we have, means total we have 5 different type of SQL commands here, and how they are divided and what are those commands, we'll look into this elaboration now. Now how many types the SQL commands we have? 5 types of SQL commands. In this, the first one is DDL commands, guys. So DDL stands for data definition language. Okay, and what is this DDL and why this data definition language commands are used is basically if you want to deal with the structure of the table. So first, what and all the commands comes under the DDL are, first one is create, next alter, next rename, drop, and next is truncate. Okay, so these are the 5 different type of commands what we have under the DDL case. And for what this mainly the DDL commands are used is to deal with the structure of the table. Okay, so when I say structure of the table, means what and all modifications or what and all you want to do related to the data table over here, everything you can do it by using this DDL commands, guys. Okay, so like create is used to create a new table. Alter, next alter is used for what, means if you want to do any modifications on this structure of the table, like for example I want to add a new column for the table, or I want to remove a column from a table, or I want to change the data type for a particular column, or if I want to change the name of the column itself. Okay, so likewise any modifications on the structure of the table you can use this alter command. Next, rename. So rename is used to change the name of the table. Let's say for example I have a table called as students. Okay, so I want to change that particular name to the my students. Okay, so likewise let's say employees is the table name, and I want to change the name of this table as employee details. Likewise, any name if I want to change for a table over there, I can use this rename option. Next one is drop. So drop is used to remove the table completely from the database. So whatever the database you have, in that particular database, any tables, if you want to remove those particular tables from the database, then you can use this drop command. So overall, any command you see over here, they are talking about the structure or the table itself. Okay, now I'm not talking about any data. Okay, I'm not talking about the data within the table. I'm only dealing with the structure of the table. So mainly for what DDL commands are used to deal with the structure of table. So anything related to the table structure, we'll use this DDL commands case. Next, second one, we have DML. So DML stands for data manipulation language. Okay, so data manipulation language, and what are the commands we have under the DML are insert, update, delete. Okay, so these are the three commands what we have under the DML case. And for what this DML commands are used is to deal with the data within the table. So to deal with the table, we have seen we need to use DDL commands. Okay, so now to deal with the data within the table, we need to use DML commands. Okay, so for what this DML commands are used to deal with the data within the table. Okay, so like inserting a data. Let's say if I want to insert a data, I'll use a command called as insert. If I want to update some data, so for example, when I'm inserting certain employees details for one person, instead of inserting Ramesh, I've inserted Ram. Okay, so then I want to change it. Okay, or else for a certain employee, I want to change the hiring date, or else for a particular employee, I want to change the salary. Okay, likewise, any of this data which is already inserted, so insert a new record, I'll use a command insert. Once the data is inserted, then if I want to do any changes on that particular data, then I'll use the update command. Okay, so for what update is used to update the data which is already inserted. Next one is delete. So delete is nothing but deleting the data. So this insert, update and delete, these are used for the data itself case. So by the name or this second type of commands what I am mentioning, DML, data manipulation language, these commands are used only to deal with the data within the table. To deal with the structure of the table, we'll use the DDL commands, and to deal with the data within the table, we'll use the DML commands. Okay, so this is for what DML commands are used. So basically, to deal with the data within a table, we'll use the DML commands over there. So to insert a new record, insert command. Once after the record is inserted, if I want to modify any data, then update command. Once after the data is updated or inserted, if I want to delete a specific record from a table over here, then I can use this delete command over here. Okay, so anything you talk about this DML commands, they are dealing with the data within the table itself. Next one is DQL, data query language. Under this, we have one particular command which is called as select case. So select is one particular command which is there under this DQL, and for what this select is used as a print statement. Okay, so select will work as a print statement in the SQL. What is meant by the print statement? To see any data over here. Okay, so to create a table, we'll use the DDL commands, means to deal with the table, we'll use the DDL commands and we'll create a table. Okay, so once after we create a table, then either to insert, update or delete, means to deal with the data. Let's say to insert a data into a table, I'll use the DML commands. Once after we insert this data into a table over here, then I want to check. Okay, I want to see what is the data I have in that particular table over here. So then I can use this select command over here. So select is not like selecting over there. So select in the SQL, it will work as a print statement. Whatever you want to print from the data over here, you will use this print statement, which is select case. So there are so many functions. Okay, there are so many functions which you can work on this select data over here, select command. These are DQL commands, which is only select. Next, fourth one, TCL. So TCL stands for transaction control language. Okay, so TCL will stand for transaction control language, under which I have the commands like commit, rollback, save point. Okay, so these are the three commands what I have under this TCL commands, and for what this TCL commands are mainly used is to change the structure of saving of data. Okay, so when I say structure of saving the data, in the sense whatever the commands you execute, either it's a DML or DDL or any of the commands, they'll be automatically saved in your database case. So for example, this DDL commands, what we have, insert, update or delete, what I can do with those three commands, I can deal with the data. To insert, I'll write a command starting with insert. To update, I need to write a command which is starting with update, and to delete, I need to write a command which is starting with delete over here. Okay, likewise to insert, update and delete, these commands are used to deal with the data within a table. Okay, and once after you execute any of the DML command, they are automatically saved into the database case. So once after you write a command to delete from a table over there, and once you are deleting a data from the table, you cannot retrieve it back again. Okay, so but the way how it is structurizing or how it is saving over there automatically, to change the structure, I can use this TCL commands over here, which are commit, rollback and save point over here. So next one is data control language. So under which we have two commands, which are grant, revoke. Okay, so these are the two type of commands what we have under the DCL, and for what this DCL commands are used to, or else for permissions related. Okay, so basically these DCL commands are used for the permissions related, like a person is joining into the company. Okay, then I need to give certain access for that person, then grant. Or if a person is relieving from the company, then I want to revoke the permissions what I have provided for that person. That is called as revoke here. So basically data control language are the commands which are used for the permissions related. And also this this data control language or this grant and revoke permissions will not be provided for all the employees in a company. Okay, it's nowhere a use of doing that, right? So generally what I can do with this DCL commands grant and revoke means if a particular person is joining, I can give an access to that particular person based on under which department he is working over here. Okay, so likewise revoke also I can remove. Okay, I can remove the credentials. Okay, so I'll give a simple example. Okay, so let's say there is a server where I have the data of this digital marketing in one database. There is another database for IT. Okay, so there is another database for finance. Okay, so for these are three different type of databases what and all I have in a server case. Now out of this data over here and this grant and revoke, using those two commands over here, I can, okay, so I can give permissions for a particular person, and who will have this permission or who will have access to this grant and revoke permissions is there are specific job roles. Okay, so there are specific job roles over there which we can call them as database administrator. Okay, or we can also call them as DBA, database administrators. These are the only people who will have an access to this grant and revoke permissions case. So because this grant and revoke cannot be provided for all the other people who are working from in the company. Okay, because these are the commands which will give you access for a certain data over here. Okay, so that is why this DCL commands, this grant and revoke are provided only for a specific job roles itself, which we'll call them as database administrators over here. Okay, like if a person is relieving from this digital marketing company, so I'll revoke the permissions for that person and I'll revoke the access what it is provided, the username and all. Let's say if a person is joining into this IT department. Okay, so if a person is joining into the IT department over here, then I need to give access for that particular person. Okay, so then we'll get the credentials from this database administrator, where using them I can log in into this IT department database over here. Okay, so this is how the DCL commands will work, data control language over here. So now I hope everyone got an idea about what and all the different type of SQL commands we have. So which are DDL commands, DML commands, DQL commands, TCL commands and DCL commands over here. So these are the 5 different types, out of which are every other commands have their own speciality case. I cannot say that one is mainly important over there. Why? Because if I want to deal with the table, if I want to deal with the structure of the table, I'll use DDL commands, right? So to create a table or to alter a table, any changes on this particular table structure, DDL commands. Or else once after this table is created, within that if I want to insert any data, okay, or if I want to cross check with any certain data over there, then I can use this DML commands, which will deal with the data within the table. Next one is DQL. So DQL commands over here, which is select. So select is the one which is used just to print the data. So any data from any table if you want to print, you can use the select command over here. Next, TCL commands. So to commit, rollback and save point means basically to change the structure of saving the data over there, we can use this TCL commands over here. Next, control language. So for the control language, so we have only two commands over here, which are grant and revoke. Okay, so these are permissions related. Okay, so mostly used data over here is, or mostly used commands over here are, which are DDL, DML and DQL, guys. Okay, so these are the commands, how they are segregated. So it's not about one will be somewhere and one command is so and so. If there is no interlink over there, how you can identify what kind of a command it is? So that is why they are properly segregated over here based on the usage of that particular command. Okay, so this is how we have 5 different type of SQL commands, guys. Okay, so in this video, so we'll be discussing about the DDL commands in SQL, guys. So what are the DDL commands we have over here? So first of all, DDL, it stands for data definition language. And what are the commands we have under the DDL are create, alter, rename, drop, truncate. So the total 5 different type of commands we have under the DDL. And for what this DDL commands are used for us? So DDL commands are used for to deal with the structure of the table. Okay, so to deal with the structure of the table, we'll use this DDL commands over here. Okay, so knowingly or unknowingly, in the time of basic commands, we have already seen what this create can do, right? So to creating a table, we have used this create command. So either to create a database or to create a table. So generally create will work as a DDL command over here, which is used to create anything new in the SQL. Okay, so now we are using this create to create a tables. Okay, and the syntax what we followed to create a table over here, create table, next table name, column name, next data type, comma, next how many columns you want to create. You can specify as many columns as you can, and you can create a table. So next column 2, next data type, likewise as many columns as we can, and close the parenthesis, semicolon. So this is the syntax we need to follow to create a table, guys. Okay, so we'll create another table over here again now, which is a students table itself. A students table itself will create again. Let's say I'll give the name of the table as student details. Okay, so create table. The name of the table, I'll give it as student underscore details. Next the columns. Obviously any table will have one particular ID. Okay, so to identify a particular column uniquely, we'll have a column called as ID over here. So because every other student will have a different ID, right? So I'll give the name of the column as student underscore ID, and the data types. So this data types also, we have learned about this data types in our previous videos. So if anyone is new to this particular classes over here, kindly go through the previous videos which we have been shared. So where we clearly explained about what and all the different data types we have and what and all the basic commands we can execute over here. Everything we have been executed in the previous videos over here, right? So likewise, if you see what are the data types here, for the student ID, I'll give a data type as int itself. Okay, so int is a common data type over here for entering any numerical data. So I'll give a data type as int. Next, the name of the student, I'll give a column name as s_name, and the data type what I'll specify for this is char of 30. Next, I'll add a column called as age with integer data type. So this is the table what we want to create now. So like the same way, we'll execute this command in our workbench. Okay, so once after we open our workbench, so whenever we are closing and opening our workbench, the first thing what we need to do is selecting or checking is there any database selected or not. Okay, so let's say for example I close this workbench. Okay, so now I'll go to the taskbar and again I'll reopen my workbench. Okay, so when I'm reopening my workbench, again I'll go to the MySQL connections, local instance, I'll open it. First thing is entering the password. So this password also, guys, if you feel like you can remember this password, you can simply save it to your vault. Okay, so if you feel like okay, I might forget this password some of the other time, means better not to save it, enter the password so that you don't forget it anytime. Or else if you want to save this password also, you can save it to your vault. So once you save it, so here itself you can find this option. See this option, if you are selecting this option over here, then the password what you are entering every time, it's not required. Okay, so once you open your workbench, once you click on this local instance MySQL 80, directly it will open the commands or it will open the file and it will be connected to the server. No need to enter the password if in case if you are saving it into the vault. Okay, so if not, you can enter the password every time and you can open or you can go through the server and you can execute the commands. Now once after I click on this OK, see the file which we have been executing the commands, the file still remains here itself. Okay, so it's not like you need to close it over here. So no need to closing this file over here. You can keep the file as it is and directly you can close the workbench, and whenever you want to reopen, you can simply reopen your workbench and you can execute the commands. But what is mostly recommended over here is saving this file. Okay, so before we execute any of the further commands, first thing what we will do is we'll save this particular file so that we don't lose any of the commands or the data what I have been writing in this particular file. So to save a file over here, file, save script. Okay, so save script is the option what you can follow, or you also have a shortcut over here. So this is the option, save the script to a file. From this option also you can save the file, or else you can also click on Ctrl S on your keypad also. So any or the other way will work. Okay, and once you click on this shortcut over here, so now it is giving me an option to save this file. Okay, so I'll save this file as a practice. Okay, so just I am giving a name as a practice itself. I'm not giving any other names. So this name also, it's up to you people, guys. Okay, so there is no such mandatory that specific names should only be provided over here. Whatever the name you want, you can give and you can save that particular files. Okay, and once you give a name, click on save, and also cross check where you are saving it, guys, so that anywhere in future if you want to open, you can open that file. Now once after I click on this save, see now under what name this is saved, it is saved under a name called as practice over here. Now we'll start executing the further commands. Like what? We want to create a table now, which is students underscore details is the table what I want to create, under which I want to create the columns like student ID, student name, and also the age. Okay, so now I'll go to your next line. So all the commands you can execute in single file itself. It's not required also to open a new file. If in case if you want to execute separate commands based on a different data over there, you can open a file and you can execute, or you can execute all the commands in a one particular file also. Okay, so now I'll write this create table student underscore details, and the name of the first column is student underscore ID, and the data type is int. Next, so I'll give the full name. Okay, not to get confused here, I'll give the full name for the column here, which is student underscore name, and data type. Don't forget the data type whenever you are creating a column, guys. So I'll give a data type as char, and I'll give the maximum character length as 30. So when you specify data type as char, what is the highest or maximum character length you can insert using the data type char? 255. Okay, so comma, next one more column which is age, and it is int. Now semicolon, control enter. See, so as I'm clearly specifying earlier, and now also if you check here, the command is correct, but what is the first thing I need to do once after I close and open my workbench? Selecting a database. How you can understand either a database is selected or not? Is there any database given a bold coloring or not? See, now if you observe this in the action output, it is giving me a message saying that no database selected. So it is clearly stating that, okay, so there is no database selected. Where should be this student underscore detail should be created? So for that, we need to select the database first. Okay, so you can execute the previous command which you have already written, or you can write a command again and you can execute it. So in this particular file, if you see, I already have that command in my line number 3, which is use practice db, right? So once after we execute this command, so I'll go back, so no need of writing it again if you already have a command. Okay, so I'll keep my cursor on that line number 3, control enter. When I click on control enter, so now you can observe here in the schemas practice db is selected, and how I understood this is selected because of that bold coloring what it is provided for that database. So once the database is selected, then any of the further commands you can execute, which is now I want to create a table which is student underscore details. Now control enter. See, now the table is created. Okay, so if I want to check with the description of this particular table, I can write DESC, or I can also write describe. Either of the one command will work for to look into the description of that particular table, guys. So DESC student underscore details. So what is the student underscore details? That is the name of the table. Control enter. See. So now in the result, it is showing student ID int, student name char, age as int. Okay, so this is the table what we have created now. And once after we create the table, next command is alter. Okay, so what is the first command? So now we understood what I can do with this create. So create is used to create the tables, and the syntax create table, table name, and what are the columns, and for those particular columns data types. Okay, now the table is created. Next command we have is alter, guys. Okay, so using the alter, what and all the modifications I want to do on those columns in a table, every other modification I can perform. Okay, so now the table, if you observe, what is the table I created over here, which is student underscore details, which consists of student underscore ID. Next student name. Next age. So these are the 3 columns what we created, guys. Now out of these 3 columns, now I want to do further modifications on this table, which is like the first change what I want to do over here is I want to add a column, guys. Okay, so what I want to do, I want to add a column called as marks. So this is the first change what I want to do. Okay, so this is the first change. Now the second change what I want to do is I want to remove a column. Okay, so kindly understand this, guys. So observe what and all the changes we can do. So don't look into this to which column I am doing the changes. Kindly understand what are the type of changes I can do here. So first thing what I am doing, I am adding a column. Second thing what I want to do is I want to remove a column, which is, let's say, this age. I want to remove this column over here. Okay, so now the third change is I want to change the data type, guys. So basically what is the data type I have for this student name? So description, if I check, so what is the data type I have? Char of 30 I have, but I'm like, oh no, I don't want this char for the student name. I want to change the data type. Okay, so now I want to change this data type for the student name from char to varchar I want to change. Okay, so now the third change, I want to change it to varchar of 30. So this is the third change what I want to do. Okay, so next the fourth change is I want to change the column name itself, guys. Okay, so now it's not about the data type. Data type we have seen what how we can, what to say, on one column we are changing the data type. Next for another column, now for the student ID I'll change this to ID. Okay, so this is the fourth change what I want to do. Okay, so now using this alter table, what is also one more change what I can do, what and all the one more type of modification what I can do is changing the table name also can be done by using the alter, guys. So now the student details, I want to change this name to students. Okay, so I want to change it to the students, and this is the fifth change. Total what and all the changes I am doing on this particular table. First changes, I am adding a column. Second changes, I want to remove a column. Third changes, I want to change the data type for a column. Fourth changes, I want to remove I want to change the name of the column. Fifth changes, I want to change the table name also. Okay, so one is column name, another one is table name. Okay, so these two are different again. So column name changing will be different, table name changing will be different over here. So now once after this changes what and all I want to do, once after we decide, we'll start writing all this alter commands. Okay, so now how the commands will start and what and all the changes I want to do, based on that I'll write the alter command. So now alter table, and on what table and on which table I want to do these changes. As of now, what is the table name I have? Student underscore details. So accordingly I'll write the name, alter table students underscore details, add column, and what is the column you want to add. So the column name is marks. As this is a new column, whenever you are adding a column, what you need to check? Data type. Okay, you need to add a data type whenever a new column is been created into a table, guys. So I'll give a data type as int for this semicolon. So this is the first change command. Next, second change, alter table students underscore details. Now what is the second change? I want to remove a column. Okay, so to remove a column, I'll use a subclass called as drop column age. So basically what we are doing over here, we are removing a column now. Okay, so which is an age. So when you are removing a column, this is the only position where you don't need to specify the data type of the column, guys. You can directly mention the column name and you can drop it. Now the third change is alter table students underscore details. So this is the table name. Now the third change, what I want to do, I want to change the data type. Okay, so I want to change the data type for a column. And now how to change the data type, what is the subclause I'll use is modify column, and next give the column name. What is the column name I have? Student underscore name. So this is the name of the column, and next you can specify the data type to what you want to change. Okay, you don't need to specify the old data type here. You can directly mention the new data type. So I'll give a new data type as varchar of 30. Okay, so this is the third change what I want to do. Next, the fourth change. Fourth change is I want to change the column name. So for that, alter table students underscore details. Now the name of the column, if I want to change, I need to use a subclass called as change. Now which column? So new column directly you cannot specify, because where it should change you need to specify the old column name first. Okay, so now what is the old column name I have? std underscore id. So this I want to change it to id now. So change column student underscore id. Next give a space and write the new column name and the data type also. So whenever you are doing any changes, guys, you need to also specify the data type of the column also. Okay, even if you are adding a column, I'll give the data type for the column. Even if when I'm changing the data type, obviously we'll give the data type. And if whenever you are changing the name of the column also, you need to specify the data type. So drop, whenever you are removing a column, that is the only point where you don't need to specify the data type, because completely that table column itself I am removing from the table. Next one is alter table students underscore details rename to my students. Okay, so here these are all the changes. These are the 5 different changes. The first one is column adding, second one is removing a column, third one is changing the data type, fourth one is changing the column name, fifth one is changing the table name itself. Okay, so here observe the command here. Is this the same command where it is starting for each and every line? Alter table table name, alter table table name, alter table table name. So if you observe here, this alter, it's a main command. Okay, so alter is a main command over here. Next, within this you are having the sub clauses, which are add, drop, modify, change, rename. So these are all the sub clauses which are using within an alter command. Okay, so you mentioned the drop is as a DML command. How come I'm writing over here? Means the command with what it is starting, you need to check with that case. Alter table table name. Then whatever the change you want to do, accordingly you can use the subclause over here. Okay, so alter table students, add column marks. Okay, and also again I am specifying, don't look into which column we are doing the changes, kindly understand the syntax. Okay, so what and all the possible changes I can do on the columns of a table, every other possible change I can perform by using the alter. Okay, adding a column, removing a column, data type changing, column name changing, and table name changing. Apart from this, is there any additional design I can do? Nothing, right? So these are the changes what and all I am performing on a table over here, guys. Now we'll execute this commands and we'll check with the result how this commands will work. Okay, so the command, first command is what? Alter. So before we write the commands over there, I want to show a small shortcut about how to add a comment in between the commands. Okay, so whenever you are writing any command over here, every time MySQL Workbench will assume that you are writing some command to execute. Okay, but here I don't want to execute a command, I just want to add some comments in between. Means how to add those comments means you can give two hyphens and space and you can write comment, or you can also give two hash and space and comment. So whatever the way you want, if you are flexible with two hyphens and space, give two hyphens and space. If you are giving two hash and space also, it will work the same. It will assume that is a comment over here. So this comments you can give in a separate line, or you can also give this comments on a command line also. Okay, so now here if I want to give some comment, so I'll say that it will provide the description of the table. See, I can write a comment like this. Okay, either on a command line or else where there is a command, on that particular line also you can add the comments, or in separate lines also you can add the comments. Okay, so now I want to give a comment as alter, because those are the commands what I am executing now. Okay, so this is not mandatory, it's up to your choice. So if you want to understand later on anywhere in the future when you are looking into this commands over here, or if you are revising the commands within this particular file, if you want to check what and all the commands you have executed, you can just give certain commands over here. Okay, so these are alter commands, so and so I have executed. Next, what is a drop command? I'll execute. Before that I can give a comment. Like that I can identify what and all the commands I have written by giving small comments in between. Okay, so now we'll execute this command, alter table, and what is the table name? Students underscore details. Student underscore details. Okay, now what is the first change? Adding a column. Add column. Next, column name is marks integer data type and semicolon. Okay, and one more important point over here is this commands or the tables or the columns what you are creating, guys, these are all case insensitive, guys. Okay, so like while creating the table, if you have given all capital letters for the table name, or while creating a column you have given all capital letters for the column name, but while fetching, if you write all small letters also, it can still recognize it. Like upper and lower, it doesn't bother. Okay, so this is case insensitive. Okay, so alter table name, add column marks, control enter. So whenever you write a command, execute it, guys. So it's not just only writing the command over here. Once you write a command, pass it on. Okay, so how to pass it on? Control enter. Once you click on control enter, that command executes, so that you can understand either it is giving an error or did you do anything wrong in that particular command, you can understand. Okay, so first change I have executed and the change is done, which is adding a column marks. Next, the second command is alter table student underscore details. Now the second command is what? Sorry, not second command. What is the second change I want to do over here? I want to remove a column. So to remove a column, drop column age. So only this dropping, this is the only point where you don't need to specify the data type. Directly just the column name, execution. So control enter, done. Right. So now the column is been also removed. Next, the third change I want to do over here is alter table student underscore details. So now what is the third change? I want to change the data type. So for that, I'll use a subclause called as modify column. Next, what is the column name? student underscore name. After this, we need to specify the data type. Var of 30. Okay, so now for the char we understood that what is the maximum character length is 255, but for the varchar, what is the maximum character length? 16,384. Okay, so it is the maximum character length when you are specifying a data type as varchar. Okay, so now control enter, done. Next changes. Now I want to change the column name. So alter table student underscore details. Now what is the fourth change? Is changing the column name. So for that, I'll use a clause called as change student underscore id, which is the old column name. Give a space and mention the new column name and the data type, semicolon, control enter, done. This is also executed. Now the next command is alter table, and table name over here is student underscore details. And what is the change in the last command I want to do is I want to change the table name itself. Alter table name means the present table name, rename to student. Okay, so at last the final execution I am doing over here is changing the table name. Now control enter. Okay, so there is already a table called as student. See, RDBMS rule. In a database, table names cannot be the same. It is saying that there is already a table called as student over here. So I'll just change the name to students. So alter table student underscore details, rename to students. Now control enter. See, now it executed. Okay, so now later on, now if I want to check with the description, what is the table name I have? Students. So we just now in line number 18, we changed the table from student underscore details to students. Okay, so here if you observe in the practice table, if I just refresh my schema, Okay, what is the table name I have here? Students. Okay, and once the changes are completed, then you can check with the description of this table, DASC. And what is the table name I have now? The table name is students. Students, semicolon, control enter. See. So result grid, guys, result grid will pop out only when there is a result to be shown, or else it will not pop out. And once it is popping out with the result, here in the middle of the screen you can see result 3, result 4, result 5 or result 15, like that, based on how many executions you have done without closing this workbench. Depending on it, it will just increase the count for you. Okay, so now first change what I have done, which is add column marks. Do you find this column marks over here? Next, drop column age. Is there any column called as age over here? So there is no such column called as age, because we removed it. We manually executed a command stating that remove this particular age column. Next, the third change is modify the student name to varchar. See, what is the data type provided for the student name? Varchar 30. Next change, alter table students, change student ID to ID. See, what is the fourth change? ID. So previously it is student underscore ID. Now we simplified this particular column by giving another column name called as ID, just ID itself. Okay. So next, the last command is, obviously we are able to understand it, which is it is changing the column or this table name from student underscore details to students. Yeah. So here, if you observe, the table name is changed. So obviously we can understand it by the last command what you are executing, which is description of the table students. Okay, so these are all the changes what you can do by using an alter command, guys. Okay, and again I am saying you don't look into the change what I am doing for a column. Kindly understand what kind of a change I can do. It's not about okay, so for marks I added, or else age I have removed, or else student name I changed. Okay, don't look into the column name wise, look into the syntax wise. Okay, so I can add a column, I can remove a column, I can change the data type for a column, I can change the name of a column, and I can also even change the name of the table also by using the alter command. See, all the possible changes whatever I can do on a column, every other change I can do by using this alter. Okay, so this is how alter command works. Now what are the next further commands we have here? Next one is rename. Okay, so rename is a command, okay, so which is used as a subclause within an alter command, or as a main command also you can use rename. Okay, so rename, here if you see, there is a command which we executed, so rename we are using. So rename is such a type of a command where you can use that rename as a main command, or you can also use it as a subclause within an alter command to change the table name. So here, even if you use rename as a subclause within an alter command, or even if you use the rename as a main command also, functionality is the same. Rename is used to only change the table name itself. Okay, so now this is student, it is there, I changed the name. Now if I want to change the name back to some other name, okay, so now I want to change the name to student underscore details itself. Okay, I want to make the column name back to the student underscore details itself. Then what I can do, I can write a command over here, and the syntax, what is the syntax I can follow is, I'll show it in the next page. So this is here, rename. Okay, so next, rename table table underscore name to, so basically it will be the old, okay, old table name to new table name semicolon enter. Okay, so rename table old table name to what you want to change to new table name semicolon and execution. That is okay. This is enough for directly to rename. Okay, so now we'll open the workbench. So I'll give a comment as rename. Next, rename table students to student underscore details. See now semicolon, control enter. See the command is executed. Okay, now if I refresh, so as of now what is the table name I have? Students. If I just refresh my schema, how to refresh your schema? A little left side, or sorry, not left side, a little right side to your schemas, you can find an option called as refresh shortcut over here. Click on it. See now what is the table name I have? Student underscore details. Okay, so this is for what rename is used case. Rename can be used as a subclause within an alter command, or you can also use the rename as a main command also. Both ways it is used only to change the table name itself. Okay, so now we changed the table name over here. Done. So rename, we have understood what is the syntax or how we can execute this. Now the next command is drop. What is this drop? Drop is a command which is used to remove a table from the database. Okay, so let's say if I want to remove a particular table from a database over here, then I can use a drop command to remove the database completely. So when I say table over here, guys, complete not only just the table, data within the table will also be lost. Okay, so separately a record cannot be inserted into a database. If I want to insert a record, it should be inserted into a table. Okay, when I say I'm removing a table from a database over there, obviously whatever the data you have in that table will also be lost. And this DDL commands are one-time actions. Okay, so you don't need to execute them twice or thrice. Okay, and one-time action in the sense you need to just execute it only once. That is enough. Okay, now to remove a particular table over there, we'll just create a sample table and we'll understand the syntax over here. So what is the syntax you need to follow is drop table underscore name. Okay, so drop table and the name of the table semicolon and execution. So now drop command. Okay, so drop command over here, to execute this drop command, first we'll create a sample table and we'll drop it, guys. Okay, create table sample. Next EMP ID INT semicolon. See, only a basic table I am creating over here, which is sample, from which I am creating EMP underscore ID column into that. Just a sample, a normal table called as sample with just one column. So why we are creating is to understand how the drop will work. So control enter. So once the table is created, if I refresh my schema, I can see the sample. And even if I write DESC and the sample also, it will give the description of this particular table sample. So if I write DESC sample, see, now it is giving me the data. So if I want to remove this, then drop table, and the name of the table is sample. Okay, so control enter. Once after you execute this, see, automatically that sample is removed from the database. I don't need to refresh also for this. So drop, whenever you are dropping, it will automatically drop the database from the database. Okay, and if in case, so let's say I have a student and student underscore details. These are the two tables I have. Now even if I write a drop and the table name of any of this table, it will drop that particular table from the database case. Okay, so select, okay, no need of select now. So the table, what is the table I want to drop? I want to drop a table student now. So for that I can execute a command drop table student semicolon, control enter. See, directly the student is removed. Okay, so when a table is removed, not only just the table, the data within the table will also be lost. And these are one-time actions, guys. If you executed, means if you are manually saying to the workbench stating that remove this table from your database, once it is executed, you cannot retrieve it back, guys. There is no undo option here. Okay, so once you execute, done and dusted. Okay, that table is removed from the database and there is no undo or retrieving option for you. So that you need to be more cautious about whenever you are dropping a table, either you had a backup of the data or is it really necessary to drop a table from a database. Then after cross checking with multiple things, then you can remove this table from the database if in case if it is all again required for you. Okay, so this is how drop command will work. So next, the last command what we have here are truncate. Okay, so what is meant by this truncate over here is basically truncate is a command which is used, okay, so to perform two actions. Okay, so basically it will perform two actions on a table, guys. Truncate, it will first drop table, after that it will recreate only structure of table. Okay, so what truncate will do, it will first drop the table and next it will recreate the structure of the table. Okay, as these two are DDL commands itself, truncate will act as a DDL command over here. But what are the functionalities of this truncate? It will perform two actions. One is dropping the table, next is recreating the structure of the table. And why it is mainly used over here is, let's say I created a table which consists of thousands of records. Let's say 5,000 records I inserted over there, and after some time I realized that the data what I inserted in a table which is wrong table. Okay, I don't want this data to be inserted into the one particular table. Let's say I want to remove the complete data from a table over there, and I want only the structure of the table need to be represented or remaining. Okay, so that anywhere in the future if I want to add any of the additional columns, I can cross check and I can add those commands, records. Okay, records or data into that table over here. Okay, so for that we'll do truncate. So if I write truncate, so the syntax will be truncate table and table name. Okay, so this is the format in which you can truncate a table over here. So for that also we'll do an execution. So to hyphens truncate. Now I'll create a sample table, create table sample1, id int semicolon, control enter. Now insert into sample values are 1. Okay, so sample 1 I need to write. Okay, see, as I'm saying, the errors. Okay, so whenever there is any mistake happening, go through the message. So now how I can understand, or how you can understand in the future what is the mistake you are doing is, once you write a command, check it in the action output, either it is executing or not. If it is not executing, check with this message. What is the message it is showing? Table practicedb.sample does not exist. Means it is clearly saying that there is no such table called as sample. Okay, so now what is the table we created here? Sample 1. Previously for the drop we created and we already dropped it. We don't have any table called as sample anymore. Now when I write a command insert into sample, it is saying that okay, so there is no table sample. Okay, so the table which we created is sample 1. So now I'll write sample 1 all here and I execute it. Let's say I mistakenly executed it again. Let's say mistakenly I executed it again. Okay, now if I check with this table, select star from sample 1. So what happened? All 1 1 1 1 they are inserted. That is why don't execute this command multiple times I mentioned. Okay, you need to execute only the specific times, means only once. When you are inserting, execute the command only once, guys. Okay, okay, so this is a wrong data. All records duplicates are getting got inserted over here. I don't want any of this data. I just want the table fresh again. Means then I can simply write truncate table sample 1. Okay, so now what happened? Now if I check with the data within the table, there is no data. What happened? Truncate will basically, it will drop the table and it will recreate the structure of the table. Okay, so that is what truncate performs over here, guys. Okay, so this is about this truncate over here. So what and all the DDL commands we have seen? Create is used to create a table. Next, alter is used to change any modifications or changes onto the columns within a table. Next, drop, before the drop, rename we have seen. So rename is used for what? To change the table name. Next, drop is used for the what? To drop the table from the database. So truncate is used for what? Truncate is used to drop the table and recreate only the structure of the table. See, now if you see any of the commands what and all we executed, everything is dealing with only the structure of the table itself, not anything different. Okay, only the structure of the table is taken care or handled by the DDL commands here. Okay, so these are all the different type of changes what and all I can do on a table by using this DDL commands. Let's say now if I want to create another table. Okay, so for example, I want to create a table where I want to insert the employee details. Okay, so employee details I want to insert over here. So where is this truncate? Yeah, so now a task is to create a table. So create table. Next, the table name I'll give it as employee underscore details, and the column names I'll give it as emp id integer data type. Next, emp underscore name varchar of 30. Next I want to give his hire date, hire underscore date. And what is the data type for the hire date? It's a date data, right? Day, month and the year. So I can give a data type as date. That's it. Okay. Next, hire date we have added. Next, one more thing is let's say they have been applying for certain events in the company. Okay, so time of application or TOA or some of the other shortcut I'll give, and everyone is applying today itself. Okay, so then if I want to give a data type, or if I want to insert a data such a way that it should take the date and also the time, let's say TOA, or else time of application, or I'll give another column name, let's say not TOA, event applied date. I'll give date, time, semicolon, control enter. So what and all I have given? Table name, next column name, data type, next column name, data type, column name, data type. Okay, so like this, how many columns you want to insert, how many columns you want to create, you can create, guys. There is no restriction. So now as the table is all created, now if I want to look into the description, DESC emp underscore details, semicolon, control enter. See, now you can see the description here. emp underscore id, emp name, hire date, event underscore applied underscore date. See what and all the data types have? Int, varchar, date, date time, right? So these are all the different type of ways how you can insert the columns. So what and all the columns, what and all the data types you can specify. There are no restrictions. Okay, so these are the different DDL commands what we are learning as a part of this particular video, guys. So in this video, we'll be discussing about a topic called as DML, guys. So DML stands for Data Manipulation Language, and what and all the commands we have under the DML, how to execute them, or how this DML commands will work, everything we'll look after in this particular video. So what is the topic we are discussing today is DML. So DML stands for Data Manipulation Language. Okay, so data manipulation language. And what are the commands? What are the commands we have under this DML? So it will be insert, update, delete. So previously we have seen how to use this DDL commands. So DDL means what? So those are the commands which are used to deal with the structure. So to deal with the structure of the table, like anything, any modifications you want to do on the table structure, like creating a table or adding a column to the table or removing a column from the table, anything, what and all the modifications you want to do on a table structure over there, we are dealing with this DDL commands over here. So now what is the commands we are looking after? These are the DML commands. So DML means, so this is the commands which we need to use to check with the data within the table or to deal with the data within the table over here. So basically for what this DML will use, these are used to deal with the data within the table. Okay, so to deal with the table, we'll use the DDL. To deal with the data within the table, we'll be using this DML commands over here. And how these commands will work, or what is the syntax, so everything we'll learn. So previously we have seen a basic commands about what and all the basic commands we can execute. So at that time we created a table, we inserted the data, and we fetched the data from a table, right? So now how this insert or update or delete will work, we'll see complete elaboration about these three commands over here. So first, before we check with the data, so what we need to do first we need to have a table, right? So where we are executing all these commands, so we are executing all these commands within a client software which is called as MySQL Workbench. Okay, so now you can just search in your taskbar MySQL and you'll find an option MySQL. So in the recent you can see it, or else MySQL, if you just type it, you can find this option over here, right? So click on it. So once you click on it, the page will open, the client software will open, and within this, under the MySQL connections, you need to click on this local instance, then enter the password. Yes. Okay, so this is not the data. Yes, so this is the commands what we executed in previous classes, right? So creating the database, selecting the database, okay, and basic commands like creating the table, inserting the data and fetching the data, and all the DML, DDL commands, everything we executed yesterday, right? Yes, so now we'll insert the data, guys. Okay, so previously we created the tables, now we'll insert the data into those tables. And before we execute any of the commands, or once after we open our MySQL Workbench, what is the first and most important thing we need to do is to check either any database is selected or not. So here if you see, there are no databases selected. So as of now, just only PracticeDB, next PracticeDB3, PracticeDB4. Only these three database I have, but I haven't used. So used in the sense I haven't selected any of the database. And how I am able to understand it, because there is no bold coloring given over here, right? So by that you can understand either any database is selected or not. So to select a database, what is the command we need to execute? We can write a command such that use PracticeDB. Okay, within the same file we are doing. Okay, no need of opening a new file. So why? Because what and all the commands, what and all we are learning as part of this particular course over here, everything will execute in single particular file itself, so that anywhere in future if you want to revise or practice them, you can go through this single file and you can practice all of them. Okay, so now what is the command we are executing here? Use and the database names. And why this is used over here? To select a database, semicolon, control enter. So once the database selected, now we can proceed further, what and all we want to do. So as of now, what are the tables we created? This EMP underscore details, right? So yesterday we created this. Now if we write a command create, not create, data, if I want to see what is the data I have in this particular table, select command. Okay, so select star from EMP underscore details, semicolon, control enter. So as of now there is no such data here, right? So now we can insert the data into this. And also one more table we created, which is I think that is student underscore details is one table, and EMP underscore details is another table. So these are the two tables which we created previously. And now In the both we don't have any data, guys. So this sample one is also another table which we created just for the execution of the truncate. We have created the sample, and before that, at the time of creation, yeah, see, student underscore details, for which I'm giving a name student underscore details here. There are two tables which we created, which is student underscore details, and one more is emp underscore details. Now if I check with students table, select star from student underscore details, and this also we don't have any data as such now, so we'll insert the data into these two tables, guys. Okay, and what is the data we'll insert is basically a general data, so we'll not go any too complex into in the commands over here. This is the basic data we'll insert over here, like the IDs, the name of the student, and just the marks. Okay, so now inserting. So to insert, as we learned earlier, one basic command about the insert, which is to insert a single record into a table by using one particular command. Now let's say if I want to insert multiple records, or let's say I want to insert data into specific records itself, specific columns, then how to insert? There are different ways of inserting the data over here. So we'll learn all the ways how we can insert the data into this tables case. So now the first one is just the basic way. Insert into table. This is the syntax what I am showing. Every time you can follow the syntax to insert the data, guys. So insert into table, next table name, values, and next data. How much data or how many columns you have, those many columns you can mention the data over here. So now in the same way, now if I try to insert the data, insert into table, and what is the table name? Now I'll insert into student underscore details table, guys. So now this is one table. I'll specify that exactly. Student underscore details, next values, and I can specify I can mention the data over here, which is, let's say, student ID 1, and what is the next column? Marks, sorry, not the marks, student name. So ID, student name, and the marks. So ID is 1, let's say student name, I'll give it as A, or why to give letter, I'll give the name as Tom, and the age as 24. Okay, so semicolon, and now this is the simple way, one basic way to insert. The same way, first we'll execute it and we'll insert the data. Insert into student underscore details, values will be 1 comma Tom comma age as 24, semicolon, control enter. Now one record is inserted over here. Now one more record if I want to insert, or let's say multiple records I want to insert now. Okay, now we'll see the command about how to insert multiple records in single line of command itself. So it's not too complicated also here. Just in the same command itself you can continue, guys. One record is inserted, another record if you want to insert, without giving a semicolon here, I can just give a comma to John 23. So like this I can insert. Okay, I can go on with the data like this. I don't need to write insert into table name, values. This is all not required to write for each and every record. So for one time I'll write, and I'll continue with all the data what I want to insert over here. So simple. Okay, so the same way if I try to do it now, I'll write another command. Why I'm writing another command? Because this one is already inserted. I don't want to modify this and again execute. What happens if I do that? A duplicate record will get inserted. I don't want the duplicate records now. So this insert commands. Okay, so whenever you are inserting, whenever you are executing this insert commands case, if there are no restrictions on those particular columns, make sure you execute this insert commands only once. Why not to execute twice? Because it inserts a duplicate into the table. So we don't want any duplicates into the tables over here. We'll just execute this insert commands only once. Next, insert into student underscore details. Next values will be, now I'll insert multiple records. Okay, previously just one record I inserted and I executed. Now I'll insert multiple records by single line of command. Let's say student ID as 2 and the name as John and the age as 23. Next, close it, close the parenthesis, just give a comma. Next record data you can keep within this open and close brackets. Student ID 3. Next, the name as Harry and the age as 22. Okay, or if I want to insert one more record also, comma, and you can continue as many records you want. You can continue over here, guys. So as of now we are just inserting only 2 records. I'll end it, control enter. So now see, 2 records are inserted within this particular table by single line of command. So this is how you can insert multiple records by single line of command, guys. Next, the further. So what are the different ways again means, let's say I want to insert the data into specific columns itself. Okay, so now for example the data, so select start from details. If I execute this, see, now we can see the details, right? So student ID, student name and the marks. Now let's say out of this particular data I don't know the student name, okay, or else I don't want to insert the marks. Let's say I don't want to insert marks for particular people. Okay, 2 or 3 records I'm inserting, or just 1 record or 2 records, as many records you want. Okay, so but in a command over there, if you are specifically trying to insert the data into particular columns itself, then you can specify the column names before we mention the data here, which is like, we'll insert it now by writing insert into student underscore details. Student underscore details. Now the syntax goes on with values first, okay, but not with the values. So I don't want to mention the values first. Now what is my criteria now? I want to insert the data into specific columns itself. Then I will mention the column names here. So what are the column names I have? ID and also into the student underscore name. Only into these 2 columns only I want to insert the data. So for that I mentioned the column names. Next, values. Now I need to mention the data. So student ID 4 I'll give. Next, the student name as, let's say Siri, and it. Okay, as we are specifying only 2 columns names, we need to mention the data only for 2 columns. Okay, it's as simple like for example, we'll see an example for this. Let's say for example I have a table which consists of 50 columns. Okay, out of this 50 columns I want to insert the data only into 4 columns, which are first column, second column, or 5th column and 10th column. Okay, so first, second, 5th and the 10th, only into these 4 columns I want to insert the data. Then insert into table, table name, values. Okay, so what should happen over here when you want to insert into specific columns? Before you mention the data, first you need to specify the column names. So which are column 1, column 2, column 5 and column 10. So column 10 means what? These are the column names you need to mention, guys. Next, values, and next the data, and this data should match the column count. So as the column count is 4 over here, here also you need to mention the data only for the 4 columns, not for the what is say more columns or lesser columns over there. The count should match for you. If you are inserting the data into all the columns out there, make sure you specify the data for all the columns. If you are inserting the data into only specific columns, make sure you specify the data for that particular columns itself. Okay, so this is how you can insert the data into particular columns itself. Okay, only into ID and student name I'm inserting, so I'm specifying the data only for those 2 columns. Next, let's say in the same command itself I can execute multiple records. Okay, but here as the column count is only 2, you need to specify whatever the data you want to insert with only 2 columns data itself. Let's say I want to insert one more record, 5 comma, I'll give a name as John, semicolon, control enter. See, now this is also inserted. Now if I check with the table, so I am not writing this command again and again to check with the data, guys. So what I am doing, I am going back to line number 38 and I am executing it. Select commands, you can execute them multiple times. Okay, insert commands, this DML commands you need to execute only once. So these are one-time action commands. So select command you can execute as many times as you can, because it will just show the data for you. Okay, it will not do any changes in the data within the table, it will just show the data for you, that's it. So now control enter. So now you can see, right? So as I mentioned the data only for the ID and the student name, what happened? Null. There is nothing, there is no data in this marks for the student ID 4 and 5. Okay, null means, null in the sense no value at all, not even an empty or 0 or nothing. Okay, it's not mentioned anything over there, it's completely blank. Okay, no value at all. Null means basically no value, guys. Okay, now in this data, this is the way how we used to insert the data into specific columns over here. Now one more criteria for me is, now let's say in single line of command itself I want to insert multiple records, and for one record I don't know the student name, for another record I don't know the marks. Okay, but these two need to be inserted by single command itself. Okay, so one record I don't know the student name, another record I don't know the marks, but I cannot skip these 2 columns. Okay, now by single line of command I want to insert these 2 commands. Okay, means these 2 records I want to insert by single line of command itself. So how to insert means, insert into students underscore details. Now I'll not specify any column names. Why? Because for one record I need to skip the student name, for another record I need to skip the marks, but for vice versa student name is required and marks also required for me here, right? So I cannot specifically mention the column names here. Okay, so for that I'll write values directly, and now I'll start with the data here stating that student ID 6 comma, now let's say I don't know the name. Then how to write it is, or how to mention the data means, I'll mention null here. Okay, so null is a special kind of a, you can think it as a one kind of a data type over here. Okay, why? Because there is no value, guys. So null means no value at all, and this null you can insert in any column you want. Okay, there are no such restrictions that you need to mention the null in only specific columns or in specific data types. So any data type for any column you have, you can mention null. Null means basically no value at all. So comma, next I'll give the marks as 86. Okay, so now comma, next one more record, student ID 7, comma. So now the student name, let's say I'll give the student name as Ram, comma. Next one more record, sorry, in this particular record I don't know the marks for this particular person. Then what I'll do, I'll mention null. Okay, so semicolon and execution. So now in single line of command itself, for one person I am skipping the name, for another person I am skipping the marks. Okay, so this is how you can insert multiple records by single line of command by avoiding whatever the data you want to avoid for a particular record case. So control enter. Now if I check with the data, see, student ID 6, there is no name. Student ID 7, there is no marks, right? So these are the different ways of inserting the data case. So there are multiple ways. One is the basic way of inserting single record. So if I want to insert the data into specific columns, then I can specify the column names and then I can mention the data. Or one more way is, if I want to insert the data into all the columns, all the records, but here and there some or the other data I want to skip for a particular record, means I don't need to mention the column. I don't need to mention the column names. So directly I'll mention the data, but whatever the data I don't want to insert, in those positions I'll keep it as null. Null means no value at all, guys. Okay, not even 0 or not even empty. Okay, no value at all. It's completely blank. Yeah. So this is the way how we inserted the total 7 records we inserted. Yeah. So once after we insert, next command we will be discussing about is update. So what are all the commands we have here? Insert, update, delete. So now we have seen all the different ways how to insert the data over here. Now the next command is update. So to update, what is this update? Update is used to change or modify any data within the table. So to insert a new record, I'll use a command which starts with insert. Once after you insert the data, then if you have any changes need to be done on certain data, or if I want to modify any particular records which are already inserted, okay, which are already inserted, for those records if you want to do any modifications over here, then you can use this update command, guys. Okay, so now we'll discuss about the update command. Update, so basically for what we can use this, to modify the pre-existing data. Okay, so now let's check with the data over here. So what is the data I have? Student ID 1 to 7 I have. Now what and all the modifications I want to do over here is, we'll say multiple ways, and here for the update also we have multiple ways of updating the data, either for one record you want to update, or multiple records you want to update, or one column you want to update, or multiple columns you want to update. Okay, so everything we can do it over here. Okay, so now let's say I want to change the name for a person, guys. So what is the data I have? From ID 1 to 7 I have over here. From out of this data over here, for this person John, okay, so this person I want to change the name. So mistakenly I have inserted the data as John over here, but actually the name should be Johnson here. Okay, so instead of inserting Johnson, I mistakenly inserted as John over here. Now I want to update this data. Okay, so to update, so whenever you want to update the data, guys, the main thing, the first and most important thing to understand about this updating the data is condition about where to change this data. Okay, I cannot directly specify that go and update this to Johnson. So if I say update to Johnson, where it should update, where means the condition, so where it should specifically update the data over here. So which is now, let's say student name itself I'll take for the condition case. So change the name from John to Johnson, where you find John in the student name. Means will it only change the data for what is it, this fifth record over there? Means is the fifth record is the only person who is having the name as John? No, right? So there are multiple people. So you can see in the student ID too also. So what we can understand over here, student name cannot be used for the condition for me. So here as of now, based on my criteria, what I want to change the name for a particular person from to John to Johnson, which is not possible for me here. When I use a student name, it is not possible. Why? Because multiple people can have the same name. I cannot avoid that, right? So multiple people can have the same name, so that I cannot use the student name for the condition. Let's say now, I'll use marks for the condition. So student ID 5 is having marks as null. Okay, so now I'll write a command saying that set the student name, okay, change the name to Johnson where you have null in the marks. But if I say where and all you have null in the marks, you have in the fourth record, fifth record, and also the seventh record is also having null. If I give a condition like change the name from John to Johnson, or else change the name to Johnson where you have null in the marks card, means will it change the data for only one record? No, it will change the data for multiple records. See, fourth is also, it will change, fifth is also having null, seventh is also having null. So what I can understand here, marks also I cannot use for the condition. Okay, so here this is the point where for the conditions you need to use a column which is having all the unique data, guys. Okay, so every time, okay, so whenever you have any data over here, you will have one particular column which consists of the unique data. Either it can be in the ID format or else the unique ID format, let's say student ID or employee ID. To identify any person, okay, any person uniquely over here, there will be certain identification or particular unique ID which is provided, right? So likewise, using that particular column, you can identify a record uniquely over here. Okay, so for the condition, which column we need to use for the condition? Unique column. Okay, unique column condition. Student name and marks cannot be used. Now if I specify change the name to Johnson where you have ID as 5. Now how many people are having ID as 5? Just only one person. So now I can directly write a command like this. Okay, so update the students, change the name to Johnson where you have ID as 5. This is the command what we need to write, guys. Okay, I hope everyone is clear about this, which column you need to be used to give the condition. Okay, so you can give student name also for the condition, not a problem. Okay, you can specify it, but what mainly happens over there is it will change for multiple records. Okay, and I can give marks also for the condition, not a problem, but what happens over there, it will change the data for multiple records. But what is my criteria over here? I want to change the data only for a specific record itself. Okay, so now this is for ID 5. So before we execute any of the update commands over here, first thing what we need to do over here in MySQL workbenches, we'll have something called as safe mode case. Okay, so safe mode, I'll show it. Okay, so the command, so first we'll turn it off, case. So what is the safe mode and why we need to turn off and all this is this. The safe mode is the one which will be by default, which is turned on, which will not let you insert any data, any updations onto the table, case. Means the safe mode will not let you update or delete any records in a table. Okay, so to make that turn off, we need to execute a command set SQL underscore safe underscore updates equal to 0. Okay, so this is the command we need to execute to turn off our safe mode option. Okay, so now I'll give it as 1 and I'll show you what is the error we'll get. Okay, so I'm turning it on. So as I'm using it, this MySQL workbench from the quite long time, so I've turned it off long back itself. Okay, so now I turned it on. After this, now if I write an update command, what is the mistake or what kind of a problem we'll face, I'll show you it so that you can understand it better. So before you write the command, first syntax. How to write the update commands. Update table name set. Here you need to mention what you want to change. What we want to change. Okay, after that we need to write where. Here you need to specify. So this is the data, what you need to specify, what you want to change. After that where, and next you need to give a condition where to change. Okay, means the condition you need to give, and how you can specify the condition by giving a where clause, guys. So where clause is mainly used to give conditions, either to fetch the data or either to update the data or either to delete the data, whatever you want to do with the data over there. For a specific data, if you want to do those changes or anything related to the particular records, then we'll use where clause, guys. Okay, so now I'll write the command what we want to do now. So which is, I want to change the name. So in the students, I want to change this name to Johnson. For which person? For ID 5 I want to change. So accordingly I can write the command update student underscore details set. So what I want to change here, I want to change the name. So set the column name will cross check. Yeah, it is student underscore name. Student underscore name equal to Johnson. As this is the character data, I am specifying within this double quotations. Now I need to write where I want to change. Where ID equal to 5. Okay, so now update. This is the command, DML command. So this is the table name. Next, set what we want to change, where we want to change. Okay, so now the same way, now I'll execute the command and we'll check is the data updating or not. So before we write any of the update command, so this one we need to turn it off. So I turned it on so that I can show you what is the error you might face when this safe mode is turned on. So I'll write the command update student underscore details set student underscore name equal to Johnson, where ID equal to 5, semicolon. control enter. See what is the error I am facing here? Update students, this command. In the message you can see the error or the mistake, so which is you are using safe update mode and you try to update a table with where and so on. So all the elaboration it is doing. Basically what it states over here, the safe mode is, if you are in a safe mode state over there, the SQL workbench will not let you update or delete a record in a table, guys. So basically safe mode means I can only insert, I cannot modify the data. That is what safe mode will let you, what to say, this safe mode will work as. So for that I need to turn it off. To turn off, so as this safe mode, it will be turned on by default, guys. Okay, you need to make sure you turn it off. So to turn it off, you need to write a command, set SQL underscore safe underscore updates equal to 0. So once you write a command, control enter, execute that. So as I turned it off, now I'll execute the same command. So the command which gave me an error saying that you are using safe mode, now what I did, I turned off the safe mode. Okay, how? By executing a command, set SQL underscore safe underscore updates equal to 0. Once it is done, then I'll execute this update command. Now see, the command which gave me an error before, it executed successfully now. Now if I check with the table, I'll go to line number 38, means basically going means I'll keep my cursor on line number 38 and I'll execute, control enter. So what happened? The name, is it changing or not? So Johnson, it changed, right? So this is how you can change the data or you can update the data, case. And here what you need to give, you need to give a condition where to change the data. So for the condition you need to use mostly, so most of the cases you need to give a unique column condition for the updation of the data, case. Okay, or you can use multiple columns also. There is no restriction for that. You can give multiple columns also for the condition. Okay, like for example, now what is the data will change is okay, so let's say we'll change the data for a particular person who is having ID as 7 and student name as Ram. For this particular person I want to change the marks. Okay, so now how to give the condition over here is update student underscore details set. So what I want to change, okay, first thing is, so what I want to change over here, set marks equal to 0, sorry not 0, 90. So I want to change the marks to 90. Where I want to change, where ID equal to 7 and student underscore name equal to Ram. So this commands or this data, this is case insensitive case. You can give all small letters also, still it can identify the data. So control enter. See, now if I check with the table, I'll keep my cursor in line number 38 and control enter. See, it changed the data. We can give multiple columns also for condition, not an issue. Okay, now here we changed the data for particular records we are changing, guys. Let's say now for the certain data, what I want to change over here is people who are having null in the marks card. For all those people I want to change it to 0, guys. Okay, so what is the condition I want to give? People who are having null in the marks over here, for all those people I want to change the marks to 0. Then how to give the condition? Now here in this scenario, is it for only single record? No, these are for multiple records. So it doesn't bother about how many records it is updating the database. Okay, it will only check with the condition what you are providing. If there is any record which is satisfying with that condition, it will simply change the data for those records. That's it. Okay, what is the main thing you need to understand here is the condition. What is the condition you are giving? If a record is satisfying with the condition, it will straightforward, it will change the data for that record. Okay, it doesn't bother about how many records there are. What and all the records which satisfies, every record it will change. Okay, now we need to change the data from null to 0. Okay, here null to 0 I want to change, guys. Now how to specify? Okay, generally any value if I have, I can give the value, change the what is a marks to what is a 55 or 45 where marks is 0, or some or the other number if I have, I can give the number. But what is this null? Null means no value at all. Then how to deal with this null, or how to specify this null so that I can change the data? Means to identify or to specify the null over here, we can use something called as is null or is not null, guys. So is null means, okay, change the data where marks is null. Simple, as a English word basic sentence, as a vocabulary, the sentence of how we speak over here, the same way we can write the command here. So update the marks to 0 where marks is null. Okay, so next update the marks to so and so where marks is not null. Is not null means what? You change the data where marks are not null. Simple English way, the word how we speak over here, the same way you can write the command for this null, is null or is not null. Okay, so if I write a command, you will get a better idea. So update student underscore details set marks equal to 0. So I want to change it to 0. So where I want to change it now? Where? Now the condition is about marks which are having null, right? So where marks is null. Okay, if I write where marks is null over here, semicolon, control enter. So now if I check with the table, I'll go to line number 38, control enter. So what happened? Student ID 4 and 5, we have marks as null, which it changed it to zeros now, right? So this is how you can change the data for multiple records also. Okay, so but for particular column we are changing the data now. Okay, not for a particular column. Now let's say for 2 columns I want to change. So previously what and all the commands we executed in this update. Okay, so for the update I'll add a comment here, update. Okay, so now first one is I changed the name from to Johnson. So previous data it doesn't bother, guys. Okay, what is the data you are changing, that is the one you need to specify. Okay, and you need to specify what is the data you want to change and where you want to change. Simple. Okay, so now update student underscore details, set student underscore name equal to John. Means basically for a particular column and particular record we are changing the data. Okay, so Johnson, and here also we are changing for a specific column itself. Okay, in a specific column and multiple records it might change. It doesn't bother about how many records it is changing the data, only it bothers about the condition over here. Okay, but only for one column we changed the data till now, which is only for student name, where another one is, another 2 commands are only for the marks. Now we'll see the command how to change the data for multiple columns also. Okay, so for example, for this ID 6, I have student name as null, where I'll change it to the some different name I'll give. Okay, I'll give the name as Ramesh over here. Next, for the marks, I also want to change the marks also. Okay, so I'll change the marks to different value or different number over here. So for that I can write a command as update student underscore details. Now what and all I want to change? I want to change the student name. Set student underscore name equal to let's say I'll give the name as Travis. Okay, so I'll give the name as Travis over here. And one more data also what I want to change over here, which is the marks for this particular record itself. Okay, so change the name to Travis, comma. Okay, now what and all the data you want to change, there you need to give a comma now. Comma. Now marks equal to, let's say I'll give the marks as 82. Okay, so this is a numerical data. So numerical data, you can specify it normally itself without any single or double quotations. Whenever you are inserting a date data or character data, you need to specify the data within single or double quotations here. So next, a semicolon, control enter. Okay, see, now what happened over here is I've written the command, what I've written, what to change it, but without giving a condition I've written it. Okay, so update students, set student name equal to Travis and marks equal to 82, and I didn't give the condition. So mistakenly I missed the condition and I directly executed it. Now if you check with the table, what happened? Every other record it changed the student name to Travis and marks as 82. This is the commands which you need to be more cautious whenever you are executing them, guys, because insert, update and delete, these are the commands which are automatically saved into the database. See, by mistake I have written without the condition. Now if I want to retrieve the old data, as of now when you use only the DML, it is not possible to retrieve this data, guys. You cannot undo those changes. Okay, once you execute, done. Okay, that commands are automatically saved. So this way of this kind of mistakes, if you want to rectify or if you want to overcome them, there is only one option, which is by using TCL commands. Okay, so before saving itself or before executing this commands itself, I'll clearly mention that don't save it automatically. But whenever you execute basically or basic update commands directly here, these are auto saved. Auto saved means they are automatically saved into the database. You cannot retrieve the old data once after you execute a DML command over here, which are insert, update or delete. Okay, so now see, as I cannot change the data now. Okay, so the data is already changed. I cannot retrieve the old data. So nothing, I cannot do anything over there apart from deleting the complete data over here. Okay, so this is where you need to be more cautious whenever you're writing an update command, guys. Okay, make sure you specify the condition. Without a condition, if you execute, it will change the data for every other record in the table. Okay, so now this is how we can use this update commands, guys. Now let's say for a specific record, now I want to change, I can change the data again. But how? Record by record we can change. We cannot write all the conditions on all the data what you need to change in single line. You need to write multiple lines again now. Update student underscore details, set student underscore name equal to, I'll give a name as Siri, comma, marks equal to 83, or I'll give it as 80, where now condition. So if I give a condition, it will change for that particular data itself. So where I'll give the ID as 3. I'll give it as 3 and semicolon. Now if I check with the table, I'll go to line number 38, I'll keep my cursor there, control enter. See, So what it did, it changed the data only for student ID 3. So whatever the data which is satisfying with the condition, it will change the data for every other record over there, guys. Okay, so this is how update will work. Update is basically for what it is used to change the data for particular records or all the records. Okay, so now this is how the data we updated over here. So basically update is used to update the data in a particular table. Next one is delete. Okay, so now what about this, how about this old data over there? Means we don't have an option to retrieve. It's just we need to delete, or if you have a backup of this data, we can execute these commands and again we can insert the data newly. But once you change the data, you cannot retrieve the data with a DML command, guys. So now the next command we have here is delete. Okay, so delete is a command which is used to delete a specific records or all the records in a table. And how the condition or how the command works for the delete is delete from table name and condition. Simple. Okay, so anywhere if you want to delete a particular record, give the condition by using where clause. When you are giving a where clause means you are specifying a condition. Okay, so now I'll execute a command over here which are delete commands. So now I'll delete. So first we'll say what is the data I have. Obviously we changed the data. So now let's say now I want to delete particular records. Let's say only the student ID 1 I want to delete. Then I can write a command delete from student underscore details where ID equal to 1 semicolon, control enter. Now if I check with the table, select star from student underscore details. See, student ID 1 is removed now. Okay, so here the conditions also you can give multiple conditions. Okay, there are no such restrictions that only one column need to be provided for the condition. You can give multiple conditions. Let's say if I mention delete a record which is having student ID as 2 and the student name as Travis, then it will delete only that ID 2, because which and all the data which is satisfying the condition, only that particular data will be removed, guys. So now if I write delete from student underscore details where ID equal to 2 and student underscore name equal to Travis semicolon, control enter. Now if I check with the data here, only student ID 2 is recorded. Why? So why can't it delete other records also which are having student name as Travis? Means I haven't specified one condition. I've given two conditions, which is ID as 2 and student name as Travis, both together. Okay, both together, if a record is satisfying, only those particular records it will delete, guys. Okay, so now once it is done, now any condition you give, okay, so if there is any record which is satisfying with the condition, it will delete that record. That's it. Okay, now if you give a condition, it will delete that record. Where condition, okay, where clause is mainly used to check with particular records or particular data itself. Okay, now if I want to delete the complete data, that is also possible by using this delete command. Okay, so generally when we wrote an update command, what happened with when you don't give a condition, it changed the data for all the records, right? The same way here, when you are writing a delete command also, if you are not specifying the where clause, obviously it will delete the complete data. So delete or update conditions are required when you want to change the or modify the data for a particular records itself. Okay, so delete from student underscore details. If I write a command like this, what happens over here? It will delete complete data. Okay, so don't give a condition like this, or don't update the data, or don't delete the data. If you are trying to change, update or delete for specific records over there, make sure you give a where clause case. Okay, where clause is most important when you want to check or when you want to modify the specific records in a table. Okay, so now if I execute this, and now if I check with the table, see what happened? Nothing, no data at all. And delete all these DML commands, insert, update or delete. These are auto save commands, guys. Once you execute them, you cannot retrieve them back. Means there is no such option called as undo here. Okay, so that is why make sure whenever you are executing this insert, update or delete commands, do cross check with the command and then execute that command. Okay, so there is only one possible way how you can undo these options is when you use this insert, update or delete commands within some different another additional commands called as TCL commands. When you combine these two, then there is an option to undo. Okay, but without combining with TCL, when you execute only this insert, update and delete, you cannot undo these options, guys. Once they are done, once executed, they are automatically saved. So that is why we need to be more cautious whenever you write an insert, update or delete command over here. Okay, so these are this DML commands which are used. So DML commands, what and all we have done, we have inserted a data. So if you want to insert a new record into a table, we'll use a insert command. Second one is update command. So update is used for what? When you want to update the data which is already existing in the table. Okay, so using the insert, what is the data you newly inserted over there on that data. So once the data is inserted, then if you want to do any modifications on the data within a table, then we'll use this update command. After the update, now deletion. Let's say if I want to remove a particular record from a table, okay, or multiple records from a table over here, then we can give delete command by the condition. So where marks is null, okay, delete from students table where marks is null, or delete from students where student ID is 4, or delete from students where student name is so and so. Then condition, either update or delete, what is the condition you are specifying? Based on the condition, directly it will do the changes accordingly, guys. Okay, so these are all the different type of DML commands what we have, which are insert, update and delete. In this video, so we'll be discussing about the DQL commands. So basically whatever the commands we look after over here are the main commands which we'll be mainly using to check what is the data we have in the database over here. So first of all, when you talk about the data over there, so previously we have learned how to create a tables, and next we have also seen how to insert the data into a tables or any structure related queries, or else any modifications if you want to do on this tables over here, and how to do them. And if you want to insert any data, how to insert, or once after the data is inserted, how to modify the data, or how to delete a specific data in a table over there. Everything we have look after this DDL and DML commands together previously. So now we are looking after the DQL commands. So DQL stands for DQL stands for data query language. And what are the commands we have under the DQLR? Select. So select is a command which is used to show what is the data you have in a table case. So when I say we are looking after a certain data over there, select will give only the data what it is present in that particular table, and when you are looking after that data in a table over there, you can give all the sort of calculations or any kind of restrictions, everything you can provide, and you can see what is the data you want from that table over there. So select commands will only show the data, means it's basically it works as a print statement. Okay, so select command will work as a print statement over here. Print statement in the sense it will show what is the data you have in a table over here. So it doesn't mean that okay, so I'm looking into certain specific data from a table, and what about the remaining data over here, means no. So it will not delete any of the data case. So anything related to the data, if you want to handle over there, like inserting or updating or deleting, you will be using the DML commands. Okay, so now what is the command what we are discussing about is the DQL command, which is a select. So select will only show the data, means it's just a print statement for us. Okay, so to learn this particular DQL commands over there, we need a certain data. So previously the tables which were created, like students and all, patients and all, so they are just a sample table creations, just 1 or 2 records we inserted, right? So but to have a real-time scenario based format, how to insert or basically how to check with the huge data over there, and how to find out which kind of distinct or unique data you have in a particular column. So all this, to do all this particular commands over there using the select, we need a certain data and a table case. So for that we'll be using a certain data, which we'll be also sharing you with you people in the description. You can download that particular file, and you can load the file which I'm about to show here. And the file, how to open a file over here. So first we need to understand this in the MySQL workbench. So which is like first thing is we should not double click on the file directly, guys. Okay, so why? Because if you are double clicking on a file directly, it will open in the workbench, but still it will not be connected to the server. Okay, so that is the main problem over there when you are trying to open a file directly. Okay, that is why we should not open the file directly over here. Okay, so for example, if I close this workbench over here, and now let's say this is one file. Okay, so this is a file practice. So this particular file, if I want to open in my workbench over there, if I double click on it directly, see, it is opening. Okay, so it is opening in the workbench. But what happens over here? So this particular file is not connected, and how you can able to understand either this file is connected to the server or not means, see on the complete top, on the left side top, you can see it's unconnected. And also even here in the schemas also, if you observe, this is not connected. So what it clearly states over there is this particular file is not connected to the server. So that any command, if I try to execute, if I click on Control Enter over here, see the command will not execute for us here. Okay, so make sure whenever you are opening any of the file, you need to open the workbench first, and from the workbench you need to open the file. So please do not double click on the file, and don't get confused over there. Okay, so what happened over here? The commands are not executing. So why they are not executing? Because they are not connected to the server. So anything you want to do with the data, server need to be connected over here. Okay, so this unconnected what you have here, just close it. Okay, just simply close it, because there is no use of it. Okay, just to view the commands you can open the command, what is a file like this, but if you want to execute, it's not possible from the unconnected file case. Okay, so you can just keep it as a view purpose, or if you want to close this, just simply close it. Okay, so once you close it over here, so now you can see in the MySQL connections, local instance MySQL 80. So this is the point where initially from where you can open the files, or else I'll also again show, just on your keypad type MySQL, and you can find this MySQL workbench 8.0 CE. Click on it, open this particular workbench here. Now in MySQL connections, you can see local instance MySQL. This is the first page what you will get whenever you open the workbench, right? So you click on this local instance and enter your password. So the password we need to enter initially when we are installing this MySQL workbench and server, we created it. Yes, see the file which I have previously opened, it is opening the exact file for me. Okay, so from here we need to open the files case. So how to open a file over here is on the left side top itself, you have an option called as file here. Click on that file and then you will find the fifth option over here, which is open SQL script. Okay, if you want to open any recent files over there, you can also find them in the open recent. These are all the basic options, guys. Okay, so when you are flexible with using the laptop over there, you will understand all these options over here. So open SQL script. So once you click on this open SQL script, then it will ask you to select a file. Okay, so the file what you are selecting over here is the data. So this particular commands what I am showing over there, so kindly don't do parallelly, just once have a understanding about what I am explaining. Once it is done, you can go through it again and you can do the same process again. Okay, so but before you do it, first have a complete understanding about what I am doing, then start the process. Okay, so now what I did, I am clicking on this open SQL script, then I need to select a file. So here I am selecting a file which is called as data over here. So I'll double click on it, or I'll click on this open. So now one particular file which has been opened, in which there is certain data, guys. Okay, so for our learning over here, I have created a certain data which is about employees and few other tables I have created. Okay, so now previously to execute a command, what we used to do over here, so generally we used to click on Control Enter, right? To execute any of the commands over here in the workbench, we used to do Control plus Enter to execute single line of command. Now to execute how all the commands, so sir, if we are doing this Control Enter line by line, how much time it might take to execute all the commands in this particular file? It might take too much of time for us, right? So we should not do that every time over there. If a single line, if you want to execute, you can do Control Enter. Now what is the another way of execution of this commands? Means to execute all the commands in this particular file, what is the process? Means now in the workbench itself here, you can see a thunder symbol, right? So you can see my cursor pointing over there, which is a small thunder symbol you can see, right? So now once after you click on this thunder symbol, every other command in this particular file will execute, guys. Okay, so if you do Control Enter on a line, single line command execution will happen. If you want to execute all the commands in a particular file, then you need to click on this thunder symbol. If you click on this thunder symbol, from line number 1 till the last line, till the last command, every other command will execute. Okay, so now if I do thunder symbol, see first itself I had a mistake now. So which is, what is the message? So as I mentioned earlier also, whenever there is a red into mark over here, so what is the first thing you need to do? You need to look after the message. Okay, so the message what it's clearly stating over here is no database selected default DB. Means what we can understand from here is there is no database selected. Even if you have one database or multiple databases in your server, as we are working from the host level, we should need to select a database here. So to select a database, what is the command we need to execute? Use and the database name. So which we have already written in this practice file. See this line number 3, use practice DB. I'll just execute this, and next I'll go back to this data file which I have previously opened. So click on this. Yeah, so now the database is selected and you can see the bold coloring over here, and by that we can understand that the database is selected over here. Now if I click on this thunder symbol, see all the commands are executed over here, right? So now in the tables, by default as of now it is just showing the students which we have created previously, but now I also want to see what are the tables I have created. Those tables also I want them to be reflected in my schemas. Okay, obviously when I create a tables, I need the information about it, right? So if I just refresh my schema here, see, now we created two tables over here from this data file, which are employees and departments. Okay, so these are the two particular file create tables which we created over here, right? Once the tables are created, then there is no use of this particular file for us. Just to load the data into our particular server over here, into this particular database, we have been executing the commands from this data file, and once the commands are executed, once the tables are created, done, you can close this. So like this, if you see practice data, and if in case if you want to open any other files also, you can open multiple files here, guys. So it's like in a browser how you can open multiple tabs over there, the same way you can also open multiple files over here. So now once it is done, I'll close it. Now here, if I execute this command show tables, right, so line number 5, so which we have done in the previous classes over here. So control enter. So what are the tables it is showing? In the command wise, if when I execute also, tables in practice DB, departments, employees, student. These are the three tables what I have. Okay, so now once after the commands are executed, once the tables are created, now we'll start looking after the commands, what and all we can write, and how much differently we can write, and what kind of an explorations we can do on the data, and how differently you want the data to be represented over there. Everything you can see the commands now. So I'll close this result grid. Now at bottom over here, okay, I've already written. Okay, so this select is the commands what we are executing over here. Now within the select over here, the first command I'll execute is select star from employees. Okay, so select star from employees, semicolon, control enter. Okay, so first we need to understand the data, guys. So anywhere, anytime, before you jump into what are the answers you are required with, first thing we need to do over here is understanding the data. So what kind of a data you have, what kind of a data types you have for that particular columns over here, and how many records you have. And once you understand this, then you can write the further commands. Okay, so first if you look into this data over here, you have employee ID, employee's first name, employee's last name, next the department, salary, hire date, bonus, and manager ID, right? So these are the columns what you have, and we have certain data, guys. So total how many records over here we have is total 280 records we have, guys. Okay, out of this 280 records over there, when I am executing a command which is select star from students, so basically what this select star from students will do, it will fetch all the columns and records from the table. So that is what star means over there. Okay, so select means print star all the columns and rows from employees table. This is the command what we executed just now. So now let's say if I want to see what is the data I have in a table. So as of now, just we have 280 records, it's well and good. It is able to execute this command within less than a second, and we are able to see the output. What if there is a table which consists of lakhs of records, lakhs, or let's just say that millions of records it has. Okay, out of this million records over there, so the management asks you to check with certain data in a table, and you need to first check with the data, and then you need to further write the commands over there. Means, so is it required to see the complete data in a table to understand what kind of a data you have in a table? It's not required, right? So when I write star, it fetches the complete data. I don't need to fetch all the data if I just want to check what kind of a data I have in a table, right? If I want to check what kind of a data I have in a table over there, simply we need to write another command over there which will limit how much data you want to see here. Okay, so which is select star from employees. Okay, so this is the command what we need to start, and next we need to add a clause called as a limit clause, guys. Okay, so this is the command or the extension what we'll be adding over here. Limit and 5, semicolon, control enter. See, now if you see the data over here, so select star from employees, limit 5 means what it is doing over here, is it showing the complete data or just the 5 records? It's just showing me only the top 5 records over here. So that is what this limit clause will do. So from the complete data, limit the data only to the 5 records and print me that. That is what this limit 5 states over here. And here the number, you can give any number you want. Okay, so instead of 5, if I give 3 and control enter, see, first top 3 records it is giving. So instead of 3, if I mention 10 and control enter, so now it is giving me the first 10 records. So limit will give you the data from the top case. Okay, it cannot randomly select the data in the middle over there. So from the top, or on what basis the data has been arranged over here, depending on that, the first 10 records or first 5 records, or based on the number you enter, it will print the top records over here. Okay, so from the order, from the top, it will show the data. Okay, so okay, well and good. If I want to see what kind of a data I have over here, I'm just mentioning 3 and I'm executing, and by this I can understand, okay, so these are the columns I have in a table, and this is the kind of a data what I have in a table over here, right? So like this we can see or we can understand what is the data you have in a table case. And let's say not just at the top, let's say sir, I just want the middle data also, I want to cross check over there, not just only the top means. Now we'll write another command here, which is select star from employees. Now the limit clause itself, now if I mention here 3 comma, let's say if I write 35 and control enter. Okay, so what it is doing over here is basically, if I write 3 comma 35, first it is skipping the first 3 records. See, from where the employee ID started over here, from employee ID 4. Okay, so first if I check what is the data I have, employee ID is from 1 we have the data. Now if I write 3 comma 35, first 3 records it is skipping, and next 35 records it is printing for me. Okay, so not like this, I just want to skip the first 50 records and next 3 records if I want to print means, I can change the command here, 50 comma 3 semicolon, control enter. See, so now the employee IDs, if you observe here, 51, 52 and 53, right? So now it is skipping the first 50 records and it is printing the next 3 records for you. So this is what a limit command will give us. Okay, limit clause. Okay, limit clause will limit the data how much you want to print. And if I say 51, 52 and 53 is the data what it is printing over there, then what about the remaining data? Is it been removed or deleted over there? Means no. Whenever you write any select command, guys, so keep it in mind that select command will only print the data for you. Means it will only show the data according to how you have written the command over here. It will not delete any of the data in a table. So now if I again execute this select star from employees, simply it will give the complete data. If I execute this 50 comma 3, it will give again 51, 52 and 53, as we mentioned 50 comma 3. So 50 comma 3 means 50, the number first what you are mentioning will skip the count of the records what you mention over there, and next the next value will print the number of the records how much you want to see. So this is the command what we need to execute to see a certain data from a table, guys, so which is a limit clause over here. Okay, so everyone start executing and also make sure you load the data properly. If in case if you are doing anything wrong over here and let's say the tables are not executing properly or the data is not loaded, just delete the database and do it again, guys. Okay, so how you can do is, if you want to delete a database over there, you can just right click on this particular database and you'll find an option called as drop schema. Okay, so just you can do this and you can remove the database. And if you want to newly if you want to create it, again execute the command. So initially we learned this commands. How to create a database, what is the syntax we need to follow, create database and the database name, simple. Okay, so create the database and select the database and create this tables within your database and start executing his commands, which is select star from employees, select star from employees limit. These are the limit clauses. Okay, so you can go through the recording peacefully and you can execute, no need of any hurry over here. Slowly you can execute those commands. Okay, so now when you see this command over the limit, this is how the limit will work, guys. So now the next command. So now we understood that this is the certain data what you have, guys. So select employee ID, first name, last name, department ID, salary, hike, bonus and manager ID. Okay, so now out of this data, the first clause what we'll use over here is distinct clause, guys. Distinct clause. So what this distinct clause will do over here is, it will give only the unique data from a table, not from a table, from a column over here. Okay, so if you write select a particular column and a distinct over there, it will give only the unique data from that particular column over here. Like for example, let's say here we have certain data like departments, guys. Okay, in the department itself we have so many different type of departments, right? So select star from employees. If you execute, see HR, IT, finance, marketing, again HR, IT, finance, marketing. So like that we have different department IDs over here, so department names. Okay, now if I want to find out what and all the complete departments I have. Okay, so out of this data of the employees what I have in this table, how many different departments employees I have. So for that I need to find out how many different departments I have, right? So for that we'll use a clause over here which is called as a distinct clause over here. Okay, and I'll give a comment over here, distinct, and next now we'll execute the command over there to see what is the unique data I have in this specific particular department column itself. Now if I write select distinct department from employees, semicolon, control enter. See now how many departments we have? HR, IT, finance and marketing. So these are the 4 departments employees what I have in this employees table. Okay, likewise you can execute this distinct on any column, guys. So there is no such restriction that it will work only on the character data here. Let's say again we'll see the data here. So now let's say how many manager IDs we have. Okay, first name and last name is obvious, there will be the different names we have. Next, department IDs, in this we can able to identify there are 4 departments. Salary also will have so many unique salaries over here. Next, hire dates, if you want to find out all the hire dates over here. And next, what and all the different bonuses you have. Okay, next, manager IDs, how many different manager IDs you have over here. If you want to find it out, then you can write in another command here, right? Select distinct manager ID from employees, control enter. See, and now it is showing all the different manager IDs, right? So from almost from 1 till 25, and there are few people who are having null in their manager ID also. That is what it is showing at the first null, and next remaining manager IDs it is showing. Okay, so likewise on hire date also you can do this. So if I write select distinct hire underscore date from employees, see how many different hire dates we have. It is showing all the data over here. So you now observe the output also, guys. Okay, whenever you are seeing the result over here, and when you are executing a command, kindly look into the output also, so that you can understand either that command is executing successfully or not, and how many records it is returning. Okay, so if you see here in the message, if I write select distinct hire underscore date, so it is showing how many total 250. So almost 250 different hire dates we have. Okay, so this is how hire dates it is showing. So further going on, we'll see what is the minimum hire date. Okay, what is the first hire date over there, what is the latest hire date over here, or what is the lowest salary, or what is the highest salary. So likewise we can also write those commands also, which we'll see further. Okay, but as of now, what is the command we are learning over here is distinct clause. Okay, so distinct clause, we will give you the distinct data from a table. So if I write select distinct star from employees, what it will do, simply it will print 280 records, because every other record is unique from different each other, right? So every one record will not have the same data in another record, right? Employee ID 1 will have only the employee ID is 1 over there. Again, we will not have one more record with employee ID 1, right? So if in case if you want to find any of such duplicates over there, we can find the data here. So if you want to see difference, okay, so this 280, select start from employees, if you are executing that also, if it is showing the same count, then you can understand, okay, so there are no such duplicates over here, right? So select distinct start from employees also you can write. Now if you observe this commands over here, okay, so whenever I am executing this distinct over here, for every other column wise only, why I am writing this distinct, why can't I write, so okay, so employees names, comma distinct manager IDs, or distinct hire dates, or distinct department IDs, we'll write. So select first underscore name, comma department. Okay, so distinct departments, right? Distinct department from employees. See, when I try to write a command like this here, so initially itself it is giving me a red into maxi. So select first name, comma distinct, if I write, so DISTINT. So even though if I write the name properly also, still it is showing me a into mark over here, and also a red underline it is showing. So select first name, comma distinct department ID, and if I try to execute this, it is clearly stating that I have an error in my SQL syntax. Okay, so here distinct clause, guys, whenever you are using a distinct clause over here, make sure you print only, or make sure you select only that particular column which is used for the distinct for the printing. Please kindly don't add any additional columns. Okay, if in case if you add also, even if it is not giving an into mark also, that is a wrong data over here. Why? Because let's say in the IT department, I have almost, let's say 20 or 30 people I have in this IT department. So for all this 30 people, okay, I can print a single value as IT, right? But if I add one more column called as first name, okay, so here for the distinct department name, I can able to print IT for this 30 people. But if I add another column called as first name, here also you have multiple names, but from this, can I print a single value, right? Can I say that this is the one person name I'll print, and I'll say that this particular person is having department as IT. So can I conclude like that? We cannot, right? So when a distinct data, when you are printing from a column over here, kindly don't add additional columns which cannot print a distinct data. Okay, I can take a unique values over here, unique data from the department, but I cannot take a unique value from the first name here, right? Because multiple people will have different names. Okay, and even here for the rest of the columns also you will have different data, right? So same person will not have the same data over here. Sorry, different multiple people cannot have the same data here. So obviously employee ID 1, so let's say this IT and IT. So this IT is a department for Bob Smith over here, and there is also department ID for Fiona Green, right? So apart from this department ID is same, rest of all the data is different for him. Okay, for both the people, he cannot print a single value from that, right? So that is why whenever you are specifically looking into the distinct data from a column over there, try to print only that particular column. Okay. Yes. So this is about the distinct clause case. Okay. So if you want to print any distinct data from a table or a column over here, you need to use a clause called as a distinct clause over here. Okay. So now the next command is select. Okay, so from above itself we'll see. So if I execute this command, select star from employees, it is giving me such data over here, right? So out of this data over here, now the next command what we'll see is how to order this data here. Okay, ordering over here. Okay, so why to order? Anyhow it is in the order of employee ID. Okay, now my criteria changed over here. I don't want to order it based on the employee ID. I want to order this data based on the salary, or I want to order this data based on the first name. From alphabetical order from A to Z, I want to order this data, or I want to order this data from the last name. Okay, or else I want to order this data based on the hire date. From the lowest hire date to the highest hire date, I want to order this data. Then how to do this? Simply here we need to add an additional clause which is called as an order by clause case. Okay, so the command what we need to execute here is, so first I'll give the command order by, and you people also whenever you are executing the commands guys, as we are in the learning stage over there, give the comments before you start any new command over here. Okay, why? Because in anywhere in the future, if you want to refer or if you want to just recap what and all the subject you have learned over there, if you just recap this particular file over there, you can understand, okay, so these are the order by commands, okay, these are the distinct clause commands over there. Like that you will have a proper comment over there which will clearly state what are the commands we are discussing over here, right? Now the command what you are discussing is order by, and simply I want to order the data based on the salary guys. So if I write select star from employees order by salary, semicolon, control enter. See, now if you see this salary or this employees details over here, salary first the lowest one is 49,000, next 51,000, next 53, 54, almost so many people have salary as 54, next 55. Yeah, so basically if you see the data over here, the data is arranging in ascending order. Okay, how the data is arranged? The data is arranged in the ascending order over here when you write order by and a particular column. If I write select start from employees order by salary, the data has been arranged based on the salary column, and that too in the ascending order it has been arranged. Okay, so now I don't want it to be in the ascending order. I want to see it from the highest value to the lowest value. I want to arrangements. Then we can write a command select start from employees order by salary, and once after you write order by and the column name, next you need to mention DESE. Okay, so this is the additionality what you need to add over here guys. So DESE within the order by is what it states over there is it will be arranging the data in the descending order over here. Okay, if you don't specify anything, it will arrange the data in the ascending order for you, and if you are specifying DESE in the order by clause over here, then it will arrange the data in the descending order. Now if control enter, if you check, see Now what is the salary for the first record in this output? What you see? 90,000. Next 88, next 87, next 86, means from the highest value to the lowest value it is arranging the data for you. Okay, if you don't specify anything within the order by clause, it will arrange the data in the ascending order. If you are specifying DESE, and here this DESE and another command DESE and the table name, both are different, guys. Don't combine these two. DESE and the table name will give you the description for a table, or DESE, if you are using within an order by, it will act as the descending order arrangement over here. Okay, so here by default you can print it in ascending order, or you can also write ASC. Even if you write ASC also, it will arrange the data in ascending order. Even if you don't specify that also, still it will arrange the data in the ascending order itself. Okay, ASC. So next, DESE in the descending order over here. And here, based on one column you can arrange, or based on multiple columns also you can arrange the data case. Okay, so there is no such restrictions over here that you need to use only one column for the order by over here. You can add multiple columns also for the ordering the data. Okay, so now for example, I want to arrange the data based on the salary. Once after this arranges the data in the based on the salary, next within that salary over there, the people who and all I have, the employees what and all I have, their names should start from A to Z or Z to A, like that I want to arrange over here. Okay, but simply what I want to state over here is, let's say salary is 54,000 and there are multiple people. And now the data how it is being arranged over here is, if you see this 54,000 Q R H X H P, randomly it has been arranging the data. Just it is only bothering about either it is arranging the data in salary or not. Now further what I want to do over here is, within this 54K again I want to arrange the details based on the name again here. Okay, so if I want to again arrange the data also in the name over here, then simply I can add additionally select star from employees order by salary, comma first underscore name DESE. Okay, so now in this 54,000, if you observe from where it is starting, from X, next V, next T, right? Or if I give DESE here, order by, and again another column for the order by, if I mention, so it is not taking. Means basically you can use only one order by clause over here within a command over there. And when you are ordering the data also, kindly understand either you want to arrange this data in the ascending or descending order. Depending on that which columns you specify, every other column will follow the same ascending or descending order itself. Okay, so now I cannot write like this order by again, comma. If I write like this, see now 54,000. In this, the first name it has been arranged. So A, there is no name. B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. Like that, the data is arranged in the first name wise now. So likewise, any other data, if you want to arrange this based on two column conditions also, it is possible by using the order by clause. And even here in this distinct also you can do that. Okay, so in the distinct clause also you can arrange the data based on multiple column conditions, guys. So like for example, within this department ID itself. Okay, so within this department ID, how many distinct salaries I have, that if I want to find out. So here I'll add this comment, select distinct department, comma. Next, if I also add salary from employees, semicolon. See. Now combinationally you are seeing this. Okay. So when you see the data combinationally over here, kindly understand the data over here. So like HR 55,000. Okay. So next IT 72,000, finance 82,000. Like that it is printing all the data. Okay. So IT and 53,000, IT and 72,000. Okay, it is showing the data over there, but make sure you try to understand over here. So how come it is printing IT twice? When I write distinct means distinct of two columns we are seeing, not just based on one column. IT and 72,000 will never repeat for you again in this output. IT and 53,000 also will never repeat again in this particular output for you. Okay, so now if I want to arrange this data, simply I can add order by for this command itself at the last. So select distinct department ID, comma, salary from employees, order by department. See, in the finance, how many different salaries we have? Okay, so instead of salary, if I write manager underscore ID, so then in finance, how many different manager IDs I have? Okay, in HR, how many different manager IDs I have? Or instead of manager ID, if I write hire underscore date. Okay, in finance, and on which particular dates the people are hired into the company. So all the finance it is giving. Next, all the HR, in the HR at which particular days, okay, on which particular day the people are hired into this particular HR department. Next, IT. Likewise, any other data, distinct data, if you want to find over there, combination of two columns also you can find this unique data using this distinct clause on two columns, guys. Okay, so distinct and two columns you can specify, and we can continue the command with from table name. Next, at last you will add order by. Okay, for any select command you see over there, at last you will be adding this order by, guys. Okay, so now these are the commands what we have seen over here are distinct, and next one is order by clause. Okay, so now we'll discuss about the operators over here, guys. Okay, so what is meant by operators means basically to check with certain data or specific conditions need to be provided to see the data in a table over here. So till now we have seen how this limit command will work. Okay, so limit clause, so limit will basically limit the data what you are trying to print. Next, the distinct clause we have seen. So what distinct will do, it will give only the unique data from a column over here. And next, order by, on based on which column you want to arrange the data, you can order the data based on that particular column over here by using the order by, guys. Okay, and also you can use them combinationally also. So distinct and order by also together you can use, like how we have used it in line number 65. Select distinct department, comma, hire date from employees and order the data based on the department ID. Right, so this is how you can see the data over here, guys. Now the next commands what we will be looking after over here are operators over here. So operators, so we have basic operators which are like greater than, less than, greater than, equal to, less than, equal to, and apart from this basic operators, we also have few additional operators which are like operator, in operator, between operator, and operator, and or operator, guys. So these are the most commonly used operators in the SQL over here, and few additional like this, like, in, between, and or. These are the additional operators which we'll see in the SQL over here. And for what mainly SQL operators are used over here is to check with a certain data, a specific data from a table over here. So for what operators are mainly used is to give the conditions. Okay, so when I say specific data means obviously certain conditions will be providing. Based on those conditions, you will be looking after the data over here by using the operators case. Okay, so now we'll see what kind of a data we have and what kind of a data we want to fetch from the table. So for this also we'll be using this employees table itself. Now this commands what and all I am executing is, along with this MySQL workbench and server, when you are installing, there will be also one more software which will be installed in your laptops, which is called as MySQL command line client. Okay, so basically how you execute the commands in your command prompt in your laptop. So you will have something called as command prompt in your laptops, so where you can execute few particular commands over there, like certain commands you can write over there, and you can see so what is the network status. Likewise you can write few particular commands over there in the command prompt. The same way you will have one more which is called as command line client, which will be installed when you are installing this MySQL server and workbench. So this, either you use a workbench or either you use a command line client, MySQL command line client, both are connected to the MySQL server within your laptop itself guys. Even if you execute the command from here, or even if you execute the command from the MySQL command line client also, both will give you the same outputs. Why? Because both are connected to the same server and the same databases you have in that server, and within the databases you will see the same data, either you use workbench or either you use command line client. Okay, so here what I'm trying to say over here is, the client software, even if it differs over there, commands will be the same and execution or looking into the data will be the same over here. Okay, so now if you simply in your laptop just search for MySQL, and you can see command line client, right? MySQL command line client. So two you will get. Just open the first one. So below one is the different encoding format over there. Just open the first one itself. Okay, so first thing what it will ask over here is to enter the password. Okay, so once you enter the correct password, and what is this password? The password what you have been provided when you are installing. So when you are installing the server, you created a password, right? So that is the password you need to enter here. So here you can execute the commands, and before you execute any of the commands in this command line client also, first thing you need to do is you need to select the database. And how to execute means, so this once after I enter the password, how it worked over there means, just enter guys. You can just click on enter on your keypad. No need of control enter and all in the command line client. And why I am showing this command line client over here is to show different interfaces. Okay, and also to show the data better. Okay, here you can show we can see the data clearly over there. And what are the main drawbacks about this command line client is you cannot save guys. Okay, what and all the commands you have written over here, you cannot save those particular commands. Okay, you can just execute the commands and you can see the output right below itself. If it is an output driven, right below itself it will give the output. If there is an error, right below itself it will give the error for you. Okay, so like if I show this, select star from. Okay, before I write any of the command, first thing what we need to do, selecting a database, use practice db semicolon enter. Now the database is selected. Now if I write select employees, enter. See, so it will show the complete data here. Okay, so this is how the command line client, MySQL command line client will work. So now Next I'll write a command over here, select specific columns only if I want to see, emp underscore id comma first underscore name comma last underscore name employees. Okay, so you can write a command like this. See, it is giving all the output below itself. If in case if there is any mistake in your command over there, right below itself it will give the error for you. So select star from emp. If I write, what is it doing? It is giving me an error saying that table practice db.emp doesn't exist. So we don't have any table called as emp. That is what it is stating over here. Okay, so this is how MySQL command line client will work, guys. Okay, so command line client will give you the output right below itself, and to see the derived outputs over there, it might look better to see the data over here, but what is the main drawback means you cannot save this commands. So like the command prompt, if you execute the commands and if you close the command prompt, done, everything is done and dusted, what and all you have executed in that. Even the same applies for this MySQL command line client also. Once you execute the commands and if you are closing it, what and all the commands you have written you have written within this particular command line client, everything will be removed, or it basically it clears out. See, now if I close this again, if I search for MySQL and if I open this command line client, so now how it is opening again from the starting. You can't find the previous commands what you have written here. Okay, so this is how command line client looks over here. So again you need to enter the password and again select the database practice db semicolon, enter. Okay, so this is how this command line client appears over here. So, and as I'm mentioning about this operators over here, what and all the different operators we have and how we can use them. So operators, the first we'll see the basic operators case, like greater than, less than, equal to, okay, and less than, equal to, greater than, equal to, how these operators will work here. So first operator will uses the greater than, less than operators, and mainly for what we'll use this operators. So to print a specific or desired output, if you want to see, then we'll use this operators. Like for example, the client is asking me to give me the details of the employees who are having their salaries greater than 80,000 case. Okay, so I need to fetch, so I have 280 employees. Out of this 280 employees over there, so the client or the management asked me to give me only the data, only fetch the data from the server, only who are having their salaries greater than 80,000. Then select star from employees. Okay, so select star from employees means I am selecting the complete data. Once after this, next what is the command we need to continue to give to use the operators is where clause. This is the important clause over here to give conditions case. So we have used this where clause even in the update and even in the delete also, if you remember. So in update this so and so data over the where and a condition, right? So if I scroll down and show you, see here we use right where clause, right? And next so this is without a condition, for the complete data it changed. So here see again where clause for a specific records, for particular records if you want to check, then you need to use where clause over here guys. Even for the delete also we have done, see. Okay, so even here for the null also, right? So where marks is null, right? So we are giving a condition. To give a condition over there, we need to mention where clause. Okay, so select star from employees where Now what is the criteria for me? I need to fetch the details of the employees having their salaries greater than 80,000. So select where salary greater than 80,000 semicolon and control enter. See. Now it is fetching few particular employees details. If I give condition with not 80, if I give 85,000, see, these are the people who are having their salaries greater than 85,000 within this whole data. And even if you execute the same command in your command line client also, it will give you the same output. Okay, so here just only the interface changes, guys. So if I open my command line client, and if I write select star from employees where salary greater than 85,000 semicolon and enter. See, what is the data it is showing? It is showing only the employees details who are having their salaries greater than 85,000. Okay, if in case if you want to again cross check, okay, is it correctly exactly printing more than 85,000 or not, means you can execute the command with a order by, order the data based on the salary, and you can simply check what is the first record ascending order, what is the first record value, salary value. Okay, here in this command line client also, if you want to go to the previous commands, you can just click on up or down arrows, guys. If I click on this up arrow, the previous command what I executed, it will again appear. Okay, so select star from employees where salary greater than 85,000. Next, if I want to arrange this data, simply I'll add order by salary semicolon enter. So now what is the first record salary? 86,000. So and also if you observe this data here, I can give all the additional information about this data to the client, saying that okay, so there are 11 people who are having their salary greater than 85,000, and if we want to give additional points also, we can mention. So what and all the additional points I can mention here? Department. Okay, look into the department over here. Then I can also add an additional point. Okay, if you observe, there are the people, the employees we are having their salaries greater than 85,000 are only from the department finance. There are no such people or there are no such employees having their salaries greater than 85,000 from any other departments. Okay, only from finance we have, not even from IT, not even from marketing. Okay, so there is one additional point I can add. Okay, and also I can give the range of the hire dates. So from 2019, okay, or else yeah, so from 2016 till 2022, within this date range over there, you have the employees having their salaries greater than 85,000, and even I can also give the manager IDs also. Okay, so this is all the additional data I can mention, okay, or I can specify. But simply what I am doing, what is the data which management want, I am just printing, I am just taking it out. Okay, so you need to be in a position to understand the question first. Okay, so okay, fetch me the details of the employees having their salaries greater than 85,000. So I am printing it, right? And this command, guys, you don't need to execute in the command line client also. You can just simply execute in workbench. Okay, no need to execute here and there. Just if you want to explore more over here, you can execute in command line client, or else just execution in the workbench also works. Okay, so now with this, additionally what we are adding, order by salary. Okay, so from finance it is printing. Or if you want to arrange the data or order the data based on the salary and also the employee ID, salary comma emp underscore id semicolon control enter. Okay, so now it is ordering first based on the salary. See, if you observe in this 86,000, it is arranging the employee ID. So 148, 188, 28, 236, means in the ascending order it is arranging the employee IDs when after the arrangement of the data in the salary wise. Okay, so this is a greater than operator we have used. So now the same way the remaining operators will also work. Let's say if I want to fetch the details of the employees who are having their salary less than 50,000, select star from employees where salary less than 50,000. How many people are there? Just only one person, and that too from the HR department. Okay, out of 280 employees, there is only one person who is having their salary less than 50,000 over here. Okay, so now if I write another command, select star from employees. Now what is the further commands? Okay, what is the further conditions I want to give over here is fetch me the details of the employees who are hired into the company after 2022. Okay, what? Not then based on the salary now. Now the criteria is changing for me. Okay, so fetch me the details of the employees who are hired into the company after 2022. So what I'll do, select star from employees where hire underscore date. Okay, so now hire underscore date, what it should be greater than 2022, means from 1st Jan 2023 people who and all are been hired, those details I want. Okay, yeah, so that is the details I want, or else we'll take it from 2021 guys. Okay, so from 2021, so their hire date need to be greater than 2021. That means basically from 1st Jan 2022 people who are hired into the company, I want to fetch only that specific data over here. So hire date greater than. Now how to give the date over here is, if I simply write 2021, okay, see column name is wrong, and how I understood that column name is wrong, message unknown column hiree underscore date in where clause, means it is clearly saying that I cannot identify this particular column here. Okay, because there is no such column with this name, hire underscore date. See, now check with the command and check with the look into the result. Now I gave clearly hire underscore date greater than 2021, but what it is doing, the first record you can see, okay, it's not just first record, it is printing the complete data for me. So 2020 also it is printing, 2018 also it is printing, 2019 also it is printing, right? I don't want all this. What is the criteria for me? I want to fetch the details of only the employees having their hire date greater than 2021, right? So in these conditions, okay, so if there is any numerical data for the conditions, directly you can specify the numeric data case. But if in case if you want to use any of this date data or character data for the conditions, make sure you specify that within the single or double quotations. So if I mention just 2021, it is giving me the complete data, which is obviously a wrong data. Okay, so we should not do this kind of mistakes in the company. Okay, so here we need to specify it in single or double quotations, and also whenever you are specifying the hire date over there, make sure you give the complete date. Okay, so there are two different ways. One is I'll give the complete date like 2021 hyphen next 12 hyphen 12 hyphen 31st. Okay, so hire date should be greater than 31st December 2021. control enter. See how many people are there? There are just 7 people. Okay, so there are only just 7 people who are having their hire date greater than 2021. Okay, so when I say 2021, there are 2 possible ways of writing this command. One is directly writing the complete date over there, or else I can also write it like select star from employees where hire underscore date greater than. So now only with the year if you want to specify, then here for the condition also you need to mention only year of hire underscore date greater than 2021 semicolon, control enter. So there is something wrong. Okay, see now also how many records it is printing? Just 7 records. So previous command, this one, how many records it is printing? Just 7 records. Both are giving you the same output, right? So now output is same, but the command or the data what I've mentioned within that command is different, right? So select star from employees where hire underscore date greater than 2021 and also the month and also the day I specified. So next one, just only the year based on only there, because my condition is who is having their what is added greater than 2021, means obviously from 1st Jan 2022 I need to give. Directly I am mentioning the year. Okay, so these are the 2 ways. So if you have a specific date to mention over there, then use the first option. If you have only based on the year, if you want to check, then you can directly mention the year of hire date and the year number. Okay, so this is how a greater than operators or less than a basic operators, how they are working over here. So select employees where. Okay, so now I'll give the condition where emp underscore id equal to 36 semicolon, control enter. So now what is the data it is printing when I use the equal to operator? So this operator is also equal to, and also we have one more operator which is exclamatory mark and equal to, which will work as a not equal. See now the next operator what we are using is equal to operator. So here specific exactly it should match case. Okay, so if I write select employees where department equal to IT semicolon, control enter. See now it is fetching the complete data related to the department IT, right? There are no such other departments data here, just only the IT department data it is printing. Okay, so equal to it should exactly match case. Okay, so that is what meant by the equal to over there. And also this particular commands what I am writing, they are all this MySQL workbench of the commands what you write all are case insensitive. Okay, so insensitive means they don't bother about either it's capital or small. Okay, even though if you write a small IT also, see still it is able to identify what is the data it can print here. Okay, so this is what meant by this equal to operator, guys. Okay, along with this equal to, you have one more which is not equal to. We know how to write the equal to. Not equal to means select star from employees where, so it is the condition we want to specify over here is not equal to. Okay, so where DEP underscore, sorry, DEPAR department exclamatory mark and equal to IT semicolon, control enter. Now it is printing HR, finance and marketing. Apart from HR, finance and marketing, can you see IT anywhere over here? No. Okay, so this is what exclamatory mark and equal to will do, guys. So in this video, so we'll be discussing few where clause commands over here, and also next we'll see further commands which we can write using the select command, guys. Okay, so which are like using the aggregations or using the group bys, or how to use the case statements, or how to use the coolies functions over here. We have few additional commands which we can work it on using the select command over here. Okay, so talking about this where clause over there, as we have seen already few particular conditions by using the operators, right? So using the operators we can give the conditions, and even in the data also, if you want to find any dissimilarities over there, so if any such data, if it is there, and how to find it out. So likewise we can look into this data over here. Like now if I write a command select star from employees, so if this is the data what we are looking after over here, which is like employees table. Okay, in this table we have such particular columns, like basically this is the complete data of the employees. So now in this data, okay, in this particular data over there, now I want to find out if there are any particular employees who are not having any manager IDs, or fetch me the details. Okay, so I want to fetch the details of the employees who doesn't have any bonus. Okay, so likewise if I want to fetch any details in such a way, then I need to write a command where I need to check with, okay, so give me the details of the employees who are having null in the bonus, or give me the details of the employees who are having null in the manager ID. Okay, so likewise you can execute this commands over here. And how to write those commands? So select star from employees where bonus is null. Means I am simply saying that, so by the word, by the sentence itself you can understand here that select the complete data from the employees. Okay, what data it should select? Okay, where bonus is null. So wherever you find null in the bonus, fetch only that particular data. Semicolon, control enter. See, now you can find few certain employees who are having null in the bonus. Okay, so now specifically looking into one particular employee ID itself means, then I can give one again another condition here. Okay, so where bonus is null and, okay, so we have seen this operators, right? And operator, or operator, in operator. So any of the operators you can use, and you can use the further command over here, and manager underscore ID equal to, let's say if I mention 2 semicolon and enter. See, so people who are reporting to manager ID 2 over there, there are 3 people who are having null in the bonus. So now specifically I can identify from the particular whole data over here, right? So now if I write another command, so now I want to find out first of all who and all are not having any manager IDs. Okay, so now select star from employees where manager underscore ID is null, semicolon, control enter. See, now it is giving me the details of the employees who are having manager ID as null. Okay, likewise, whatever the data you want over there, you can fetch that particular data from the table by using a select command here, guys. Okay, so now if I want to fetch, okay, so there are few people who are having manager ID as null, and there are also few people who are having null in the bonus. Okay, now combinationally I want to check, so give me the details. I means the client asked me, or the management asked me, check with the details of the employees. Okay, so check with the employees details who are having null in the bonus and also null in the manager. Means basically I want to fetch the details of the employees who doesn't have any bonus and also who doesn't have any manager ID also. Then I can write select star from employees where. Okay, so anything, whenever you're giving a condition, where clause. Okay, so where bonus is null. So first condition is, we have two conditions now. So what are those two conditions? I want the details of the employees who are having null in the bonus and also null in the manager, means who doesn't have any bonus and also who doesn't have any manager ID, right? So where bonus is null and manager underscore ID is null, control enter. See, now there are few people who don't have a manager ID and who don't have a bonus also. Okay, so these are the people whom we need to do some updations. Okay, let's say I want to update the details of certain employees. Okay, I have the complete 280 records, 280 employees I have. Out of this 280 employees, how many people are not having any manager IDs, or how many people are not having any bonus? So what happened to this particular records over there? Why the manager IDs or bonus are not updated? If in case if they are not updated, who are those employees? So this is how I can able to understand. So people who have joined in 2017 for one person, and in 2019 and 2020, in these 3 years there are 5 people who doesn't have a manager ID and who doesn't have a bonus also. Okay, and how I am able to find only the specific data? By giving a where clause and giving a condition for this null. So if you want to check with the data who is having null over there, we need to mention is null. If you want to check with the data who is not having null, is not null. Okay, so this is how we need to deal with the null, guys. So how we need to mention is null or is not null. Okay, so this is the conditions what we need to give when you want to deal with the null data over here, guys. Okay, so that is how we are able to fetch this specific data over here. And we'll try one more command, select star from employees. Okay, so now if you want to give any other conditions over there, where clause. Okay, so when you are using a where clause, give the column, give the condition accordingly and write the command. Okay, so likewise we have already seen a few where clause conditions over there using the operators. So then these are the commands which we are using the where clause and dealing with the null. Okay, so these are enough. So this is null or is not. Okay, so if I write select star from employees where bonus is not null, semicolon, control enter. See, now it will fetch the details of only the employees who are having a certain value in the bonus. Okay, and if I don't want to include any null. Okay, so first I have been understanding the data over here that bonus has a null and manager ID has a null. So I don't want to include these two. Okay, people who are having null in the bonus also I don't want to include. People who are having null in the manager ID also I don't want to include. Okay, so bonus is not null and manager underscore ID is not null, semicolon, control enter. See, now it will exclude the people who doesn't have a manager ID, and also it will exclude people who doesn't have a bonus also. Okay, so if you give and both the condition satisfaction, now not like this anywhere, if in case if they have null in the bonus, or if in case if they have null in the manager ID also, both if I want to exclude, so instead of and operator I'll use or. Oh, okay, so when I say or is having null, but people who are having manager ID so and so value, still it is giving the data, so it's better to use and here. Okay, so both the records it will exclude. Okay, so this is how you need to deal with the null using the where clause case. So now the next commands we'll learn over here is aggregations. Okay, so what are the aggregations we have over here? So first of all, what is meant by aggregations? So aggregation means few arithmetic calculations over here, guys. And what are the type of aggregations we have are sum, min, max, next average, and count, standard deviation. Okay, so this is an additional calculation over there. So basically most of the people will have an idea about what is this meant by sum, min, max, average, count. So what is meant by sum over here? Total. Okay, so if I want any total, I can use sum. So min means the minimum value, max means the highest value, average means the average. So total sum of values by total number of values. That is how we'll calculate the average here. So count means basically how many records, the count. Okay, so that is how we can use this aggregations over here on the numerical data we'll use, guys. Okay, so aggregations will not use them on any of the character data or any other data types. Aggregations can be used only on the numerical data over here. And which and all the aggregations? Sum, min, max, average, standard deviation. Okay, so these are the aggregations which we'll use on the numerical data. Okay, and now we'll see how these aggregations will work, guys. Okay, so now these are the commands what we executed on where clause with is null. Now we are dealing with the aggregations. Okay, so now the aggregations on this employees table itself, I want to check with a few particular values, guys, like what is the total money. Okay, what is the total money we are spending for the salaries. Okay, so management also want to have a final output of what is the total money where the management is spending for the salaries. Then we can write a command select sum of salary, right? So how much money you are spending for the salary means obviously salary will do the total. So sum of salary from employees, control enter. So what is the total money we are management is spending? Almost 1,000, so almost 1,94,02,000 rupees. That is the amount what the management is spending for the salaries for the employees, right? So now if you observe this data over here, sum of salary. Okay, so sum of salary, what is the aggregation you are performing? The same it is showing as a heading, guys. Okay, so like this I don't want. So till now what and all the output we have seen, basically the same data, what are the base, the same columns what you have from the table we are printing. Now when you do any further calculations over there, okay, any calculation you perform, every other calculation format it will show in the heading is. Okay, I don't want the heading like this. So what is the calculation I'm doing? I don't want it the heading means, then we need to do something, or we need to add something called as alias names. Okay, so select sum of salary, and what we can mention is as. Okay, so to give the alias names we need to mention as, and you can give any of the name. So I'll give avg underscore salary, control enter. See now what is the heading we have, what is the column name we have, avg underscore salary. Okay, and this alias name will work for any of this outputs case. So for any column, any calculation when you are performing, if you want to change the column name over there, simply you can give an alias name. Okay, so any of the columns it is possible over there. Okay, so now if I write sum, we have seen this. Okay, how the remaining aggregations will work, we'll see now. So sum or min or max or average or standard deviation or any, these aggregations will work on this numerical data over there. Now if I write avg of salary, comma, min of salary, max of salary, employees. Okay, so what we are doing basically over here, we are trying to find out what is the average salary. Okay, so what is the average salary out of the complete employees over here, and also what is the minimum salary. Okay, what is the lowest salary from this my employees table over there, and next what is the highest salary in this employees table. So these are the details what I am trying to find over here. See now avg underscore salary means it is giving me the average. What is the average we have? 69,292. Next, the minimum salary, the lowest salary of this 280 employees is 49,000. And what is the highest salary of this employees is, out of this 280 employees is 90,000 over here, right? So this is how we can find out what is the total salaries or the minimum or maximum or average, all how we are able to find this data over there by mentioning this aggregations. And one thing to understand over here, so one thing to be more cautious whenever you are using this aggregations is, we should not add any additional columns while you are printing this database. Why? Because sum of salary, so how the sum is giving, so any aggregations you take over here, either it can be a sum, average, min, max, count or standard or any aggregation, they will give you a single value output. Okay, so what they will do, they will give you a single value output over here. So when it is able to give a single value output, if I try to add any additional columns, like if I write select first underscore name, comma, sum of salary from employees. See, what is the mistake, what is the error I am getting over here in the action output? So in aggregated query without group by expression means basically it is saying that, okay, whatever the data you are printing over here, so for the sum of salary, I can able to print a single value, but for the first name there is no such group by anything used over here. How can I print a single name, right? Obviously we cannot print a single name here because there are 280 employee names we have, but sum of salary can give you a single output, but first name cannot provide you a single value output. So basically this kind of commands what I am showing over here on this line number 104, this commands used to work in older versions, guys. Okay, in the older versions of MySQL this command used to work, which is actually a wrong output. Okay, so that's not an accurate data. Why? Because when it is able to print a first name with sum of salary, I cannot conclude that that is the only person who is having sum of total salary as this so and so, right? I cannot print a single name. This sum of salary is combining of all the employees. At that point I cannot print a single name. So in the newer versions they rectified this particular issue, and now they are giving the errors. Okay, means they are saying that, okay, so we cannot print the data in aggregated measures over there. Okay, in aggregated measure values means basically there is no such single value it can print from the first name. Okay, so that is what we need to understand here. Okay, and any of this data, any calculations you perform, if you want to change the column name over there, the calculation what you perform, if you want to change it, then we need to give alias names like this. Okay, so alias names you can give, and this alias names, as I mentioned, on any of this particular columns it will work is. Okay, and even just or not just basically using the aggregations, normal commands also it will work. So now if I write select emp underscore id comma first underscore name last underscore name salary. Next, if I want to do any calculation on the pre-existing columns, so if I write salary into 0.3 from employees, control enter. So what it is doing, basically what I am finding over here is what is the 30% of the salary case. Okay, so we already have a column called as bonus. Okay, if not like that, okay, so the other requirement for me is other question for me is give me the details of the employees. Okay, so fetch the details of how much can be the 30% of their salary. Okay, so if the management is planning to give 30% as bonus to them, how much an employee can get? So now you can see, so if a person is having salary as 55,000, the 30% of this 55,000 is 16,500. And now if you observe here, this is one particular column which we generated now. Okay, so in this generated column over there, what is the calculation I do? Everything as it is showing as a heading. I don't want to show like this. Then simply I'll give it as %% bonus. Keep it in single or double quotations when you are giving alphanumerical case. Okay. Okay. Now salary 30% bonus, and this 30% bonus. So what is this column over here? Do we have any column called as 30% bonus in our employees? No, we don't have any column like that. So this is a column which we'll call it as a derived column. What is meant by a derived column here means the columns which are generated by doing some calculations on the pre-existing columns. Okay, those are called as the derived columns over here. Okay, so now alias name I have given, and I have did some calculation on the pre-existing column. Okay, so like this, for any of this calculations you perform on any of the columns over there, we can change the alias names case. Okay, yeah, so coming back to this aggregations, what are the aggregations we performed? Sum of salary, average, min, max over here. Okay, and what we need to understand whenever we do the aggregations, we should not add any additional columns which are not related to the aggregations here. Okay, yeah. So now I'll show select stdev of salary of employees, control enter. Okay, it is saying that there is no such function called as stdev. Standard deviation. Okay, so likewise you have few aggregations also, guys. Okay, so now this aggregations we performed well and good, it is giving me the outputs, guys. Okay, if I write average of salary from employees, it is giving me an output. Okay, now out of this output over there, if you observe 69,292 and next point 857143, almost 6 decimal places it is giving. Okay, so now when I am printing this data, when I am doing a calculation and when I'm extracting the output over here, so in this particular numerical outputs what I am driving over here, I don't want to see additional or more decimal places. I just want to see only 2 decimal places, or I don't want the decimal places itself. Okay, so then if you want to remove any of these decimal places over there, then simply we need to round off this particular data, guys. And how to do the rounding off? So rounding off means basically removing the decimal places. So to round off this particular data, select round, and what data I want to round? This average of salary, average of salary from employees. See, 69,293. If you want a decimal places, then within this round itself, I need to mention comma 2. If I mention 2, it will take 2 decimal places. If I mention 1, it will take 1 decimal. But what is happening whenever you do any of this calculation over there, everything is showing in the heading. I don't want it in the heading. So what I'll do, I'll write as salary space is missing. Yeah, see, average salary, this is the average salary over here. Okay, so this is how rounding off calculation is performed, guys. Average only we are performing, we are extracting or we are fetching the average itself, but within that average value we are rounding off this values over here. This is how rounding off calculation will work. Okay, so these are all the aggregations what we have seen over here till now, which are sum, average, min, max, and next standard deviation. And additionally, along with this data, we have seen rounding also, how to do the rounding over here. Next, what is the one more last aggregation we have over here? So sum we have seen, min we have seen, max we have seen, average we have seen, standard deviation also we have seen. What is the one more left over? Count. So basically for what we'll use the count, and count can work on any of this particular commands. It doesn't need to be certain values only. On any of this command aggregations, this particular count will work. So basically count will give you the total count case. Okay, so now how we'll use the count is, so select star from employees. If I write, it will fetch the complete data, guys. Now instead of fetching the complete data, now I want to find out how many records are there in my employees table. I don't need to fetch, right? If I want to see only the specific, okay, so what kind of a data I have in a table, I'll use limit. Okay, instead of fetching the complete data, I want to find out how many records are there, how many total records are there in this employees table means, then I don't need to write select star. Okay, so I don't need to fetch the complete data. I can simply change it to count of star from employees. So what it is printing in the result grid? 280. Okay, it is clearly saying that there are 280 records what I can fetch, and that is the count of those records. How many records it can able to fetch from this table. Okay, so from the star over here, that is giving the count, and this count will work on any of the commands case. Like for example, let's say if I want to find out how many people are there having department as IT. Select count of star from employees where department equal to IT I'll mention semicolon, control enter. So how many people are there? 69 people are there. Okay, so instead of IT, I want to check with any other department. Marketing. How many people are there? Again 69 people. Okay, so likewise for in which particular command how many people are there or how much count you can able to print from that condition over there, it will give you the count. That is how count will work over here. So this count, any conditions you can give and any type you can write the commands over here. So if I write select count of star from employees where salary between 65,000 and 75,000. So basically I don't want to fetch the employees details, I only want the count. Okay, so what I am doing, I am keeping the star within the count. Okay, so what star will do? Fetch all the columns and rows. How many columns and rows it can able to fetch by from this condition over there, this in the count will give you the count of those particular employees. See, now how many people are there having their salary in between 65,000 and 75,000? There are 10 people. Out of 280 employees, 103 employees are having their salary in between 65,000 and 70,000 over here. So these are all key points. Okay, so you can also specify these particular key points in your presentations or anywhere. If you are fetching or if you are representing the data to the client over there, you can mention all of this. Okay, and it all depends on what kind of an output management is required. Depending on that, you will write case. No need of doing everything. Okay, so if in case if anything needs to be important over there to be shown means, then you can add additionally like this. Okay, so now this is how count will work case. So these are all the aggregations, which are sum, average, min, max, next standard deviation and count. Okay, so next now we'll see the group bys. Okay, so group bys is nothing but grouping the data over here guys. Now how I want this grouping over here is basically for what grouping is done is on this aggregations. If I perform any of this aggregation like average of salary, it is giving the average based on the complete data guys. Okay, so now you have all 280 employees. For all these 280 employees, it is giving the what? Average. Okay, so now I don't want the single average. Okay, I don't want the average based on the complete employees. Now I want the average based on their department. Okay, in IT department, who are the employees we have? For those people, what is the average? People who are into this marketing department, what is the average for those specific department employees? Okay, likewise any other, let's say finance department. Okay, in finance department, how many employees are there? Only for that particular employees, what is the average salary? Likewise, now I want to see the average based on the department, not on the overall. So now if I say IT, so there will be few people. So out of the complete people, few people will be into the IT and few people will be into the finance. Now for these people who are having IT as department, for these people what is the average? Next, people who are having finance over here as the department, for these people what is the average? So likewise I want to print the data over here guys. Okay, so for this, so if I want to divide the data and then after if I want to make this aggregations work means, then we need to use something called as group bys. Means basically I am grouping the data. So on what basis I want to group the data based on whatever the column you want. Now what is my criteria here? I want to group the data based on the department. Okay, based on the departments I want to group this data over here. So for that, now we'll execute the commands group by, select, department comma average of salary, employees, group by, department, control enter. So how many departments I have? I have 4 departments. HR department, this is the average salary, and IT department, this is the average salary. Next, finance department, this is the average. Marketing, this is the average. Likewise, it is printing the average department ID wise. And how I am able to print the data department ID wise? Because I am dividing the data department wise. And how I am able to do this? By adding this department into the group by. Okay, so previously we got an error when we have done only the aggregation by adding some additional columns in aggregated columns without using group by, right? So now how I am able to print department ID and also the aggregation average means I am grouping. Okay, so when I group the data over here, people who and all are having IT as the department, so for these people I can print IT, single letter. Okay, so single word I can print, so which is IT. So all the people will have the same department. I can print IT as from that common is which is IT, and for those people average, simple. Okay, so this is how we can print the data when you want to divide the data and then if you want to perform the aggregations. So how you can perform the aggregation separately on different data means by simply grouping the data separately. Okay, so now that is how this employees who and all are into the HR department are having the average, so and so averages. Now okay, averages I am printing and department ID and the average. Now this average, it is giving me so many decimal places case. I don't want all these decimal places. I just want only one decimal place need to be shown. Okay, then what I can do? I can simply add this average of salary into the round off. Okay, rounding. What is the rounding function? Round. I'll add it into the round. And if I want only one decimal base, what I'll do? Average of salary comma 1. Control enter. So now it is printing only one decimal place. But what is the one more problem we had here? Column name. Column name is showing it as a round of average of salary comma 1. I don't want to show all this as a heading. Simply what I can do? I can change the name of this heading by giving an alias name as AVG salary. See, so department and the average salary. That's it. So this is how grouping will be working, guys. So whenever you want to group the data on any of this particular column wise, any of this particular basically on column wise, then you can do it by using the grouping. Okay, so now let's understand, can we use any other column for the grouping? For one more example, so employee IDs I cannot use, first name I cannot use, last name, department, salary, hire date, bonus, and manager underscore ID. Okay, so let's say if I want to group the data based on the hire date, and then that is also too much. So here, what is the possible column, or which is the column which is flexible to do grouping over there? Department wise. Okay, or else if you want to do the grouping based on the manager ID also, you can do this. Okay, I can write a command, select manager underscore ID, average of salary from employees group by manager underscore ID. People who are having manager ID as 1, average of salary is 59,000. So if I check how many people are there, select count of star from employees where manager underscore ID equal to 1. So how many people are there? 4 people are there. For those 4 people, what is the average I have? 59,000 over here. Okay, so this is how this grouping will work over there. So whenever, apart from this aggregation, if you are adding any additional column, make sure it is in the grouping, then only the command will work, guys. Okay, so this is how grouping is done over there. Okay, now additionally, now I want to find out, okay, so values we are able to find out, well and good, it's fine. Okay, now I want to find out how many people are there in each and every department, guys. Okay, so in IT department, how many employees are there? In marketing department, how many employees are there? In finance department, how many employees are there? Okay, so basically the count I want to find. Okay, so till now the values we are checking out by using average or count, what is a min, max or standard deviation, we are able to see the values. Count, what you will do, count will give you to what is a so much additional kind of a data here, guys. Okay, so you can exactly see the count, how many employees are there. Okay, how many employees are having so and so condition like this. Okay, so now like if I write select department comma count of star from employees group by department. See, it is giving the count, right? So now it is dividing the data department wise, and then it is calculating, and then it is counting the employees. So previously when I check with select count of employees, total 280 employees. So now what I am doing, I want to divide those employees, 280 employees. How many people are in the finance department? How many people are in the IT department? I want to divide those people. So for that, what I am doing, I am simply adding, where is this command? Okay, department, this one, right? So this is how I can print the data over here. So HR, in HR department 72 people, IT department 69 people, finance department 70 people, and marketing department 69 people, right? So this is how the data we can find out the count. Okay, and to give this count, why this count came here? Okay, so now this is how count we can use, case. And also now even also you can find out how many people are having in each and every department with conditions also again. Okay, so now if I want to give some conditions, like first I want to print from each and every department how many people are having their salaries greater than 85,000, guys. Okay, so select department comma count of star from employees group by department where salary greater than 85,000. Okay, so it is giving an error over here. So where is not validate this position. Okay, I'll remove it from here. From employees where salary greater than 85,000. Next grouping, control enter. See, now how many people are having their salary greater than 85,000, and in which departments we have? Just only in the finance department we have this employees case. There are 11 employees in finance department having their salary greater than 85,000. Okay, let's tweak it. We'll change it to 80. See, greater than 80,000. How many employees? In IT only 1 person, and in finance department 43 people are there. Okay, So this is how we can execute. So or if I give less than here, okay, so now you can see HR 72 people are there, IT 66 people are there, next marketing 69 people, and in the finance only 21 people are having salary less than 80,000. Okay, so now likewise I am able to print the data, or if I want to see the employees from each and every manager ID, guys, select manager underscore ID comma count of star from employees where. Now what is the conditions? No need of conditions for us as of now initially. So just in to which manager how many employees are been reporting over there. Okay, so how many people are having what manager ID I want to find out from man employees group by manager ID. See, null. Okay, without any manager ID there are 37 people. Okay, so now likewise it is giving all the data randomly. If I want to see the data from highest to the lowest means I can simply write order by count of star. Okay, I'll use DESC semicolon control enter. So now apart from this null over there, next, so with a manager ID in which, okay, in for which manager ID we have highest number of people reporting is for manager 19. How I am able to find it out? By looking into the data over here, where I am grouping the data based on the manager ID, and then I am counting how many employees are there in each and every manager IDs. So there are 24 people who are reporting to manager ID 19. So there are 21 people who are reporting to the manager ID 18. Okay, so this is how the count will work is, and also you are grouping the data also here. Okay, so this is called as this grouping. Okay, and in the grouping over here for the conditions, okay, so for any of these conditions, let's say now if I write select manager underscore ID comma count of star from employees. Okay, so select manager underscore ID count of star from employees. Then now I want to see the details of the employees count only for specific manager IDs, not all the manager IDs, only specific manager IDs only I want to see, like 5, 6, 7, 8. In this three managers, in this three manager IDs, how many people are reporting to each and every manager ID? I want to specifically see only for manager ID 5, 6, 7 and 8. Let's say 4 manager IDs will see from employees where manager underscore ID. Now if I want to give condition for one value equal to, if I want to give condition for multiple values, then in operator. Okay, so manager ID in 5 comma 6 comma 7 comma 8 group by manager underscore ID. See, it is printing, right? Now if I want to arrange this data, I'll simply add order by manager underscore ID. So in manager 5 there is only one person reporting to manager ID 5. There are 4 people who are reporting to manager ID 6. There are 4 people who are reporting to manager ID 7. There are 4 people who are reporting to manager ID as 8. Okay, so this is how you can see the data by using this group bys, order bys, okay, and conditions, everything we are using over here. Okay, so I'm using the aggregations, I'm using the grouping, I'm using the condition, and I'm also ordering the data here. Okay, so now in this grouping over there for the conditions, guys, Either we can use where clause, or mostly for the conditions in the group by we'll be using having clause case. Okay, if you see the output, this is the output what we got. Okay, I'll show this in the command line client. Enter. So this is the output. Okay, so next, now I'll write one more command here. Select manager underscore id, count of star from employees where. So now not using the where, employees group by manager underscore id having manager underscore id in 5 comma 6 comma 7 comma 8 order by manager underscore id. Somewhere the name I've given it wrong. Okay, at last. This is also the same output. So in the command line client, we'll show this command, enter. So can you see any of the difference between the output from these two commands? So both above and below, the same outputs I can see. But when you see the command, here I'm using a where clause for the condition. So select manager ID comma count of star from employees where manager ID in 5678, next grouping and ordering. Now when you use a having clause, so having clause is for the conditions, like how where clause will work, the same way having will also work. And but this having clause will work only when you are using the group wise case. Okay, within the group wise, if you want to give any conditions, either you can use where clause or having clause. Okay, now here having. Okay, so this is how having clause will work within this group wise case. Okay, so these are all the commands what we have, which we need to understand in the group by. Okay, in this video, we'll be discussing about the joins and unions. So till now, what and all the commands we have learned, everything are related to the SQL, like how to create a table and how to modify the table over there. And once after you modify any tables over there, and then how to insert the data into a table. And once after the insertion is completed, then how to fetch the data out from a table. All this DDL, DML and DQL, all these commands we are covered in the previous videos. Now the topic what we are covering here is joins and unions, which is like an intermediate level topic we can say. Okay, so to learn this joins over there, we'll use a separate data over there, and we'll work on those particular joins and how many different type of joins we have and how we can use this joins over there. So mainly what is meant by joins over here means combining of multiple tables, guys. Okay, so when you look into the data from a single table over there, it will show the data, represent the data only from one single table. But if not like that, I want to look into the data from multiple tables together means, then we will be using this joins at this particular position, guys. Okay, so to perform this joins, we'll use a separate data which we'll be also sharing that in the description. You can download it from there. Okay, so and also the tool which we are using a tool which is called as a MySQL workbench. So within this, we'll be working on this joins, guys. So now once after you open this MySQL workbench, login. Once after you login, then open SQL script. So the file what I'll be opening and showing over here, the same file we'll be sharing with you people also. Okay, so open SQL script, then joins, open. Okay, so this is the particular file or the data what we are using over here, and to work on this joins also we'll create a separate database case. Okay, so separate database we'll create and we'll execute these commands in this particular workbench, and if required we'll execute them in this command line client also. Okay, so now I'll open a new file first. First I'll execute, or first I'll create a database. So for what? To execute or to practice this particular joins over here, we are creating a database. Within this we'll create the tables and then we'll work on those joins. So create database joins underscore practice semicolon, control enter. Next use joins underscore practice semicolon, control enter. So now a database is created and we are using that particular database, and if you want to see that particular database within your schemas, just refresh your schema and you can see that joins underscore practice, right? So now the database is created. Now we'll load this particular tables within this database. So I'll open this joins underscore data. I'll just click on this thunder. Once after I click on this thunder, and if I refresh my schemas here now I can see two different tables here now. Okay, now before we jump into this commands over there, first we'll try to understand what are the different type of joins we have in SQL case. So talking about the joins here, joins. So total how many different type of joins we have here are inner join, left join, right join, cross join, self join, and inner join. Okay, so total there are 6 type of joins over here, which are most commonly used joins case. Okay, so what is this joins? What this joins will do? So joins are mainly used to combine the data from different tables. Okay, and what inner join, how the performance of this inner join works over here is, when I perform an inner join on 2 different tables, let's say I have a left one table and right one table. So inner join will give you only the common data from both the tables case. Okay, so common data means the data which is matching between both the tables, that is the only data which has been provided when you perform an inner join. So what is the data? Only the matching data. Next, left join. So what left join will do over here means, when I am combining 2 different tables, when I am joining 2 different tables over here, left join will fetch or it will print the complete data from the left table and only the common data from the right table case. Next one is right join. Next, simply vice versa. So left table and the right table, what right join will do? It will fetch or it will print the complete data from the right table and only the common data from the left table over here. So this is how the data is been fetched over here when you are using an inner join, left join or right join. So all the rest of the further joins, we'll see first we'll start executing this command. So how this inner join need to be performed, how the data will be fetched from the tables over there. First we'll try to understand it. And before we write any of the command, syntax. Syntax is important for any of the commands over here. So what is the syntax you need to follow to write and join over here means? So syntax, select star from table 1, join table 2 on table 1 column equal to table 2 column. Okay, so this is the basic syntax what you need to follow to create any of this particular joins case. Okay, so to write a join, select star from. So what select? Select is what command it is? It's a print statement. So to print any of the data from any tables over there, we'll be using this select command over there. Next, star, what does the star states over here? Star means fetching all the data, means all the columns and records from the tables over there. So what and all the columns which are required to. Okay, it's not like the complete data. Based on the command over there, what and all the columns it can able to print from this tables over there, it will fetch the complete required columns. That is what the star states over here. So from table 1 join. So what kind of a join you are performing, depending on that you can specify the join over here. Either it can be an inner, left, right join, cross join, self join, or one more any other different type of joins we have. Okay, so now, okay, so here it's not an inner join, I already mentioned it initially. So it's a full join case. Okay, it's not an inner is already mentioned first, right? Inner join, left join, right, cross, self join, and the full join over here. Okay, so now this is the syntax what we are following over here, right? So now in this particular syntax over there, we'll try to execute the commands and we'll look into the data how it is printing. So what is meant by the common data over here, we'll try to understand it. Okay, so we'll do this in the command line client. Okay, so in the workbench it will show the data little less, so we'll do it in the command line client so that the output can be shown little more precisely or more clearly over here. So MySQL command line client. So first the password need to be entered. What is the password you created when you are installing this MySQL server and the workbench? So when you are installing the server and the workbench, at the same time this command line client will also be installed in your laptop's case. No need to again separately install anything. It will be already installed when you are installing those two softwares. Okay, so now first thing what we need to do here, anywhere, either it's a command line client or else a workbench, what is the first thing? You need to select the database. So use joins underscore, what is the database name we created? So it's joins underscore practice. Okay, so now the table has been, the database has been selected. Now we'll check with the tables. So what are the tables we created within this database are departments and employees case. So first I will look into the data of the departments. Select star from departments. So what is the data I have under the departments over here? So I have department ID and the department name. So department ID 1 HR, department ID 2 IT, department ID 3 finance, and department ID 4 as marketing. Now next we'll look into the data what you have in this employees table. Select star from employees, semicolon, enter. Okay, so now what is the data we have under the employees over here is basically the employee ID we have, employee name we have, and the department ID and the salary. Okay, now once you look into this data over here, Based on this data, now the client or the management, they are asking me to give me the details of the employees, and also along with that, I need to also provide the data of under which department that particular employee is working. Okay, so that is the data what a client is asking me. Okay, so what data? Employees details, along with that the employees department also, in which department that employee is working, that department name also they are required. Okay, so now if I only look into the departments, I don't have the employees data in that, right? Now if I only look into the employees table over there, do I have any department names in these employees? No, we don't have any department names over here, just only the department ID we have, right? So this is the point where we need to combine the tables. Okay, so why it is required to combine different tables over there here is to see the matching data or any the such required data from this together. Okay, so now when you look into this columns over there or this particular tables, the first and most important thing we need to understand whenever you are performing the joins is there any particular column in a table which is having the matching data with the data in the another table. Okay, so the columns, so one particular column in a table need to have a matching data with another table, one column over there. Okay, so now if you observe this data, which column is having the matching data between both the tables? Department ID column. See, in the departments 1, 2, 3, 4, these are the department IDs. Now in the employees also we have a third column which is a department underscore ID, right? So now in department ID is giving 1, 2, 2, 2 like this. So by this I can understand that, okay, so this department ID 1, what is department ID 1? If I go and check with the departments table, then I can see this is a HR. And if I check with this department ID 2, if I go and check with the departments, then I can understand this is a IT department, but not separately. So the client is asking me to give me the data together, not separately over there. And also what is the data it is required for the client? They are asking me to give me only the people or only the employees who are having any department IDs and their department names. That's it. Okay, so what are the department IDs we have? 1 and 2. And how many people are having this department IDs? Just only the first 4 people. When you look into this data clearly, so the last 2 people, so employee ID 105 and 106, they are not having any department IDs. So I don't want that such data. Along with that, from the departments table, I want to fetch only the departments which are being used in the employees. Okay, what are the department IDs which are used? Department ID 1 and 2. I don't need the department ID 3 and department ID 4 because none of the employee in this employees table is having department ID as 3 or 4, right? So this is called as the common data what I want. What is the common data or what is the matching data I want? I want the employees details of the people who are only having the department IDs, and the departments table only the data of the department IDs which are used by the employees. Okay, only the common data. I don't want the details from the departments which are not registered or specified for any of the employee, and also from the employees I don't want any details from the employees who doesn't have any department ID. Okay, so this is the data what I want, which is common or matching data. Okay, and how you can understand this matching data? I'll compare this department ID from the employees and also the department ID from the departments over here. Okay, so now how to write this command? So as we already seen the syntax over here, select star from table 1, join table 2 on T1 column and table 2 column. So select star from, so what is the first column? I'll take the first column as employees, so not column, first table as employees. Inner join, so first join what you are performing over here is inner join over here. Next, one more table with which you want to join, departments. Departments over here. Next, the common column condition on from which table or which column from which table you need to specify it clearly, guys. Okay, so from the employees, employees dot department underscore ID equal to departments dot department underscore ID. So these are the two columns. I am making a common column condition for this join what I am writing. Okay, so accordingly I'll write it in this command line client. Select star from employees inner join departments on. So from here on, okay, we need to mention on and then we need to write the common column condition. So next from the employees dot department underscore ID equal to departments dot so here also department underscore ID semicolon enter. See, now when you look into this data over here, see what is the data it is providing. So the from the employees only 101, 102, 103 and 104. Okay, so department IDs are 1, 2, 2 over here. Next from the departments, what is the data it is printing? Only department ID 1 and also only 2. Okay, so from this particular data, if I want only that specific columns like the employee ID, employee name and department name, under which department they are working. If I am required with only this particular data over there, instead of star, simply I'll mention the columns what I am required with. So I can write select employee underscore ID comma employee underscore name, next department underscore name from employees inner join departments on employees dot department underscore ID equal to departments dot department underscore ID semicolon enter. See, so what is the data which is required for the client? I exactly printed the same. So the employee name, under which department they are working. So Alice is working under HR department, Bob is working from the IT department, Charlie is working from the IT, and even the David is also working from the IT department. So how I am able to print this? By using the joins. Okay, so employees is a separate table, departments is a separate table, but together how we are able to show this data over there? By using joins and combining those two tables over here. Okay, so this is how inner join will work is. So what inner join is doing basically, it is printing only the common or the matching data over there. So matching data means here department ID 1 and department ID 1, this is matching. HR it is printing over here. So here department ID 2 and department ID 2, IT it is printing. So department ID 2 and all the 2. So you don't have any other person who is having department ID as 3, right? So there is no person in the employee who is having department ID as 3. So that is why 3 and 4 is not printing. And even from the employees, people who doesn't have any department IDs. So see, this 105 and 106, that data I am not able to see away. Only from 101 to 104 I have the data. Okay, so this is how the data is printed with the inner join, which is matching or common data from both the tables, guys. So now as I specified here, employee ID, employee name and department name. Okay, well and good, fine, it is printing the data for me. Now along with this, I also want to print the department ID over here. Okay, so now if I write select employee underscore ID, next employee underscore name, next department underscore name, next department underscore ID. So I am mentioning department underscore ID from employees inner join departments on employees dot department underscore ID equal to departments dot department underscore ID. Okay, yes, now I executed this command, everything is fine, but there is a problem with me. Okay, so there is a problem with this particular command over here. So error 1052. So what is the mistake it is showing over the column? Department underscore ID in the field list is ambiguous. What is meant by this ambiguous here means this particular SQL is in a confusion state. It is unable to understand from which table it should print this department ID. Okay, so now look into this data again. So this departments and employees. Okay, so you have this department ID in the departments table, and also you have this department ID in the employees table also, in both the tables here. So now if I ask you, give me only one single column. Okay, print only the one single column means from which table you will print. See, even we'll get confused over there from which table I want the single column over there. So obviously SQL will also be in a confusion state over there. It cannot understand from which table it should print this department ID. Okay, so that is called as an ambiguous state case. Okay, so to overcome this particular error over here, we need to specifically mention from which table you want this department underscore ID. Okay, either it's from the departments table or either it's from the employees table over here. Okay, so now the same command, what I need to do, simply when I am specifying this department underscore ID, I need to also mention the table name. Okay, so the same command, so I'll add it here. So now within this, see the same command I am adding, select employee underscore ID, employee name, department ID, everything is the same. Something is missing here. Okay, so this is the command. Now what I mentioned, when you want a particular column from a particular table over here, we need to specify the table name before to the columns. So this department ID is the one which is giving me a trouble or problem with this command. So now I'll mention employee dot department underscore ID. So now control enter. Okay, so something is wrong. Employees, control enter. See, now we got the department ID. So from where it is printing this department ID? It is printing this department ID from the employees table. So now the same command, even if I copy and paste it into this command line client and show you, now this command will work. So paste anyway, enter. See, now you got the data. Okay, so this is how the columns which are having the same name within this, between the tables over there, you need to specify the table names before to the columns, guys. Okay, so now, okay, so one column it's fine, sir, you just directly mentioned the table name over there. What if there are multiple columns? Okay, so what if there are multiple columns where I need to specify the table name before to the columns? Then how? So should I write the table name, full complete table name for all the columns? No, it's not required for that. Even here we have a shortcut, guys. Okay, so here employees.department underscore ID is the one which I mentioned, right? So you don't need to write employees as a table name every time. Okay, if you have multiple tables for which you need to, multiple columns for which you need to specify the table name is, you don't need to, it's not required to specify the complete full length of the table name every time. So how you can rectify, or how you can overcome this particular problem is, there is a small trick for us. Okay, so here the command what you are writing here, mainly the tables, what are the tables you are specifying. So previously, if you remember, we used to give alias names for the derived columns, right? Whatever the columns you are printing over there, we used to give alias names over there. The same way here for the tables also we can give the alias names. Okay, so simply what I can write is select, so let's say star from employees as E, inner join departments as D. See, I am just giving a shortcut name. So whatever the data I have in this employees, I am identifying it under a name called as E in this particular select command. So next, whatever the data I have in this departments, I am identifying it under a name called as D in this particular select command over there. So E consists of whatever the data I have in this employees, D consists of whatever the data I have in this departments. Okay, then instead of star, let's say when I'm mentioning the columns, specific columns over there, then I can directly mention the shortcut. Okay, how we can write it is, we'll write the command here and we'll see. Select. So before I specify what and all the columns I want, first I'll write the condition. Okay, so from employees as E, inner join departments as D on. So here for the columns also E dot, sorry, it is department underscore ID equal to E dot, so not E dot, it's just D dot, right? So employees table department ID equal to departments table department ID column. So D dot department underscore ID. So now I'll specify all the columns what and all I am required with. So select employee underscore ID. So the columns for which are having the unique names over there, it's not required for the table name need to be specified, guys. Directly you can mention the column names here. So for the columns which are having duplicate names, means the same name which are having between the tables over there, for those type of columns you need to specify the table name before. Okay, so employee underscore ID, employee underscore name, next department underscore name. Okay, so here instead of specifying the complete table name, what I'll do, I'll just mention E dot department underscore ID. Okay, so here see this one here, instead of specifying the complete table name over here, what I am doing, I am just simply giving a shortcut name. So how it will identify what is this E over there, means we clearly mentioned employees as E, departments as D. Within this select command, it can understand what is this E, because E is the alias name for the employees, D is the alias name for the departments. Now when I execute this command, you will see the same data out. Okay, So this is how the joins will work, and specifically the inner join. Okay, so what are the columns you are required? Mention the column names. Okay, from which tables you want and which join you want to perform, mention the join over here. And even here, when you are specifying inner join, if you don't mention anything for this inner, still it will print the same, guys. Means if you mention only join over there, by default how it will work? It will work as an inner join over here. So these are the points which you need to note down, or you need to keep in mind. Okay, so you will get some interview question like, okay, so if I don't specify anything for the join, what kind of a join it will perform? So you need to be in a situation to answer it like it will perform an inner join for you. Okay, so this is how inner join works, guys. Now next join is left join. So what left join will do over here means, first we'll look into the data and we'll see. Okay, so there is the departments table and there is the employees table, right? So now when I specify employees left join departments, okay, so what left join will do, it will print me the complete data from the left table. Okay, it doesn't bother about either that particular record is having any matching data or not, still it will print the complete data from the left. Okay, so from the right table only the common data it will print. Okay, so now if I write select start from employees left join departments, and comment column condition is must and should, guys. Okay, so in joins the main thing what you need to do, what you need to understand here is the comment column condition. So based on that itself it can understand the matching records. Okay, so on, okay, I'll give the alias names for this. Why to write the complete table name again for the comment column condition as E, and for even for the departments I'll give the shortcut name as D. So now in the comment column condition I'll just mention E dot department underscore ID equal to D dot department underscore ID semicolon, enter. So now when you observe this data over here, complete data from the left, and how it can understand which is the left and which is the right table means the join, the left join what you are mentioning over there, left side what is the table you mentioned and right side what is the table you mentioned, depending on that it will understand which should be the left table and which should be the right table, guys. Okay, so now if you observe this data over here, employee ID 105 and 106, even though if those two records, those two employees doesn't have any department ID, still it is printing the data. See, so means basically what it is doing, complete data from the left table it is printing. Okay, and only the common data from the right table. And now the same command, so instead of specifying it as the left, if I mention it as right, what happens if I mention right? Complete data from the right table and only the common data from the left table, enter. So now when you see, now within this data is there any employee ID 105 or 106? No, because employees is a left table, but what is the join you are performing over here? Right join. Okay, so right join what it will do, it will give you the complete data from the right table, which is from the departments. See, even though if this department ID 3 and 4, if it is not referred by any of the employee, but still it is printing the department ID 3 and also the 4 over here. So this is how right join will work is. So inner join will give you the common data from both the tables, left join will give you the complete data from the left and only the common data from the right table, and next the right join, it will give you the complete data from the right table and only the common data from the left table over here. So this is how 3 different type of joins are working. Okay, so now the next join. So what is the next join you have? This is a cross join over there, right? What is the next join? Cross join. So basically what cross join will do is, it will make all the combinations which and all are required from both the tables, guys. Let's say for example, there is a table, left table, and there is a right table, guys. In the left I have records like 1, 2 and 3, and in the right table I have records like A, B and C. So now cross join, it will make all the combinations, means one will make a combination with A, one will make a combination with B, and one will also make a combination with C. The same way happens or repeats for rest of the records also. 2 will make a combination with A, 2 will make a combination with B, 2 will make a combination with C. Next 3 with A, 3 with B, and also 3 with C. So one record in one table will make all the possible combinations with complete data in another table. Okay, so that is how this cross join will work, guys. Okay, so now execution wise, if I show you this, select star from employees, cross join departments. Okay, so for the cross join there is no need of this comment column condition. Why? Because anyhow it is making all the combinations, it is printing all the possible combinations data for me, then there is no use of this comment column condition. So in the whole joins in the SQL, cross join is the only one particular join for which there is no need of this comment column condition. Rest of all the different type of joins you need to specify the comment column condition, guys. Okay, so now if I click on this, enter, see how many records it is printing, total 24. So data, if you see, 4 records in department, 6 records in employees, total 4 into 6, 24 records. See, 101 is making a combination with department ID 4, say 1, 2, 3, 4. So 101 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 102 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 103 with 1, 2, 3, 4. Likewise, if you see, every other record in the employees is making all the combinations which it can able to perform or it can do with the right table which is from the departments. Okay, so this is how cross join will work, guys. So cross join will basically, it will print all the possible combinations from both the tables. Okay, so now the next join we have here is inner join. Okay, so what is meant by this inner join? So no, okay, sorry, inner is already completed, self join. Okay, so inner join, comment data, left join, complete data from the left, right join, complete data from the right, so cross join, complete all the possible combinations with combining of both the tables here. Next, the join what we are discussing now is self join. So what is meant by this self join over here? So basically what is meant by self join means combining the table within the table itself. Okay, so if any such data, if you have where you can combine the data within the table itself, there there is a possibility to perform a self join, guys. Okay, so to perform the self join over there, so in these two tables we don't have any such data which is combining within the table itself. So we'll look into the data from the previous commands or from the previous data what we are using, practice data over there, right? In that we have the employees table. So in that you have the such kind of a data where you can perform this inner join. So like if I show you, first I'll be using this practice database, practice. Okay, it is showing it's not available. Okay, it's practice DB. Use practice DB semicolon, enter. Now if I write select star from employees semicolon, enter. Okay, so what we have total 280 records in this particular table. Okay, so now out of this complete data, if you keenly observe this data over here, so what we have, employee ID, first name, last name, department ID, all the basic details of the employees. Okay, so now understand or observe these columns, which is employee ID and the manager ID, guys. Okay, so people are having this manager IDs, right? So now I want to fetch the details of the employees, okay, who are having the manager IDs. Along with that manager ID, I want the first and last name of the manager. But do we have any first and last name of the manager in this table? No, we don't have any such data. But kindly understand the data over here. One person manager ID is some other person's employee ID. Okay, so what I'm saying over here is one person's manager ID is some other person's employee ID. So who is having the manager ID as one here? Alice, right? So who is having the employee ID as 101? Alice. Next, if you see here, this Charlie and Diana. So these are the two people who are having the manager ID as 2. Now who is having the employee ID as 2? Bob. So this Charlie and Diana, these two people are reporting to the Bob. And next, this Bob Smith, he is having the manager ID as 1. Means he is reporting to whom? He is reporting to Alice Johnson over here. Okay, so this is how the data is interlinked over here, guys. Okay, so one person manager ID is some other person's employee ID. So basically what I want to print, so the management is asking me to give me the data in such a way that, so I need to, so they are required with the data in such a way which is like they want the employees names, and also along with that they also want the manager names also. Okay, so the employees names and also to which manager they are reporting, print the manager name along with this together. Okay, means basically in one column employees name you need to print, right? The first name and last name of the employees. Next, continuing over there, I need to print the manager's first and last name, which is the same column, right? So now within the same data, if I want to fetch over there, here I need to make a self join. So I need to combine the data, or I need to make a matching between this data within the table itself. Okay, so like for this, how it will work, we'll see. So first we'll try to understand the syntax over here. Okay, what is the data first I am required is the employee underscore ID, employee first name, and also the last name. Next, employees manager ID. Next, along with this, now I want the manager's first name and also the last name. This is the data what I am required with, guys. Okay, so employee ID, employee's first name and last name, employee's manager ID. Along with this, I also want the manager's first name and last name. How to write this command, we'll try to understand it. Okay, so we'll break it down and we'll try to understand this sequence how it is. So select. Okay, so before I specify what and all the data I am required, first I'll write the condition. Okay, so here later on we'll write what and all the columns we are required. So before that, I am writing the condition from. So how many tables are required here? So to perform a join, at least 2 tables are required, guys. But here to perform the self join, which how many tables we are using? Just only 1 table. Even though if you are using only 1 table, we need to use it twice, guys. That is how we can make the self join work. So from employees, so what I will do is I will give an alias as emp join employees as mgr. Okay, so what I am doing one time. Okay, so first I'll finish the syntax here on emp dot manager id equal to mgr dot employee id. See, now we'll try to understand this command over here. So first what I am doing, a table employees, I am giving an alias name as emp. So whatever the data I have in this employees will be identified under a name called as emp. Okay, so one particular virtual table which is there under a name emp, which consists of the employees table. Okay, right. So now again employees, I am identifying this with another name again, which is called as mgr. So total what we have, total two different virtual tables we have within this command, emp and mgr. And what this emp and mgr are consisting of, both are consisting of the same data. So emp consists of employees table itself, and mgr also consists of the employees table itself. Okay, now next, the comment column condition. This is the main for any of the join case. Okay, so on employees manager id is equal to manager's employee id over here. Okay, so emp dot manager id is equal to mgr dot emp underscore id, means one person's employee id, sorry, manager id is equal to manager's emp underscore id. Okay, so this is the data what we are matching over here. Now I'll mention what and all the data I am required with. So emp dot emp underscore id, next emp dot first name, next emp dot last name, next emp dot manager id, next mgr. Right, what and all the data I am required for the employees is done. Employees id, employees first name, employees last name, and next employees manager id. So these are the four columns for the employees I want. Next, what I want the managers first and last names. So this data I'll take it from the mgr table. So mgr dot first name and also mgr dot last name. Okay, so now I'll write the command accordingly and we'll see what is the data or how the data has been printing over here. So select, so before I specify what and all the columns I am required, first I'll write the condition from employees as emp join employees as mgr on employees manager id is equal to managers employee id. Okay, so now I'll write select emp dot emp underscore id, next emp dot first underscore name, emp dot last underscore name, next emp dot manager underscore id, next now the manager's data. So mgr dot first underscore name, comma mgr dot last underscore name. So now if you observe, this first name is the same data from the employees table itself, but once one column it should print the employee's name, another column it should print it as the manager's name. Okay, so now control enter, something is wrong. Emp dot, what is the column name we have? Emp underscore id. unknown column emp underscore id. So we'll check with this emp underscore id where we specified. So emp underscore id, emp dot first name, unknown column emp underscore id in the field list. Okay. So here we haven't selected the database. Okay, so it cannot identify what is employees. Use practice db semicolon control enter. Now the same command if I execute, see, now it is printing the data for me. Employee ID 2, manager ID as 1, which who is having the manager ID as employee ID as 1? Alice Johnson. Next, Charlie Davis and Diana. So these people are having the manager ID as 2. Now who is having the employee ID as 2? Bob. So that is the name it is printing over here. Okay. So this is how you can print the data over there by using a self join, guys. Okay. So here if you are getting confused with what is this first name and first name here, simply you can change the names by giving an alias names. So here you can give first name as employee's first name and emp dot last name as employee's last name. Likewise, you can simply change the alias names over here. But main thing is we need to understand the concept about how this self join is working. Okay, so this is how self join works over here, guys. So total, how many different type of joins we have seen? Inner join, left join, right join, cross join and self join. Now what is the last join what we have here is full join. Okay, how this full join will work? So inner means common data. Okay, so what is full join? Full join means nothing but giving the complete data from both the tables. Okay, if I want the complete data from both the tables, then I can perform this full join. But in MySQL Workbench, we don't have any specific command like full join case. So like how we have a command as inner join, left join or right join, likewise we don't have any such command called as full join. But how we can make this possible in MySQL Workbench is we can use something called as unions. So we have a concept called as this union. So what basically unions will do is it will combine multiple commands data and it will print together, guys. Okay, so now we'll come back to this joins underscore data database itself. Use joins underscore data. Okay, so use database joins underscore data. Oh. Okay, so it's joins underscore practice. Use joins underscore practice, enter. So now we came back to this joins database itself. Now within this we'll see the complete data from the employees and departments case. So select, first I'll show the data. So select star from employees, select star from departments. Okay, so these two data together I want to show. Okay, so how we can show this together by using the unions means, so normally first what union will do is it will give you the data from both the tables, guys. Okay, so let's say for example if I write select employee underscore name from employees union select department underscore name from departments semicolon enter. So now what it is doing over there, first it is printing the employee names. Next, see, Alice, Bob, Charlie, David, Siri and John. Next what it is doing, it is printing the department names, HR, IT, finance and marketing. So basically what union will do is, it will combine the data from two different commands and it will print it together, guys. So that is what a union can be performed over here. Okay, so now using this particular unions over here, we'll see the complete data from both the tables. But how it is possible over here when there is no such command called as full join, means left join and right join together will combine by using the union. So what it will do, what left join will do, it will give you the complete data from the left table. What right join will do, it will give you the complete data from the right table. Simple. So we'll just combine these two by using this unions over here and we'll print the data. So I'll write the command here so that I can show it clearly. Select star from employees as E, left join departments as D on E dot department underscore ID equal to D dot department underscore ID. Okay, so this is a left join, guys. Okay, so now we'll change the database here also, use joins underscore practice. Okay, so this is a left join. What it is doing, the left join, it is giving the complete data from the left table, right? So now I'll continue. What I'll do, union all I'll use. So we have two types, union and union all. So we'll say the difference also, what is the difference between this union and union all. Now select, so the same command I'll copy and paste it. And instead of mentioning it as a left, I'll mention it as right. Okay, so now looking into this data over here, the output I'll show it in the command line client. See, what basically it is doing over here is, till here if you observe, this is a left join command, guys. Okay, so the complete data from the left table and only the common data from where? From the right table. Next, it is continuing with the right join. Okay, what right join is doing? Complete data from the right table it is printing, say 1, 2, 2, 2, 3 and also the 4, right? So it is printing 3 and 4. So this is the data from where? This is the data from the right join, and this is the data from where? 101 to 106. This is from the left join over here. So left join and also the right join combiningly, I can able to see the complete data from the left table and also from the right table. And how we are able to make it possible? By using a union all over here. Okay, now what is the difference? Union and union all. What is the difference between these two? So now instead of union all over here, if I mention only union, and if I execute this command now in the command line client, paste anyway, semicolon and enter. So now see the difference, guys. Okay, what is the main difference between this union and union all is, union all will print the duplicates again. Okay, union union all will print the duplicates. Union will exclude the duplicates. Like for example, if you say this particular command 101 Alice 150,000 1 and HR, is it the same data which is printing in the first? Okay, so 101, 102, 103 and 104, right? 101, 102, 103 and 104. These are the 4 records. Okay, so these are the 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the 4 records which are already printed, right? So in the left join, I can already able to print the data. Then why to print the same data again from the right join, right? It's not required for me. So what is the data which is left over? That is the only data which I can able to, I want it from the right join over here, right? So 1 and 2 we can able to print. What is the leftover data from this departments table? 3 and 4. That is what the data it is printing, right? So what mainly you can understand here between this union and union all is, union all will include the duplicates. So even if there is any record which is again it is able to print, means it will include it, okay? But union, it will exclude those duplicates. See this 101, 102, 103 and 104, those records it's not printing again. What is the data it is printing? Only the data which it can able to print, which is not a duplicate data over here. This is how union and union all will work, guys. So, and this particular unions, they will work on any other commands. Okay, it's not just only on the joins over there. Any other normal select commands also unions will work. And only the main thing you need to be more cautious whenever you're using the unions or union all over here is the column count. Okay, so the count of the columns what you are specifying over there, you need to properly check with that column count over there. Why? Because in one particular command, so as I mentioned over there, 2 different commands we are combining by using this union and union all. In one command, if you are printing 2 columns over there, in another command, if you are printing only 1 column, then in that particular position, union will get confused. Okay, it cannot understand what is the data it should print for the second column in second command, right? So that is where that is the one important thing you need to understand here when you are using this union or union all is the column count between both the commands should be the same. Data can be anything. Okay, so data can be anything between both the tables over there, but the column count between both the tables should be the same matching when you are using union or union always. Okay, so this is all about this joins and unions. So joins are mainly used to perform or to combine the data between different tables, and when you are performing these joins, there is no limit in joining the tables, guys. Only the thing what you need to cross check over there is there any common column or is there any common data between both the tables. Okay, common column condition you need to mainly cross check. When it is fine, how many tables you want, as many tables as you can join in within using this joins. Okay, so this is about joins and unions, guys. Alright, now we have come to the end of our SQL learning series, and I hope this was insightful. And if you have any questions or doubts related to this, we have created a Discord community where we can help you clear all your queries. If you want to upskill in SQL further, consider our DevOps course. We have attached the link in the description. Till then, keep learning and keep growing.